Hello my tired bro-tatoes, welcome on in. Tonight we begin with a story where we travel back to Tudor England, to a time when one woman's presence at court would reshape an entire nation's relationship with God, power and itself. This is not a story of villains or heroes, but of how personal desire collided with political necessity and accidentally built something that outlasted them all. Now we're juggling different time periods to try to fulfill all the requests we've been receiving. If you are new here and enjoy historical stories that allow you to learn a little while you drift off to sleep, feel free to follow us. Leave a good review so that others can find their way here and receive the same assistance as you. And let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always cool to see the variety and where we all tune in from. Now sit back, relax, grab your comfy blanket and let's get her rolling, shall we? In the year 1500, England still measured time by church bells and harvest seasons. The Roman Catholic Church stood as the unquestioned authority over spiritual life, while kings ruled the earthly realm under its watchful eye. No English monarch had yet dared to challenge Rome's supremacy. That world was about to crack open, and at the centre of the earthquake stood a young woman with dark eyes and a French education who never set out to be a revolutionary. You have to picture Hever Castle first because that's where it begins. The castle sits in Kent, maybe 40 minutes from London if you're riding hard on a decent horse. It's not one of those massive fortresses that make you feel small. It's more like a very ambitious manor house that someone decided to surround with a moat. The stone is that warm grey colour that old English buildings get after a few centuries of rain. Ivy climbs the walls in summer. The moat reflects clouds and occasionally ducks. Anne Boleyn was born there, probably in 1501. Though nobody bothered to write down the exact date. Daughters didn't warrant the same record-keeping as sons. Her father, Thomas Boleyn, was doing well for himself. Not royalty, but well-connected. The kind of man who knew how to be useful to more powerful people, without making them nervous about his ambitions. Thomas had married Elizabeth Howard, which was a smart move that his entire career would prove justified. The Howards were one of those families that had been important forever. They had fought in the Wars of the Roses and come out on top. They had the kind of pedigree that opened doors your own accomplishments could never reach. Anne grew up knowing she came from somewhere, even if that somewhere wasn't quite the top. The childhood at Hever would have been comfortable in the way that minor nobility understood comfort. Stone floors in winter that never quite warmed up, but big fires in the main rooms where the family actually lived. Servants who knew your name and your temperament. Gardens where you could walk without worrying about much beyond where you left your book, or whether the cook would make those honeycakes you liked. The castle itself spoke of moderate prosperity. The great hall where the family dined was impressive without being overwhelming. Oak panelling on the walls, tapestries showing hunting scenes and biblical stories, a minstrel's gallery where musicians played during feasts, windows with actual glass, which was still expensive enough to matter. The room smelled of wood smoke and herbs and the beeswax they used on furniture. Anne shared this childhood with her siblings. Her sister Mary was probably a year or two older, though again the records are vague about daughters. Her brother George was younger, the precious male heir who got all the attention that primogeniture demanded. They would have played together as children, run through the gardens, gotten into minor trouble that servants cleaned up. The education Anne received at Hever was typical for a girl of her class. She learned to read and write, which not all women did. She learned basic Latin for church. She learned needlework and music and dancing. She learned to manage a household because someday she would marry someone and need to run his estate. These were the skills that made you marriageable. What set Anne apart was what happened next. Most English girls of her class stayed home, learned to manage a household, practiced needlework, and waited to be married off to someone appropriate who would advance the family interests. Anne's father had different ideas. He was ambitious in that quiet way that moves chess pieces you don't see until it's too late. Thomas Boleyn had travelled. He had served on diplomatic missions to Burgundy and France. He spoke French fluently, which was still the language of sophistication in European courts. He understood that the world beyond England was larger and more refined, and that connections there could be valuable. He also understood that daughters could be assets if you invested in them properly. In 1513, when Anne was maybe 12 years old, Thomas sent her to the Netherlands to serve in the household of Margaret of Austria. This was the European equivalent of finishing school. except the lessons included actual power and how it worked. Margaret was regent of the Netherlands and aunt to the future Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. She ran things while he was too young to rule, and she ran them well. Anne spent about a year there, absorbing how a woman could wield authority without apology. She learned French until it sounded natural. She picked up the courtly manners that would later make her stand out in England. She learned to curtsy at exactly the right depth for each rank of nobility. She learned which fork to use and when. She learned how to enter a room so people noticed without seeming like you wanted them to notice. When you serve in a regent's household, you learn to read rooms, to gauge when someone important is angry versus when they're testing you. You learn the difference between a suggestion and a command phrased as a suggestion. You learn who actually has power versus who just has a title. Anne was 12, maybe 13, absorbing lessons that most people never learn. The Netherlands in those years was rich. The wool trade, the banking, the art. Cities like Brussels and Antwerp hummed with commerce. The buildings were taller and more ornate than their English equivalents. The food was better. Even the way people dressed had more style. Anne was absorbing the idea that England was a bit provincial, a bit behind, a bit less sophisticated than the continental courts. Then came the upgrade. In 1514, Anne transferred to the French court to serve Queen Claude, wife of King Francis I. This was like going from a good university to the absolute top of the academic world. The French court made the English court look provincial and slightly embarrassing, and Margaret's court in the Netherlands looked merely competent. France in those years was where culture happened. The art, the music, the fashion, the intellectual conversations that people would still be analysing centuries later. Everything in France felt more refined than its English equivalent. The architecture was more elegant, the food was better. Even the way people insulted each other had more style. Francis I was building chateaux that looked like illustrations from illuminated manuscripts brought to life. Chambord, Fontainebleau, Amboise, places where every detail had been considered and perfected. Stone carved like lace, gardens laid out in perfect geometric patterns, fountains that danced, rooms so beautiful they made you want to whisper. Anne spent 7 years in France. 7 years is long enough to stop thinking in your native language first. Long enough that English customs start to seem a bit clumsy when you come home. Long enough that you dream in French and have to translate your thoughts back to English when you write letters to your family. She would have walked through those chateau gardens in the morning when the dew was still on the grass. She would have attended mass in chapels where the light came through stained glass in colours you couldn't name. She would have heard music that hadn't reached England yet, seen fashions that wouldn't cross the Channel for another season, tasted wines from vineyards that had been perfecting their craft since Roman times. The French taught her to dance with confidence. Not the stiff English dances where everyone counted steps and tried not to step on each other, but the flowing French styles where movement looked natural and spontaneous, even though it was carefully choreographed. They taught her that wit mattered as much as beauty, that a clever remark could make you memorable when mere prettiness would be forgotten by morning. They taught her that women could be powerful if they were clever about it. Queen Claude was pious and quiet, more interested in prayer than politics. But around her swirled the real action of court life, mistresses who influenced policy, ladies in waiting who passed information and shaped opinions, women who understood that direct power was forbidden, but indirect power was everywhere if you knew how to grasp it. Anne learned to navigate these currents. She learned to listen more than she spoke. She learned which conversations were safe and which were being monitored. She learned how to make allies without making enemies, or at least how to make the right enemies at the right time. She also absorbed something more dangerous than any of these courtly skills. She absorbed the idea that questioning religious authority might not be heretical madness. France was Catholic, intensely so, the eldest daughter of the Church. But French intellectuals were reading new ideas from across Europe. Martin Luther's writings were circulating, being debated, making people think about whether the Pope really spoke for God, or just for an institution that had accumulated too much gold and power. Anne was in France when the Protestant Reformation started gaining real momentum in Germany and Switzerland. She was there when educated people began wondering out loud whether maybe the Bible mattered more than the Pope's opinion. These were radical thoughts, the kind that got people burned at the stake in public squares. But in certain French circles, among certain educated nobles, you could discuss them quietly over wine after the official entertainment had ended. The French court had its own relationship with Rome. French kings claimed something called Gallican liberties, which meant they controlled church appointments in France more than the Pope liked. This wasn't Protestantism, but it was a precedent for royal authority trumping papal authority when it suited the crown. Anne was absorbing these ideas at an age when ideas stick. She was also reading. The French court valued education for women more than the English court did. Learned women were fashionable. Margaret of Navarre, Francis's sister, was writing poetry and theology. Anne read her work. She read other reformist writings that were circulating in manuscript form. She developed opinions about scripture and salvation, and whether the church needed reform. This is important for later. Anne didn't return to England as just another pretty girl who could dance. She came back as someone who had seen a bigger world, who spoke French better than most English nobles, who carried herself with French confidence. She had also absorbed ideas that would turn out to be explosively useful when a king needed theological justification for doing something unprecedented. By 1521, Anne was back in England. She was maybe 20 years old, depending on which birth year you believe. Her sister Mary was already at court and already in King Henry VIII's bed, which was less scandalous than it sounds because royal mistresses were basically an official position. But Anne was the one people noticed when she arrived. She was not conventionally beautiful by Tudor standards. She was too dark, too thin, too angular. Tudor beauty meant pale skin like milk, blonde hair, curves that suggested fertility and good breeding. Think of Jane Seymour, who would come later. That was the ideal, soft, pale, yielding, maternal. Anne had olive skin that suggested her mother's Howard blood might have included some less English ancestors a few generations back. She had dark hair that was almost black. She had dark eyes. She had what the Victorians would later call fine eyes, which was code for not pretty but something more interesting. She was thin in an era that valued plumpness as a sign of health and prosperity. What she had was presence. When Anne walked into a room, you noticed. Part of it was the French training. She moved differently than English girls. She held herself straighter, moved more deliberately, took up space without apologising for it. English girls had been taught to be modest and retiring. Anne had been taught to be noticed. She dressed with that French flair that made English fashion look dowdy and practical. French hoods instead of the gable hoods English women wore. Those French hoods showed more hair, had a more elegant line, looked sophisticated rather than pious. Her gowns had the cut and drape of French design, rich fabrics in colours that complemented her dark colouring rather than fighting it. She looked foreign in the best possible way. She could talk about books, music, theology, court gossip from France. She could match wits with the smartest men at court and make them enjoy the experience rather than feel threatened. She could discuss the latest writings from the continent, the new ideas about church reform, the intellectual currents that were starting to reshape Europe. In an era when most women's conversation was limited to domestic matters and piety, Anne could hold her own in any discussion. She also had something else, something harder to define, a kind of self-possession that suggested she knew her own worth and wasn't particularly interested in apologising for it. In an era when women were supposed to be demure and deferential, when the ideal woman was quiet and obedient, Anne had apparently missed that memo entirely. The king noticed her almost immediately. How could he not? She was new, she was interesting, she was completely unlike the English women he was used to, and she had that tantalising quality of seeming just slightly out of reach, like a book written in a language you almost but not quite understood. Henry VIII's court was like a very expensive theatre production that never stopped running, and where everyone was both actor and audience. You have to understand what court meant in 1521. It wasn't just the place where the king lived, it was the centre of the entire political universe of England. Everything that mattered happened there or was decided there. If you weren't at court, you were essentially off stage, waiting in the wings for someone to remember you existed. Your estate might be in Yorkshire or Cornwall, but your career was at court. The court moved around constantly. Hampton Court, Greenwich, Whitehall, Windsor, sometimes smaller palaces and hunting lodges. Wherever the king went, the court followed like a small city on wheels. Hundreds of people, thousands of horses, cartloads of furniture and tapestries and clothes and kitchen equipment. Setting up court somewhere was like assembling a small city that specialised in ambition and intrigue. The logistics were staggering when you think about it. The king travelled with his entire household, his advisors, his servants, his guards, his cooks, His musicians, his doctors, his priests. The Queen had her own household that travelled with her. Important nobles had their own servants. Everyone needed somewhere to sleep, something to eat, horses to ride, clothes to change into. The physical spaces were designed to overwhelm you into proper reverence. Great halls with hammer-beam ceilings so high they made you feel properly insignificant before royal power. Tapestries showing biblical scenes and classical heroes, all woven in colours that cost more than most people earned in a lifetime. Blues and reds and golds that hadn't faded because they were kept out of direct sunlight most of the time. Floors covered in rushes that smelled of herbs when you stepped on them. Fresh rushes meant the king was in residence and cared about impressions. Old rushes meant you were somewhere less important or the king had left recently. Fireplaces big enough to roast an entire ox, which they sometimes did during major feasts. The smell of wood smoke was constant, mixed with cooking food and too many people in close quarters, and the herbs they strewed around to mask worse smells. Everything was hierarchical, and everyone knew exactly where they stood relative to everyone else. The king at the centre, obviously. His immediate circle of advisors and favourites, then the nobles ranked by title and favour, then the lesser nobles, then the gentlemen, then the servants, who had their own hierarchy. Your position determined where you could go, what you could see, who might acknowledge your existence. Access to the king was the currency that mattered. Could you get into the presence chamber? Could you catch his attention at the right moment? Could you walk with him in the gardens? This determined whether your petition got heard, whether your suit got advanced, whether your career flourished or withered. Everyone was constantly jockeying for access and favour. Henry himself was 30 years old in 1521 and still in his prime. Later he would become the bloated tyrant of the famous portraits, the massive figure in elaborate dress with tiny eyes and a suspicious expression. But in 1521 he was genuinely impressive by any standard. Tall, over 6 feet when 6 feet was rare enough to be notable. Athletic, good at jousting, which was dangerous and required real skill. Hunting, tennis, which he played with competitive intensity. He could dance for hours without seeming tired. He played musical instruments, multiple instruments, which was expected of a Renaissance prince, but which he actually did well. He composed songs, some of which were actually good, and not just praised because a king wrote them. He had written a book defending Catholic doctrine against Lutheran heresies, for which the Pope had given him the title Defender of the Faith. The irony of that title would become apparent later. He was also smart, which people forget when they focus on the later tyrant. Henry had been educated for the church originally, since his older brother Arthur was supposed to be king. When Arthur died suddenly and Henry became heir, he brought that theological training with him. He could argue scripture with bishops and hold his own. He knew Latin and some Greek. He could discuss theology and philosophy. He was genuinely intellectual in a way that many kings were not. But for all that intelligence, Henry was also deeply insecure about his legitimacy. His father Henry VII had won the throne in battle at Bosworth Field in 1485. That made the Tudor dynasty less than 40 years old in 1521. Other noble families could trace their lineage back centuries. The Tudors were upstarts who had gotten lucky in a civil war. This insecurity drove a lot of what Henry did. He needed to be the best at everything. The best jouster, the best hunter, the best dancer, the best musician, the best theologian. He needed to prove that he deserved the throne not just by conquest but by personal excellence. And he needed a male heir to continue the dynasty and prevent another civil war when he died. The court Henry presided over in the early 1520s was still fundamentally medieval in its worldview. God ordained the social order. The Pope spoke for God in spiritual matters. Kings ruled by divine right, but under the Pope's spiritual authority. Everything had its proper place, and questioning that structure was not just rebellion, but sin against the natural order. The daily rhythm of court life mixed piety with pleasure in ways that seem contradictory now, but made sense in medieval Christianity. You would attend Mass in the morning, probably multiple Masses, because missing Mass was a sin. Then you might spend the afternoon watching brutal jousting matches where men could be seriously injured or killed. Entertainment and danger mixed freely. You would fast on the appropriate days, Fridays and during Lent, eating only fish and vegetables. Then you would feast until you felt sick on other days, eating multiple courses of meat and game and elaborate dishes. The feast days were supposed to balance the fast days in the economy of salvation. You would listen to sermons about virtue and the dangers of sin. Then you would pursue various decidedly non-virtuous activities in the evening. Gambling, drinking, sexual affairs that everyone knew about but politely ignored. The church taught that humans were sinful and needed grace. Court life demonstrated the sinful part thoroughly. The entertainment was constant because boredom was dangerous. Idle nobles with too much time and too many grievances could start plotting. Keep them busy and entertained, and they stayed manageable. Musicians played during meals. Poets recited verses. Masques where everyone dressed up and pretended to be characters from mythology. Elaborate theatrical productions with symbolic meanings that everyone had to decode. Hunting parties that lasted days, sometimes weeks. The king loved hunting and kept vast hunting parks stocked with deer. The actual hunting was maybe an hour or two of excitement. The rest was riding through woods and camping in elaborate pavilions and drinking and socialising and conducting business away from the formal setting of court. Henry loved archery, so archery became important. He would practice in the gardens with nobles competing to shoot well, but not better than him. He loved tennis, so tennis courts appeared wherever he stayed long enough. When the king developed an interest, the entire court scrambled to share that interest convincingly enough to be noticed, but not so well that they outshone him. The women at court occupied a strange space. They were ornamental, but also potentially powerful. A woman could not hold office or inherit the crown in her own right, but she could influence the men who did hold power. The Queen's household was its own centre of power, a separate court within the court. Being in favour with the Queen could make your career. Falling out of favour could end it. Catherine of Aragon was queen when Anne arrived back from France. Catherine was Spanish, daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the power couple who had funded Columbus and completed the Reconquista, driving the last Muslims out of Spain. She had been married first to Henry's older brother Arthur when they were both teenagers. Arthur died within months. Then she married Henry after he became heir, which required a special papal dispensation because marrying your brother's widow was technically forbidden by church law. This would matter enormously later, but in 1521 it just seemed like ancient history. Catherine and Henry had been married for 12 years. She had given him several children, though most had died in infancy or been stillborn. Only one survived past infancy. A daughter, Mary, born in 1516. No sons, no male heir. This was already becoming a problem, but not yet the all-consuming crisis it would become. Catherine at 40 was still dignified and regal, though the years of pregnancy and loss had taken their toll. She dressed simply for a queen, preferring piety to display. She spent hours in prayer every day. She attended mass even when not required. She took her role as queen seriously, which meant being an example of virtue and piety. The court Catherine presided over valued traditional femininity. Modesty, piety, gentleness, obedience. Women were supposed to be soft-spoken and deferential. They could be educated, but not so learned that they threatened male authority. They could be beautiful, but not so vain that they cared more about appearance than virtue. Catherine herself embodied these ideals. She also accepted Henry's infidelities with public grace, which was what queens were supposed to do. Kings had mistresses. Everyone knew this. A queen who made a fuss about it was being difficult and failing in her duty to maintain harmony. Catherine knew the rules and followed them, swallowing whatever she felt privately. Into this world walked Anne Boleyn with her French manners and French ideas and French fashion sense, and complete lack of interest in following any of the rules. She dressed differently. French hoods instead of the gable hoods English women wore. Those gable hoods were basically large headdresses that covered most of your hair and made you look pious and modest. French hoods showed more hair, had a more elegant line, looked sophisticated instead of dowdy. Her gowns had the cut and flare of French design, more fitted, showing her figure, using colour in ways that English women considered too bold. She talked differently, English with a French accent that made her sound exotic and educated. She would drop French phrases into conversation naturally, not showing off, but just because that was how she thought after 7 years in France. References to French culture, French books, French music that most English courtiers hadn't heard yet. She could discuss theology in ways that most court women couldn't or wouldn't. Women were expected to be pious but not scholarly about religion. Anne had opinions about scripture, about church reform, about whether certain practices were actually biblical or just traditions that had accumulated over centuries. These were dangerous discussions for anyone. doubly dangerous for a woman. The other women at court didn't quite know what to make of her. She was too confident, too foreign in manner, too willing to compete with men in conversation. She didn't defer to them or seek their approval. She seemed to genuinely not care what they thought of her. Some were fascinated, others were scandalised. Most were probably both. The men noticed immediately. Here was something new, not just another pretty face hoping to catch someone important and improve her family's position, but someone who seemed genuinely interesting. Someone who could be a companion, not just a conquest. Someone who could talk about ideas and books and music. Someone with wit and intelligence who made conversation feel like a game worth playing. Henry noticed most of all. He had noticed her sister Mary first, which had resulted in the predictable affair. Mary was sweet and accommodating and probably a little overwhelmed by the whole thing. She was 19 or 20 when it started. The king wanted her. What were you supposed to do when the king wanted you? You submitted and felt honoured by the attention. When that affair ran its course, as royal affairs always did, Mary faded back to being just another court lady who had briefly warmed the royal bed. Anne was different from the start. When Henry started paying attention to her, probably sometime around 1526, she did something unusual. She said no. Saying no to a king was not something people did, especially women, especially when the king was expressing romantic interest. You need to understand what Henry was used to. He was the king. When he wanted something, it appeared. When he wanted someone, they complied. His previous affairs had followed a simple pattern. He expressed interest. The woman felt honoured. They conducted a discreet affair until he lost interest, and everyone moved on. The woman usually got a nice marriage arranged to someone appropriately grateful. Anne looked at this pattern and decided to reject the entire framework. The exact timeline is murky because Henry and Anne tried to keep things quiet at first, but the evidence suggests Henry started pursuing Anne seriously around 1526. He was 35, she was maybe 25. He was still married to Catherine. None of this was unusual in royal terms. What was unusual was Anne's response. She refused to become his mistress, just flatly refused. This was not how it worked. When a king wanted you, you submitted and felt honoured by the attention. Anne instead suggested that perhaps she should return to Hever for a while. Perhaps the king should focus on his wife. Henry's reaction was telling. Instead of moving on to someone more compliant, he became more interested. The chase had always been part of the appeal for him, but usually the chase lasted about 5 minutes. Anne made him work for it. We have letters from this period. Henry's letters to Anne. Hers are mostly lost, which is suspicious, and suggests someone later destroyed them. Probably Anne herself, or someone trying to protect her reputation. But Henry's letters survive, 17 of them, and they show a king transforming into a lovesick teenager. The early letters are formal and careful. Henry writes in French, showing off. He talks about his devotion, his desire to serve her, his hope that she might consider his feelings. The tone is almost courtly love, the medieval tradition where knights pined for unattainable ladies. Except this knight could have whatever he wanted by royal decree, which made the pining genuinely novel. As time went on, the letters got more desperate. Henry was not used to wanting something and not getting it. He wrote about how he couldn't sleep, how he thought about her constantly, how no other woman interested him anymore. He sent gifts. He wrote poems, which were adequate but not great. He composed songs, which were better because music was actually his strong suit. Anne's strategy was brilliant because it probably wasn't even a strategy at first. She genuinely didn't want to be just another mistress. She had seen what happened to mistresses. They got used and discarded. They ended up married off to whoever the king decided to reward with their somewhat shop-worn presents. Their children, if any, were bastards with no real prospects. Anne wanted more than that. Maybe she wanted to be queen from the start, though it's hard to say. More likely she just refused to settle for less than everything, and when Henry kept pursuing her, the possibility of everything started to seem achievable. The situation put Anne in an impossible position. She couldn't marry anyone else because the king wanted her. She couldn't become the king's mistress because that would destroy any possibility of a better outcome. She had to keep Henry interested without giving him what he wanted. This required walking a very fine line for years. The court watched this unfold with fascination and horror. Some people admired Anne's nerve, others thought she was playing with fire and would end up burned. Everyone had an opinion. Nobody could look away. Catherine of Aragon watched too. She knew her husband had affairs. She had endured them with dignity because that was what queens did. But this was different. Henry wasn't just sleeping with Anne Boleyn, he was courting her. Publicly. Obsessively. And Anne was holding out for marriage. Catherine was 41 by 1527. She had been beautiful once, but years of pregnancies and miscarriages and stillbirths had taken their toll. She had fulfilled her duty by giving Henry a surviving child, but that child was a daughter, and daughters couldn't inherit the throne of England. Everyone knew this. Henry needed a son. The lack of a male heir was becoming a genuine crisis. Henry's father, Henry VII, had won the throne in battle, and spent his entire reign trying to establish the Tudor dynasty as legitimate. One generation wasn't enough. Henry VIII needed a son to continue the line. Without one, England faced potential civil war when he died. This is where Anne's refusal to be a mistress became world-changing. If she had just slept with Henry, he might have had his fun and moved on. But because she held out, Henry started thinking seriously about marriage. And because Catherine couldn't give him a son, marriage to someone else started seeming not just desirable, but necessary. The problem was that you couldn't just divorce a queen. Marriage was a sacrament. The Pope himself had granted the dispensation allowing Henry to marry Catherine in the first place, since she had been his brother's widow, and church law generally forbade such marriages. Now Henry needed that same Pope to declare the marriage invalid. Henry's argument was clever but shaky. He pointed to Leviticus, which forbids a man from marrying his brother's wife, and threatens childlessness as punishment. He claimed that his lack of sons proved God disapproved of his marriage to Catherine. Therefore, the Pope's dispensation had been wrong, the marriage was invalid, and he was free to marry someone else. Never mind that Catherine had given birth to multiple children. Never mind that he had a daughter. Henry argued that only sons counted for the biblical curse. It was the kind of theological hair-splitting that scholars could debate forever, which they did. In 1527, Henry began the formal process of seeking an annulment. He expected it to take a few months. He was the defender of the faith. He was loyal to Rome. Surely the Pope would accommodate him. It would take 6 years. The Pope who received Henry's request for an annulment was Clement VII, and he had problems Henry didn't fully appreciate. Rome in 1527 was not in a strong position. The previous year, troops of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V had sacked the city. Sacked Rome, the eternal city seat of Christendom brutalized by nominally Christian soldiers. Clement had fled to Castel Sant'Angelo and watched his city burn. Thousands died. Churches were looted, nuns were assaulted. The Pope's authority had never seemed more fragile. Charles V, the man whose troops had done this, was Catherine of Aragon's nephew. This was a problem. Clement could not afford to offend Charles, who controlled most of Europe and whose armies had just demonstrated what happened when you made him angry. But he also couldn't afford to completely alienate Henry, who ruled England and might be needed as a counterweight to Charles's power. So Clement did what popes in difficult positions have done throughout history. He stalled. He appointed a commission to study the question. He requested more information. He delayed. He hoped the problem would somehow resolve itself. Henry waited with increasing impatience. Anne waited with him. The court waited. England waited. The waiting stretched from months into years. During this time, Anne's position became increasingly precarious and powerful simultaneously. She was not queen, but she lived like royalty. Henry gave her apartments at court. He showered her with gifts. He consulted her on political matters. She sat in council meetings, which no mere courtier should do. She was treated as if the marriage had already happened. This enraged Catherine's supporters, which included most of the old nobility and much of the common people. Catherine was popular, she was pious, dignified, Spanish royalty, the mother of Princess Mary. She had done nothing wrong. Divorcing her to marry some jumped-up courtier seemed monstrous. Anne became the most hated woman in England. People spat when she passed. Preachers denounced her from pulpits. Pamphlets circulated, calling her a whore and worse. The hostility was so intense that she couldn't appear in public safely. She was confined to court, essentially under protective custody, waiting for a pope who wouldn't decide and a king who wouldn't give up. The stalemate forced Henry to consider options he had never contemplated before. What if he didn't need the pope's permission? What if England could handle its own spiritual affairs? These were dangerous thoughts, the kind that led to excommunication and possibly invasion from Catholic powers. But they were also liberating thoughts. Enter Thomas Cromwell. Cromwell was the son of a blacksmith who had clawed his way up through intelligence, ruthlessness, and an absolute genius for administration. He had travelled in Italy, absorbed Machiavelli's ideas about power, and returned to England ready to apply them. He saw in Henry's matrimonial crisis an opportunity to completely restructure English government and religion. Cromwell's plan was elegant and radical. Make Henry head of the church in England. Break from Rome entirely. Declare the marriage to Catherine invalid not by papal authority but by royal and parliamentary authority. Solve the immediate problem while permanently increasing royal power. This was not just about a divorce. This was about ripping England away from the religious framework that had structured European civilization for 1,000 years. The Pope in Rome had always been the final authority on spiritual matters. Kings might be powerful, but the church was eternal. Cromwell was proposing to end that. The plan needed theological cover. Fortunately, Anne had spent years in France absorbing Protestant ideas about church authority and the primacy of scripture. She had books, banned books, the kind that got people executed. William Tyndale's English translation of the New Testament, works questioning papal authority. She had been reading and thinking about these ideas before they became politically useful. Anne pushed these books on Henry. She convinced him that reforming the church wasn't just politically necessary but spiritually righteous. The church had become corrupt. Monasteries were wealthy and lazy. Priests were more interested in their own power than in saving souls. Returning to biblical truth meant reducing church authority and increasing royal authority. This was Protestant Reformation theology dressed up as loyal English Christianity. Henry didn't think of himself as a Protestant. He still believed in most Catholic doctrine, but he was willing to adopt Protestant arguments about church authority when they supported what he wanted to do anyway. In 1532, Cromwell began pushing legislation through Parliament. The Act in Restraint of Appeals declared that England was an empire, sovereign and complete, with no higher authority. This cut legal ties with Rome. The Act of Supremacy, which would come later, would formally declare Henry supreme head of the Church in England. The Church in England fought back, but without real conviction. Many bishops had been appointed by the king and owed him their positions. Many were genuinely sympathetic to reform ideas. Some were just cowards who valued their lives more than their principles. The resistance crumbled. In January 1533, Henry and Anne married secretly. She was already pregnant. The child had to be legitimate. The timing was critical. They went public in May. Anne was crowned queen in June. The ceremony was magnificent and awkward. The crowds watched in hostile silence. Anne processed through London in cloth of gold while people refused to cheer. It was a coronation without popular support, royal authority imposed by royal decree. Catherine refused to accept any of it. She insisted she was the true queen until the day she died. She raised Princess Mary to believe Henry's second marriage was bigamy, and Mary was the legitimate heir. This split the succession and guaranteed future conflict. The Pope finally excommunicated Henry in 1538, after everything had already happened. The papal bull was too late to matter. England had already broken away. The Reformation was underway. Anne Boleyn's pregnancy was the most politically significant pregnancy in English history. Everything depended on this child. If Anne delivered a healthy son, she would be secure. The break from Rome would be justified. Henry's gamble would pay off. The succession would be settled. England would have a male heir and the Tudor dynasty would continue. All the upheaval, all the hatred she had endured, all the religious transformation would be vindicated. The best physicians attended her. The royal physicians, the ones who had attended Catherine through so many failed pregnancies. Astrologers were consulted about auspicious timing for the birth. Prayers were said in every church in England, even though those churches were increasingly confused about who exactly they were praying to now that the Pope's authority had been rejected. The court held its collective breath and waited. Anne gave birth on September the 7th, 1533, at Greenwich Palace. The labour was apparently straightforward, which was fortunate because Tudor medicine couldn't do much if things went wrong beyond prayer and hope. The midwives knew their craft, but their tools were limited. The child arrived healthy and crying, which was the first blessing. It was a girl. The disappointment was immediate and crushing. Not just for Henry, though his face apparently showed everything, but for everyone who had invested in this pregnancy producing a male heir. The letters announcing the birth had already been prepared with the word prince written out. Someone had to add an S to make it princess. That small addition told the whole story. They named her Elizabeth after both her grandmothers. The christening was appropriately magnificent because you had to maintain appearances regardless of disappointment. You couldn't admit publicly that a healthy royal baby was anything other than a blessing. The ceremony at the Church of the Observant Friars at Greenwich was lavish. Silver fonts, expensive fabrics, important godparents, everything proper and expensive. Princess Mary, Henry's daughter from Catherine, was demoted to Lady Mary and forced to serve in baby Elizabeth's household. This was both petty and politically necessary. You couldn't have two princesses when one was supposedly illegitimate. Mary was 17 years old and furious. She refused to acknowledge Anne as queen or Elizabeth as princess. This open defiance would cause problems for years. Henry tried to hide his disappointment and failed completely. He had been so certain the child would be male. The astrologers had promised a son. Their predictions had been clear. God himself should have rewarded Henry's righteousness with a male heir. He had broken with Rome, risked excommunication, endured years of waiting. A daughter was not what anyone wanted, except possibly Anne, who at least had produced a living child and survived the birth. But a daughter proved that Anne could have children, which was something, and they were both young enough to try again. The next one would be a boy. It had to be. The pressure on Anne to deliver a son became crushing. She was queen, but her position was entirely dependent on giving Henry what he needed. Catherine had failed at this over 12 years and lost her throne because of it. Anne had to succeed where Catherine had not. She had no margin for error, no reserve of goodwill, no years of loyal service to fall back on. She became pregnant again quickly. This was good. This meant she was fertile and Henry was still interested enough to share her bed regularly. But then she miscarried, probably in the summer of 1534. The details are vague because miscarriages didn't warrant the record-keeping that live births received. Just another pregnancy that failed, another hope disappointed. She became pregnant again, miscarried again. Each failed pregnancy weakened her position like water wearing away stone. Henry's patience, never his strongest quality, wore thin. He started to wonder if God was sending him a message about this marriage too. The court that had reluctantly accepted Anne when she was the exciting new thing began to turn against her more openly. She had too many enemies and not enough power to silence them. The old nobility resented her common origins and her Protestant sympathies. They missed the old ways, the old church, the certainty of Rome's authority. Catherine's supporters hated her for displacing their queen and endangering Princess Mary's position. The common people had never accepted her, and never would. Now even Henry's enthusiasm was cooling like a fire burning down to embers. Anne's personality didn't help her cause. She had never learned to be conciliatory or deferential. The French confidence that had made her interesting during courtship made her seem arrogant as queen. She argued with Henry about policy, about appointments, about everything. Queens were not supposed to do this. Queens were supposed to be gentle and supportive and quietly influential at most. She had opinions on religious policy and expressed them forcefully. She wanted faster reform, more Protestant measures. The monasteries dissolved and their wealth redistributed. She patronised reformist preachers and protected them when conservatives tried to prosecute them for heresy. This made enemies among the bishops and nobles who were nervous about how far the Reformation would go. She was sharp-tongued when she should have been diplomatic. She made cutting remarks about people who then became her enemies. She couldn't resist winning an argument even when losing gracefully would have served her better politically. These were the habits of someone who had always been clever and rewarded for it, not the habits of someone whose position depended on others liking her. Henry, meanwhile, was getting older and the ageing was not kind. He was 43 in 1534, still vigorous in many ways, but not the athletic young king anymore. A jousting accident in 1536 would leave him with a leg wound that never properly healed, an ulcer that festered and caused him pain for the rest of his life. He was starting to get heavy around the middle. The famous portrait from later years, the massive Henry in elaborate dress with tiny suspicious eyes, was beginning to emerge from the athletic prince. He was also noticing other women the way he always had, Jane Seymour specifically. Jane was one of Anne's ladies-in-waiting, which was either ironic or predictable depending on how you looked at it. She was everything Anne wasn't, pale where Anne was dark, blonde where Anne was brunette, quiet where Anne was sharp, submissive where Anne was argumentative. English to the core with none of Anne's foreign ways. She was about as interesting as oatmeal, but that was suddenly appealing. Henry was tired of interesting. He wanted compliant. Anne saw what was happening. She had eyes. She had been at court long enough to recognise the signs. She had watched this exact scenario play out with Catherine. The king's attention wandering. A new woman being positioned. The old queen slowly being edged out of favour. Now she was the old queen, and some pale, insipid English girl was being groomed as her replacement. She became desperate. Her responses grew sharp, occasionally hysterical. She accused Henry of infidelity, which was true but unwise to say. She made scenes. She cried. These responses were understandable given what she was facing, but they were tactically disastrous. They confirmed every negative thing people said about her. They made Henry see her as tiresome and difficult when he wanted peace and agreement. In January 1536, Catherine of Aragon died at Kimbolton Castle. She was 50 years old, worn out from years of struggle and exile from power and grief over her daughter's mistreatment. Her death should have simplified things. With Catherine gone, there was no rival queen. No one could claim Henry should return to his first wife. Anne's position should have been more secure. Instead, Catherine's death freed Henry to consider options he hadn't had before. While Catherine lived, divorcing Anne meant admitting the break from Rome had been a mistake. He would have to beg the Pope for forgiveness and possibly take Catherine back. With Catherine dead, Henry could claim his marriage to Anne had been invalid from the start for different reasons. He could marry Jane Seymour and start fresh without looking completely absurd or hypocritical. On the same day Catherine died, Anne miscarried. She was about 15 weeks pregnant, far enough along that the child's sex could be determined. It was a boy. The timing was catastrophic. The one thing she needed to do, she had just failed at again. Henry wanted to know why God kept denying him sons. Anne's failure to produce a living male heir was starting to look less like bad luck, and more like divine disapproval of this marriage, the same way he had claimed divine disapproval of the marriage to Catherine. Cromwell saw where things were heading. He was brilliant at reading political winds. He had built his career on Anne's rise. He had helped orchestrate the break from Rome. He had pushed the Reformation legislation through Parliament. Her fall could mean his fall too, unless he managed the fall himself and showed Henry he was still useful regardless of who was queen. He started collecting evidence of treason, or rather, he started inventing evidence of treason, because Anne hadn't actually committed any. But treason was whatever the king said it was, and if the king wanted Anne gone, then evidence could be manufactured. The charges against Anne were absurd on their face. They accused her of adultery with 5 men, including her own brother George. They claimed she had plotted to murder the king so she could marry one of her lovers. The idea that a queen under constant surveillance, accompanied everywhere by ladies-in-waiting, could conduct multiple simultaneous affairs, including incest, was laughable. But the charges didn't need to be believable. They just needed to be official. The men accused with her were arrested first in late April. Mark Smeaton, a court musician, Henry Norris, one of the king's closest friends, William Brereton, a groom of the king's chamber, Francis Weston, another courtier, and George Boleyn, her own brother. Some were tortured to extract confessions. Smeaton confessed, probably under torture, though the details are unclear. The others maintained their innocence. It didn't matter. They were put on trial and convicted on basically no evidence beyond coincidence and proximity. Then on May 2nd, Anne herself was arrested at Greenwich and taken by barge to the Tower of London. She entered through the same Watergate her father had helped build during its renovation. She had processed through London in triumph as Queen 3 years earlier. Now she returned as a prisoner facing death. She was terrified, but also strangely calm. Part of her must have known this was coming. She had seen how quickly favour could turn into catastrophe. She had helped orchestrate Catherine's downfall. She knew how easily the machinery of power could be turned against you. Now the same mechanism was being used on her. The trial was a formality conducted with the appearance of justice. The verdict was predetermined. She was convicted of adultery with all 5 men, of incest with her brother, of plotting to murder the king. The sentence was death by burning or beheading, at the king's pleasure. Henry generously commuted burning at the stake to beheading by sword, which was considered a mercy. The sword was the French method, faster and cleaner than the English axe, a small concession to her years in France. Anne spent her last days in the tower in the same room she had used before her coronation. The irony was not lost on her. She alternated between calm acceptance and moments of hysteria. She prayed constantly. She asked if the execution would hurt. She was told it would be quick. She joked darkly about having a little neck that would make the executioner's job easier. She asked that the execution be done by an expert swordsman from France, rather than an English axeman, and Henry granted this request. He had already sent for the executioner before her trial even began, which shows how predetermined the outcome was. She wanted a clean death. She would get one. The morning of May 19th, 1536 dawned clear over London, the kind of spring morning that makes you grateful to be alive, which must have felt cruel to Anne Boleyn. Anne woke early in her rooms in the tower. She had slept surprisingly well considering what awaited her. The human body has limits to how long it can maintain pure terror. Eventually exhaustion wins. Eventually you sleep because you have to, because consciousness is too heavy to carry anymore. She had been in the tower for just over 2 weeks, waiting for a death she knew was coming. She dressed carefully with the help of her ladies. You wore your best clothes to your execution. It was a kind of final performance, the last chance to control how people remembered you. She chose a dark grey damask gown with a crimson kirtle underneath. The colours were sombre but rich, an ermine mantle for her shoulders despite the warmth of the morning. Ermine was for royalty. She was still technically queen until the moment the sword fell. A white linen headdress that covered her dark hair. She looked dignified, composed, queenly in a way that must have taken enormous effort. The executioner had arrived from Calais the previous night. He was an expert with a sword, brought in specially because Anne had requested it. A sword was faster and cleaner than an axe if the executioner knew his business. It required skill to behead someone with one stroke. The English executioner used an axe and sometimes needed multiple blows to finish the job. Anne wanted a clean death, and Henry had granted her that small mercy. The execution was scheduled for 9 in the morning, but there were delays. The kind of delays that stretch minutes into hours when you're waiting to die. The swordsman needed time to prepare himself, to test his stance on the scaffold, to make sure everything was positioned correctly. The scaffold itself needed to be checked. A crowd had to be assembled because executions were public events. You couldn't just quietly kill a queen. It had to be witnessed, recorded, made official. Anne waited with her ladies. 4 of them had stayed with her through everything. Women who had served her as queen and now served her in her last hours. She talked with them normally, or as normally as anyone could under the circumstances. She even joked a little. She made a comment about having a little neck, which would make the executioner's job easier. Dark humour was apparently a Boleyn family trait, something she shared with her brother who had died 2 days earlier on the same charges. Her ability to maintain composure impressed even people who hated her, and many people hated her. The witnesses who would later describe this day talked about her calmness, her dignity, her courage. These were not qualities they expected from a woman they had been told was a scheming adulteress. But seeing someone face death bravely made you reconsider your judgments, or at least made you uncomfortable about them. The constable of the tower arrived to escort her to the scaffold. It was time. She stood without hesitation. She walked calmly through the tower, her ladies behind her. No stumbling, no pleading for more time. The scaffold was built on Tower Green, inside the tower walls rather than on Tower Hill where common criminals died. This was a concession to her rank. Queens didn't die in front of the general public like traitors and thieves. Maybe 1,000 people were there to watch, mostly officials and witnesses required by law to verify that justice had been done. The Mayor of London, various nobles, court officials. Some were there by invitation, others had pulled strings to get in. A queen's execution was history in the making. People wanted to be able to say they had seen it. They wanted to tell their grandchildren about the day Anne Boleyn died. The scaffold was raised about 4 feet off the ground, high enough that everyone could see clearly. It was covered in straw to soak up the blood that would come. A wooden block was placed in the centre, though Anne would kneel upright without the block because the sword required a different position than the axe. The executioner stood ready, his sword hidden under the straw so Anne wouldn't see it and panic. Professional executioners knew that a calm victim made their job easier. Anne climbed the steps steadily. 12 steps, someone counted later. She addressed the crowd, as was customary for the condemned. People expected a final speech. Some used the opportunity to proclaim innocence. Others made political statements. Some just prayed and got it over with. Anne said nothing about her innocence, which disappointed those hoping for drama or confession. She said she'd come here to die according to law. She asked people to pray for the king, who had been good to her and treated her well. She asked for prayers for herself. The words were careful, neutral, giving nothing away. She was protecting Elizabeth, maybe. She was protecting herself from charges that might extend beyond death. She was just getting through it the best way she could. She forgave her executioner before he had done anything. This was traditional. The executioner would kneel and ask forgiveness for what he was about to do. The condemned person would grant it, sparing him guilt and supposedly ensuring a clean stroke. It was a small kindness in an unkind situation, a ritual that made the unbearable slightly more bearable for everyone involved. She removed her headdress with her own hands. One of her ladies stepped forward and tied a blindfold around her eyes. Not a thick cloth, but thin enough that light came through, thick enough that she wouldn't see the blade coming. She knelt on the straw and positioned herself, upright without the block, hands clasped. She began praying quietly in English and possibly French. To Christ she commended her soul. Jesus, receive my soul, over and over like a mantra, focusing on those words instead of what was about to happen. The executioner was professional and practiced. While Anne prayed, he made a show of stepping toward his assistant and calling loudly for the sword, drawing her attention in that direction. While she turned her head slightly toward the sound, tracking it instinctively, he retrieved the actual sword from the straw where it had been hidden. He took his position behind her. He raised the blade. He swung in one smooth motion, one stroke, clean. Anne Boleyn died instantly, her body collapsing forward before her mind could register what had happened. The head was caught in the cloth her ladies had prepared for it. They had thought of everything, even this final indignity. The body was lifted and placed in an arrow chest because nobody had bothered to arrange a proper coffin. An arrow chest. The kind used to store weapons. That was what they could spare for a queen. She was buried that afternoon in the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula within the tower. The chapel of St. Peter in Chains, an appropriate name. No ceremony, no monument, no memorial. Just another body in the ground. The king who had broken with Rome and shattered English religion for her was already betrothed to Jane Seymour. The betrothal had happened the day after Anne's execution. They would marry 11 days later. Everything moved quickly when a king wanted it to. Anne Boleyn had been queen for 1,000 days, give or take. 1,000 days that had changed England forever, though nobody quite realised it yet. They thought they were witnessing the end of a scandal. They didn't understand they had witnessed the beginning of a revolution. The woman they buried in May 1536 would have been forgotten if history had followed the expected script. Jane Seymour would give Henry his son, and Edward VI would inherit the throne and rule for decades. Princess Mary and Princess Elizabeth would fade into footnotes. The break from Rome would be reversed or minimised. England would return to being Catholic. Anne would be remembered as a scheming temptress who briefly confused a king before justice was served. None of that happened. Jane Seymour did give Henry his son in 1537, then died 12 days later from complications. Edward was a sickly child who would inherit the throne at 9 years old and die at 15. He never married, never had children, left no heir. The Tudor line that Henry had broken England's religion to secure died with him. Princess Mary inherited next. She tried desperately to return England to Catholicism. She married Philip of Spain. She burned Protestant heretics by the hundreds, earning herself the nickname Bloody Mary. She was convinced God would reward her righteousness with a child. God apparently disagreed. She died childless in 1558, bitter and failed. The throne passed to Elizabeth, Anne Boleyn's daughter, the child whose birth had been such a disappointment. Elizabeth became the greatest monarch England had ever seen. She reigned for 45 years. She established England as a Protestant nation permanently. She defeated the Spanish Armada. She presided over a golden age of literature and exploration. Shakespeare wrote his plays during her reign. England became a world power under her guidance. Elizabeth understood what her mother's life had taught. Power was precarious. Favour could turn to hatred overnight. The safest course was to never marry, never give anyone leverage over you, keep potential rivals off balance, and make yourself indispensable. She became the Virgin Queen, married to England itself. She was also her mother's daughter in temperament, quick-witted, sharp-tongued, well-educated, multilingual, comfortable with power. She inherited Anne's intelligence and her refusal to be controlled. The French confidence Anne had absorbed at court lived on in Elizabeth's reign. The Protestant Reformation that Anne had nudged into existence by giving Henry books and ideas became the defining feature of English national identity. The Church of England that began as a legal technicality to enable a divorce became the spiritual foundation of the nation. The break from Rome that seemed like a personal whim turned out to be historically inevitable. England's separation from Catholic Europe shaped everything that followed. It influenced the English Civil War of the 1600s. It shaped England's rivalry with Spain and later France. It affected colonisation of North America, since English colonists brought Protestant religion with them. The America you know exists partly because Anne Boleyn refused to be just another royal mistress. The monasteries that Cromwell and Henry dissolved in the 1530s never came back. Their lands were redistributed to nobles and merchants, creating a new class of wealthy landowners loyal to the crown and the Protestant settlement. This changed England's economic structure permanently. The Catholic Church in England had owned about 1/6 of all land. That wealth was transferred to secular hands, and with it went the political power of the Church. The English Bible that Tyndale had translated and Anne had promoted became the foundation of Protestant worship. For the first time, ordinary English people could read scripture themselves rather than relying on priests to interpret it for them. This was revolutionary. It meant people could form their own theological opinions. It undermined the Church's monopoly on religious truth. It planted seeds of intellectual independence that would eventually grow into the Enlightenment. Anne's execution taught England something about power and gender. A woman could be queen in her own right. Mary proved this, even though her reign was troubled. Elizabeth proved it gloriously. The idea that women were inherently unfit to rule died during Elizabeth's reign, killed by her obvious competence. The cultural memory of Anne herself became complicated. Catholic writers portrayed her as a scheming whore who seduced a good king into heresy. Protestant writers made her a martyr for reform. Neither version captured the real person, who was neither monster nor saint, but something more interesting. A clever woman navigating impossible circumstances with the tools available to her. Historians for centuries struggled with Anne. The Victorians found her morally troubling because she had disrupted a marriage and seemed too ambitious for their taste. Early feminists tried to reclaim her as a proto-feminist crushed by patriarchy. Modern historians recognise she was more complex than either portrayal allows. What we know for certain is that her life intersected with vast historical forces and channeled them in specific directions. The Protestant Reformation was happening across Europe. England would likely have experienced it eventually regardless. But Anne's refusal to be a mistress meant Henry needed theological justification for divorce, which meant embracing reform ideas, which meant breaking from Rome, which meant England went Protestant decades earlier than it might have otherwise. The Reformation in England was peculiar because it came from the top down. In Germany and Switzerland it bubbled up from popular movements. In England it was imposed by royal decree. This gave English Protestantism a different character, more conservative theologically, more tied to national identity, more willing to retain Catholic traditions that continental Protestants rejected. Anne lived in an era when individual choices could still redirect history. The world was small enough and centralised enough that one woman refusing one king could trigger consequences that rippled across centuries. She didn't plan to start a reformation, she just wanted to be queen instead of a discarded mistress. History used her personal ambition as a lever to move the world. The England of 1536, when Anne died, was still fundamentally medieval in worldview. The England of 1600, when Elizabeth died, was recognisably modern. That transformation happened because of choices made during Anne's lifetime, and because of the daughter she left behind. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you might think about Hever Castle and the girl who left for France. You might picture her learning to dance at the French court, absorbing dangerous ideas about church authority, developing the confidence that would attract a king. You might imagine her saying no when saying no was unthinkable, and then waiting years for that no to turn into yes. You might think about the 1,000 days she spent as queen, pregnant and miscarrying, watching her position erode, seeing her replacement being groomed while she struggled to produce the son that would save her. You might imagine her last morning, dressing carefully, walking steadily to the scaffold, commending her soul to Christ while the executioner prepared his sword. And you might consider that the daughter she bore, the disappointing girl who should have been a boy, became the greatest monarch England ever produced and ruled over a golden age, that the religious transformation Anne accidentally triggered by refusing to be a mistress defined England for centuries, that the modern world emerged partly because one woman at one moment decided she wanted more than what powerful men expected her to accept. History is made of accidents and intentions tangling together in ways nobody predicts. Anne Boleyn intended to be queen. She accidentally helped create Protestant England, which accidentally shaped the modern world. Not bad for someone who just wanted to avoid being forgotten like her sister Mary. If you found something in tonight's story that resonated with you, perhaps you might consider sharing it with someone who appreciates history told with care. The algorithm rewards engagement, and our community of tired learners grows one thoughtful share at a time. Elizabeth's England lasted 45 years. Our channel hopes to last at least as long, one sleep-friendly story at a time. Sweet dreams, and may your tomorrow be gentler than Anne Boleyn's 1,000 days. The sand has not been raked yet. In a few hours it will be white and level and precise, the arena floor prepared with the particular care that Rome reserves for spectacle, and the crowd will fill the tiers above it in their tens of thousands, and the light will be different then. The full summer light of a Roman afternoon bouncing off stone and sand in a way that makes everything inside the oval impossibly bright. But right now the Colosseum is dark and empty, and the sand is still marked from whatever happened yesterday, and the only sound inside it is the sound of the city outside its walls, which is already moving, already loud, already building toward the day that is coming. My tired potatoes, the day that belongs, in ways that the rest of Rome's days do not, entirely to you. You wake before the horn, the body already running its calculation before the mind has assembled itself into the version that thinks in words, rather than in the older and more physical language of readiness and threat. The barracks are dark. The room you sleep in holds several men, the pallets close enough together that in winter the shared warmth is a practical necessity rather than a comfort, and the breathing of the men around you is the sound you have woken to more mornings than you can count in the years since you came to this place. Some of them are already awake. You can tell by the quality of the breathing, the ones whose breath has the specific shallowness of people lying still on purpose, rather than the slower depth of actual sleep. The ones who are fighting today, the ones whose bodies have done the same calculation yours has, and arrived at the same conclusion before dawn. You lie still for a moment, not from reluctance, though reluctance is present. A reasonable and appropriate response to the information your body is processing, but from the habit that the lanista, the trainer who runs this ludus, has spent years building into the men who train here. The habit of stillness before movement, of assessment before action, of knowing what is around you before you commit to moving through it. The habit was built for the arena, but it lives in everything now. The Ludus Magnus, the great training school attached to the Colosseum by a tunnel that runs beneath the street, was not a comfortable place in the way that word implies softness or ease. It was a practical place, built to the specifications of the work it housed. The training ground in its centre open to the sky and surrounded by the tiered cells where the fighters lived, each cell small and plain, the window looking out onto the training ground so that the view from your sleeping space was always the place where the work happened. The sand already raked at this hour, the wooden post at the centre of the ground still carrying the marks of yesterday's practice on its surface. The archaeological record of the gladiatorial barracks at Pompeii, preserved by the same catastrophe that ended the city, gives the bones of what this life looked like in physical terms. The rooms were small, the equipment stored and organised with the efficiency of people who understood that disorder in the things you depended on was a form of danger. The food was better than popular imagination suggests. The gladiatorial diet, documented in osteological studies of gladiatorial remains, as high in carbohydrates and protein, the bodies of fighting men maintained with the serious attention that the Lannister's investment required, a gladiator being an expensive asset that the Ludus had a practical interest in keeping functional. You are not always here. The life before this one is present in you the way early things are always present, not as memory exactly, but as the body that the earlier life produced, the particular way you hold yourself that comes from before the training, the language that still moves in your thoughts, in the hours before sleep, in the tongue you spoke before Latin became the language of every waking hour. You came here by one of the routes that men came to the arena, not the only route, not the most common one, but one of the real ones. And the route is yours, and it is behind you now, and what is in front of you is the day. The horn sounds. Across the barracks the sound of men rising, the particular efficiency of it, no wasted motion, the body going from horizontal to vertical with the directness of people who have done this enough times that the movement has been stripped of everything unnecessary. You dress in the dark, the familiar weight of the tunic, the sandals laced with the automatic attention of hands that have performed this task enough times that the eyes do not need to supervise it. The morning is the time of ritual, and the rituals matter in a way that is not superstitious, not entirely but practical. The mind needing something to do with the hours before the fight that is neither dwelling on what is coming nor avoiding thinking about it, the middle path being the rituals that organise the time and give the body something to perform while the mind holds what it holds. The Lannister understood this. The men who had been fighting longest understood this. The rituals were not imposed but transmitted, the newer fighters absorbing the habits of the older ones through observation before they understood why the habits existed. You splash water on your face from the basin in the corner of your cell. The water is cold and the cold is useful, the shock of it producing a clarity that the slow waking of the body takes longer to achieve. You look at your hands. They are the hands of a man who's been doing this for years, the knuckles thickened, the grip strength built into them visibly, the specific calluses of the specific weapons you have trained with since the day the Lannister assessed your build, and your reflexes and your temperament, and decided what kind of fighter you were going to become. The hands are ready. They are always ready, or they are as ready as hands can be for what they are asked to do, which is something that readiness cannot fully account for and that only the moment itself will settle. The men gather in the common space before the morning meal. The gathering has its own social texture, the fighters arranged by unspoken convention in the configurations that the years of living and training together have produced. The men who are fighting today slightly separate from the men who are not excluded but given the particular space that people give to others who are facing something they are not facing, a form of respect that does not require articulation. Seneca, who watched gladiatorial combat with the ambivalent fascination of a man whose philosophy told him to be above spectacle, and whose human nature brought him to the arena anyway, wrote about the gladiator's relationship with death, in terms that described the fear not as weakness, but as the appropriate response of a rational being to a genuine threat, the courage of the arena being not the absence of fear, but its management, the ability to do what the moment required while the fear was present rather than resolved. He was describing something from the outside that the men in this room lived from the inside, and the description was not wrong even if the angle was different. You know the man you're fighting today. You have seen him train, have assessed the way he moves in the particular analytical way that the years in the ludus produce, the eye developing a grammar of body mechanics and weapon handling, and the tendencies that emerge under pressure that is as precise as any language. What you know about him is useful. What you do not know about him is what he will do in the specific conditions of today, in this light and on this sand, and in this particular state of readiness or unreadiness that neither of you can fully predict until you're standing in the arena and the crowd is above you, and the fight is simply what is happening. The meal is brought in, you eat. The eating is another ritual, performed with the full attention that the Lannister demanded of everything performed in this place. Because the man who eats well before a fight is the man who has understood that the body requires fuel regardless of what the mind is doing with the fact of what is coming. And the man who cannot eat before a fight is the man whose fear has already begun to cost him something he will need. You eat. The food is plain and adequate, and you taste very little of it, which is normal, the senses narrowing slightly in the hours before combat, in the direction of the information they will need rather than the information that is merely present. The bread, the olive oil, the barley that has been the gladiatorial diet since before anyone in this room was born. Outside the barracks the city is fully awake now, the sound of it through the walls, a constant presence that has been the background to your life in this place for years, and that today, as on all fight days, carries a quality that ordinary days do not have. The city already moving toward the arena, already anticipating what you're only beginning to prepare for. The light is coming now. Through the window, the training ground is visible in the grey quality that precedes the actual sunrise, the wooden post at its centre casting no shadow yet, the sand around it pale and unmarked, and ready for whatever the morning practice will ask of it. The day has arrived in the way that the days that matter always arrive, not with drama, but with the simple fact of being there. The night over, the hours ahead already in motion, the fight at the end of them as certain as anything in this life can be certain. Not here exactly, not this morning with this opponent and this crowd and whatever this day will decide, but the shape of it. The waiting and the ritual and the meal and the light coming through the window of the barracks. You have been here before, and you are still here, and that is the whole of what you know that is useful. The horn sounds again. The training ground is yours for an hour before the rest of the city wakes fully. The light is still low and indirect, the sand cool underfoot, the air carrying the particular quality of a Roman morning in summer before the heat has built itself into the thing it will become by midday. You move through the warm-up sequence that the years have made automatic, the body finding its range of motion with the efficiency of machinery that has been well maintained, each movement producing information about the state of things today, the shoulder that was stiff last week looser now, the knee that has opinions in cold weather silent in the summer warmth, the hands opening and closing around an imagined grip with the particular readiness that fight days produce in the muscles before any weapon has been touched. The wooden post at the centre of the training ground has been taking punishment since before you came to this ludus. Its surface is marked with the accumulated impacts of years of practice. The wood compressed and darkened in the areas that receive the most strikes. A record of the work that has happened in front of it written in the grain of the wood itself. You work against it now, not with the intensity of actual training, but with the focused ease of a man checking the instrument rather than playing it. The strikes landing with enough force to feel the feedback, but not enough to cost anything that the afternoon will need. The other fighters who are on today move through their own preparations around you, each in the particular idiom of their own habits, the routines that years of fighting have produced in each of them. The secutor across the ground, who rolls his shoulders in the same sequence every morning, right then left, then both together, has been doing it since before you knew his name. The mumillo near the wall, who closes his eyes for several minutes before he touches any equipment, standing perfectly still with his hands at his sides in a stillness that is not the stillness of inattention, but of the most focused kind of attention, turned entirely inward. You do not know what he is doing in those minutes. You know that he has done it before every fight for as long as you have known him, and that he is one of the most dangerous men in this ludus, and the connection between those two facts is the only information you need about the practice. The gladiatorial games of imperial Rome were not a spontaneous entertainment. They were a managed institution, organised and administered with the bureaucratic thoroughness that Rome applied to everything it considered important, which is to say, everything that touched the management of public attention and the demonstration of imperial power. The editor, the person who funded and organised the games, made decisions months in advance about the pairings, the order of bouts, the categories of fighters to be displayed, the decisions working their way down through the administrative structure of the games until they arrived some days or weeks before the event at the lanista, who received the information and began the specific preparation that the pairing required. You knew your opponent before today. The lanista told you 10 days ago. The information delivered with the practical directness of a man communicating a logistical fact rather than a dramatic development. The name and the category, and what was known about his recent record and his fighting style. The assessment clinical and useful, the kind of briefing that a commander gives before an engagement rather than the kind that a dramatist writes. You received it the same way, filed it in the part of your mind that works on problems in the background, returning to it in the training sessions and the quiet hours of the barracks. Not obsessively, but with the patient analytical attention of someone who understands that preparation is the only variable in this situation that you control. He fights in the net and trident style, the retiarius, which means he will try to keep distance and use the net to disrupt your movement before the trident comes, the style relying on the reach advantage of the trident and the psychological effect of the net, which is considerable. You have fought against the net before. You know the override is possible, that it requires a specific quality of calm that is not the absence of the panic response, but the maintenance of function alongside it. The equipment is brought out by the attendants after the warm-up, the pieces laid out with the systematic care of people who understand that equipment failure in the arena is not an inconvenience, but a category of problem with consequences that nobody in this building wants to be responsible for. You check each piece yourself regardless. The same check in the same order that you have performed before every fight, because the checking is yours. The helmet first, the cheek guards, the grille, the neck guard, the fit of the hole against your head, the vision through the grille assessed not by looking at something specific, but by moving the eyes through the full range of motion and noting whether the grille interrupts that range in any way that it did not interrupt it last time. It does not. The helmet is what it was. The shield, its weight, its balance, the grip, the way it sits against the forearm and the hand together, the edge condition, the surface. The shield is a tool and a weapon simultaneously. The edge used for striking as well as the face used for blocking. And a shield whose edge has developed a problem since the last inspection is a shield that will communicate that problem to you in the worst possible moment. It has not developed a problem. The shield is what it was. The sword lust drawn from the scabbard with the practiced smoothness of a hand that has drawn it so many times the motion has become a single gesture rather than a sequence of smaller ones. The weight of it is so familiar that unfamiliar would be the alarming sensation, the heft and balance that your arm has calibrated itself to over years of use, now simply the extension of your hand that it feels like. The edge is sound, the point is sound, the grip is secure. The assessment has been made through the systematic check of the things that can be checked. The unknown variables of the afternoon set aside because they cannot be addressed here, and the variables that can be addressed have been addressed. And that is the whole of what preparation can do. The city outside the barracks has found its full voice by now. The sounds of the morning market giving way to the sounds of a city moving toward an event. The particular quality of crowd noise that builds across the hours before the games begin. Not yet the roar of the arena, but the distributed anticipation of 100,000 people organising themselves toward a single destination. Rome loved the games with an intensity that its philosophers found troubling and its emperors found useful, the arena being the place where the empire's population was most fully assembled in one location, most fully visible to itself and to the power that administered it. Marcus Aurelius, who attended the games because the emperor's presence was expected and who found them tedious and occasionally disgusting, wrote in his private meditations about the importance of not being captured by spectacle, of maintaining the interior life against the noise of the crowd and the pull of sensation. He was writing about himself and about the crowd, about the citizens of Rome who filled the tiers of the Colosseum and gave themselves over to what was happening in the arena with a completeness that the emperor found philosophically undignified. He was not writing about you. The man in the arena does not have the option of maintaining philosophical distance from the spectacle. The man in the arena is the spectacle, and the question of dignity is organised differently from where he stands. You have thought about this across the years, in the particular way that men in your position think about the framework that contains them, not with the leisure of a philosopher, but with the practical urgency of someone who needs the framework to make sense in order to function inside it. It is something more like the understanding that the task in front of you is the task in front of you, and the crowd and the politics and the imperial power and the question of what it means that this is entertainment for a city of 1 million people are all real and all present, and none of them are what you can think about between now and the end of the afternoon. The lanista moves through the space where the fighters are completing their preparations, saying what he says on fight mornings, which is not inspirational and not ceremonial but practical. The last specific observations about opponents and conditions and the things that today requires that he has not already communicated in the preceding days of preparation. He stops at you. He looks at the equipment. He looks at you. He says what he has to say and moves on. The morning is nearly done. The procession assembles soon. The city is waiting as it has been waiting since before you woke, and the sand in the arena has been raked by now, white and level and precise, and the day that belongs to you is about to make its demands. The street outside the Ludus is already lined when the gates open. Not the full crowd, not yet, that assembles in the tiers of the Colosseum across the morning and reaches its full number by the time the afternoon bouts begin, but the people who come early to watch the procession, who want to see the fighters before the arena frames them, in the street, at close range, moving through the ordinary city on their way to the place where the ordinary city stops applying. They press against the sides of the street and they watch you pass, and the watching has a quality that you have felt many times and have not found a word for. Not admiration exactly, and not hostility exactly, but something that contains both of those things and something else underneath them. The particular regard that people give to other people who are about to do something they themselves would not do. You walk. The procession moves at the pace that processions move, deliberate and visible, the purpose of it being as much the display as the transportation. Rome understanding that the movement of fighters through the city before the games was itself a form of spectacle. The anticipation built in the street becoming part of the energy that the arena would later contain and amplify. The fighters around you move with the same deliberate quality. The training ground efficiency translated into something that reads differently in public. The same economy of motion producing, in this context, the impression of readiness rather than merely the fact of it. The city smells of itself. The bread from the bakeries that have been going since before dawn, the animal smell of the cattle market somewhere to the north, the sharp particular smell of the fuller's shops along the street, where cloth is processed in the large vats that require a substance that Rome sourced from the public latrines, and that the fuller's street announces its presence with, from a considerable distance. The ordinary city in all its ordinary functions, the buying and selling and processing and arguing and living, that fills every street in Rome on every morning that is not fight day, and on fight days too, continuing alongside the procession, with the indifference that a city of 1 million people has toward any individual event occurring within it, however significant that event is to the people it contains. The feet know this route the way feet know routes that have been walked many times, not by conscious memory but by something more physical. The turns arriving before the landmarks that announce them, the body navigating without requiring the mind to direct the navigation. What changes each time is the crowd, which is never exactly the same crowd twice. The face is different, though the quality of attention in them is consistent. And what changes inside you, which you do not spend time trying to describe because the describing of it is not useful in the way that the management of it is useful. It has been present since you woke, running alongside the preparation and the ritual and the equipment check, and the morning practice in the way that a river runs alongside a road. Not the same thing as the road, not obstructing the road, but present and audible if you stop moving and listen for it. You do not stop moving. The fear is information, the same kind of information that the shoulders' looseness and the knees' silence and the hands' readiness are information. The body's report on the current state of things, and information is useful when it is used and not useful when it's dwelt upon. And the difference between using it and dwelling on it is the work of years and is never entirely complete. Kathleen Coleman, whose scholarship on the Roman spectacles examined the gladiatorial games as a cultural institution rather than merely as entertainment, described the procession as a threshold ritual, the passage from the world of the ludus to the world of the arena marked by the public movement through the city's streets, the fighter becoming, through the act of being seen by the crowd in this way, something different from what he was inside the barracks walls. The threshold is real. You feel it in the street the way you would feel a change in temperature. Not dramatic, but unmistakable. The Colosseum appears at the end of the street the way large things appear when you've been moving toward them through smaller streets. Not gradually, but suddenly, the scale of it arriving all at once when the street opens into the space around the structure's base. You have seen it many times and the scale still lands. The Colosseum at close range, the 4 tiers of arched openings rising above you, the stone that has been here for generations already, and that will be here for generations after everyone currently entering it is gone, produces in the body a response that is not fear and is not awe exactly, but is the specific physical sensation of smallness, the body registering its own scale against a scale that dwarfs it. The structure was completed under the Emperor Titus in 80 CE, built on the site of the artificial lake of Nero's Golden House. The reclamation of the space itself, a political statement about the difference between an emperor who took land from the people for his private pleasure and an emperor who returned it as public spectacle. It could hold 50,000 people, some estimates placing it higher, the tiers arranged so that the crowd's noise, which was considerable and which had a specific acoustic quality produced by the stone and the shape of the oval, fell down into the arena in a way that was different from how crowd noise felt in open air. More contained, more directional, pressing down from all sides simultaneously. You have stood in that noise, you know what it does to the body, which is something that description approximates but does not reproduce. The sound less heard than felt, the chest and the gut receiving it before the ears have finished processing it. The crowd's reaction to what is happening in the arena, arriving in the bodies of the people in the arena before it arrives in their minds as understood sound. This is one of the things about the arena that the people in the tiers do not know from the inside, the particular quality of being inside the noise rather than producing it. The way the crowd's energy is not motivating in the way that popular accounts of gladiatorial combat tend to suggest but is simply present, a physical fact of the environment that the body has learned to incorporate into its functioning the way it incorporates the heat or the light. The entrance to the arena for the fighters is not the entrance the crowd uses. You move through the passage beneath the structure, the vomitoria that feed the crowd into the tiers above reversed in direction here, taking you down rather than up, through the hypogeum, the underground complex beneath the arena floor that housed the mechanisms and the animals and the fighters waiting for their bouts, and the equipment and the attendants and the priests and the administrative apparatus of the games that the crowd above would never see. The hypogeum smells of stone and animals and the particular close air of underground spaces that do not fully exchange with the air above them. The light comes from torches set in the walls at intervals that illuminate the immediate space without connecting it to anything outside, the torches producing a warm and slightly unsteady light that makes the stone walls look different from how they look in daylight. The shadows moving in a way that daylight shadows do not move. The sounds from above are present but muffled. The crowd noise that has been building since the morning filtered through the stone of the arena floor into something that is felt more than heard, a low vibration in the walls and the floor that tells you the tiers are filling, that the morning events have begun, that the afternoon is arriving. You find your place in the space beneath. The fighters wait in the way that fighters wait, with the internal management of everything that waiting before a fight produces. The sand above you has been raked. You know this without seeing it. By now the morning events will have marked it with whatever they marked it with, and between now and your bout the attendants will rake it again, returning it to the level white surface that each major fight begins on. The surface that you will be standing on in some number of hours is being maintained above you by people you cannot see, in a space you cannot yet access, and all you can do with that information is what you have always done with the things you cannot affect, which is set it aside and return to the things you can. The torch on the wall holds its light, the stone holds its cold, the crowd above holds its noise, and you hold what you hold in the particular way of a man who has learned, across years of standing in this place, that holding is the whole of what the waiting requires. The hypogeum holds time differently from the world above it, not slowly, not the stretched quality that anticipation produces in some people, but with a density that ordinary time does not have, each minute containing more of itself than minutes usually contain, the awareness of what is coming pressing against the present moment from one side and the awareness of what has already been given up pressing from the other. The hypogeum is a world of its own. The passages connect chambers that each serve a specific function in the mechanics of the games, the animal holding areas with their smell of hay and large bodies, and the particular restlessness of creatures that know they are somewhere they did not choose. The equipment storage with its organised racks of weapons and armour checked and rechecked by the attendants who are responsible for the physical condition of everything that enters the arena. The waiting areas where the fighters sit or stand or move through whatever preparation the final hour requires. The torches on the walls produce a light that is warm but not generous, illuminating the immediate space and leaving the passages beyond it in a darkness that the imagination populates differently, depending on the state of the person doing the imagining. You're sitting on a stone bench that has been sat on by fighters before every bout in this arena since the structure was completed, which means it has been sat on by men who went up through the gate above you and came back, and men who went up through the gate and did not come back, and the stone of it does not record which was which or care about the distinction, the stone being indifferent to everything that happens on and around it, which is one of the things that makes stone useful to be near when the mind needs something that will not be moved by what is moving it. In the years you've been doing this, you have developed an approach to the waiting that is not a technique exactly, but a practice, performed consistently enough that the performance itself produces a state, rather than the state being required before the performance can begin. You do not try to empty the mind of what it contains. The mind contains what it contains, and the trying produces struggle, and struggle produces tension, and tension is the thing that costs you in the arena, the body tightening around the fear rather than moving through it. What you do instead is let the mind have what it has and direct the attention to the body. The breath, which has been slightly shallow since the procession began, deliberately slowed now. The exhale longer than the inhale, the body's own system for managing the state that the nervous system produces under threat working, when it's given the space to work rather than being overridden by the mind's insistence on thinking about the thing that is causing the threat. The hands, which have a tendency on fight days to grip whatever they are holding with more force than the holding requires, deliberately loosened, the fingers opened and reclosed at a tension that is readiness without rigidity. The Stoic philosophers whose ideas circulated through Rome in this period would have recognized the practice without naming it. Epictetus, who knew something about constraint that most philosophers did not know from the inside, having been a slave before he was a teacher, wrote about the discipline of attention as the primary tool of the person who cannot control their circumstances but can control their relationship to those circumstances. The gladiator and the philosopher had different relationships to the Roman power structure, one of them considerably more lethal than the other, but the tool Epictetus described was the tool you were using, and the using of it was the same regardless of who had named it. The sounds from above shift as the morning events give way to the afternoon programme. You can read the crowd through the stone the way a sailor reads weather through the quality of light. The different registers of the noise, communicating information about what is happening in the arena, that the walls and the floor translate into vibration and pressure rather than identifiable sound. The roar that means something has happened suddenly. The sustained noise that means the crowd is engaged with something developing rather than reacting to a single moment. The particular frequency that means the tiers are full rather than half full. The mass of 50,000 people producing a quality of vibration that 30,000 does not. The bouts before yours are proceeding in the sequence that the editor established, each one bringing your moment nearer, with the same indifference to your feelings about the proximity that the stone bench brings to the waiting. The other fighters in the hippodrome are at different stages of their own preparation, some of them still in the early hours of the wait, some of them in the final minutes before the gate opens. The ones in the final minutes carrying a quality of stillness that is different from the stillness of earlier waiting. More concentrated, the attention having narrowed to the point where the peripheral world has largely stopped registering, and what remains is the gate and what is on the other side of it. The narrowed state produces not fearlessness, but a specific form of focus that operates independently of the emotional state it coexists with. The body able to do what it needs to do because the attention has been directed entirely toward doing it, rather than toward the assessment of whether doing it is a good idea. The assessment was completed days ago. The training was completed years ago. What remains now is the execution, and the execution will be what it is, shaped by the preparation and the opponent and the specific conditions of the afternoon, and the variables that no amount of preparation can account for. And the acceptance of that last category is the final piece of the work that the waiting allows. There is a man in the Hippogeium who will not fight today. He's here in an administrative capacity, moving through the passages with the efficiency of someone managing a complex operation, checking on the fighters and the equipment and the animals and the timing, the games being as much a logistical achievement as an entertainment, and requiring the continuous attention of people who understand the logistics. He pauses at the chamber where you're waiting and looks at you the way the people who run the games look at the fighters, which is the look of someone assessing an asset's readiness rather than considering a person's well-being. The two things not mutually exclusive but not identical either. You return the look with the flatness that the years in this world have produced in you for this specific exchange. The man moves on. The passage resumes its torchlit normalcy. The stone walls continue their indifference. The archaeological evidence from the Hypogeum at the Colosseum, excavated and studied across the 20th century, shows the mechanical sophistication of the system that operated beneath the arena floor. The lifts and the trapdoors and the cage passages through which animals were moved from their holding areas to the arena surface. The whole apparatus designed to produce surprise and spectacle from below. Things appearing in the arena as if from nowhere, because the audience above could not see the infrastructure that produced the appearance. The fighters did not come up through the lifts. They came up through the gates, the Porta Sana Vivaria, the Gate of Life, and the Porta Libitinensis, the Gate of the Dead, named for the goddess associated with funerals, the naming of the gates being the arena's most direct acknowledgement of the two outcomes that every bout contained. You will come up through the Gate of Life, the outcome you're preparing for and the outcome you intend. And the intending and the preparing are everything you have, and they are enough to stand on, and standing on them is the whole of what the waiting has been for. The gate above you is visible from the bench. It is a plain wooden structure reinforced with iron, functional rather than ceremonial, the ceremony reserved for the arena floor above it where the crowd can see. Through the gaps in the wood, the light from above comes through in thin, bright lines, the afternoon sun of Rome in summer sharp and direct, entirely different in quality from the torchlight of the Hypogeum, and the brightness of those lines against the dark of the underground space is the visual fact of what is waiting above. The world of the arena present in the Hypogeum as light through a gate that has not yet opened. The crowd noise is a constant now, the tiers full and the afternoon programme engaged, the sound of it coming through the floor as the particular pressure that 50,000 people assembled in one place produces. You have stopped passing it. The information it was carrying has been received and the remainder is simply environment, present the way the torchlight is present, the way the cold of the stone is present, the way the smell of the Hypogeum is present, background to the foreground of your own body in this moment. The breath and the hands and the particular quality of readiness that years of doing this have taught you to recognise when it arrives. Not announced, not decided, simply present in the way the light through the gate is present, the preparation complete and the body ready, and the afternoon above you doing what the afternoon does, waiting for nothing, indifferent to everything, proceeding with or without your participation toward the moment when the gate opens and the light comes down and the sand receives your weight and the crowd becomes the thing it becomes when the fighters enter and the bout begins. The gate will open soon. You sit with that and let it be what it is. The light hits you before anything else. Coming up through the gate from the Hypogeum's torchlit dark into the full afternoon sun of the arena is a physical event, not a visual one. The light not seen so much as received by the whole surface of the body at once, the heat and the brightness arriving simultaneously as a single sensation that the eyes need a moment to resolve into the specific shapes of the world above, the sand, the walls, the tiers rising on all sides with their tens of thousands of people, the crowd becoming visible as a mass before it becomes visible as individual faces, the sheer scale of the assembled attention pressing down into the arena from every direction. The body knows what to do with it, the eyes adjusting, the breath finding its rhythm, the focus narrowing from the overwhelming totality of the arena down to the ground in front of you, and the gate on the opposite side and the figure emerging from it, which is the only thing in this space that requires your attention now, the 50,000 people in the tiers having ceased to be relevant from the moment the gate opened. He is larger than you expected, not dramatically, not in a way that changes anything, but the body assesses these things automatically and files the information before the mind has been consulted, the adjustment already being made in the weight distribution and the distance calculation and the first steps across the sand. He moves the way you expected from the assessments of the preceding days, the retiarius carrying the net in his left hand and the trident in his right, with the practiced ease of a man whose body has organised itself around these implements for years, the net held slightly away from the body at the height and angle that allows the fastest cast, the trident trailing behind at the ready. He is reading you the same way you are reading him. Both of you have been doing this long enough to know that the first exchange of information happens before any weapon is moved. The sand is different from the training ground sand. Finer, more uniform, raked to a level surface that receives the foot differently than the packed earth of the Ludus training area. The slight give of it changing the physics of movement in ways small enough that the untrained body would not notice them, and large enough that the trained body has already recalibrated. You have fought on this sand before. The calibration is automatic. He casts the net at the range where most fighters are not yet expecting it, which is the tell you identified in the assessments of his previous bouts, the early cast being his opening move when he reads confidence in his opponent, the attempt to catch the adjustment off guard. You read the cast coming in the positioning of his left shoulder 3 steps before the arm moved and you moved left and the net passed to your right and opened on the sand behind you, and he was already moving, closing the distance that the failed cast should have bought him. The trident coming forward at the angle that was the natural follow to the net throw, and you brought the shield up, and the trident point scraped across the face of it with a sound and a force that travelled from the shield through the forearm into the shoulder, which noted it and continued. The crowd made a sound. You did not hear it as a sound. It arrived as a change in the pressure of the air, the collective response of 50,000 people to a single moment registering in the body before it registered anywhere else, and then it was gone, and there was only the opponent 3 feet away, the trident recovered, the net already being gathered with the quick practiced motion of a man who has thrown and missed before, and who knows that a net on the ground is an anchor rather than a weapon, and that recovering it is the first priority after a failed throw, not the dense time of the apogum, and not the ordinary time of the morning, and not the stretch time of the procession, but something specific to the state that combat produces, a compression and an expansion simultaneously. The moments that require decision arriving, with a slowness that allows them to be seen clearly, and the moments between them passing with a speed that the mind does not fully record. You will not be able to give a complete account of what happened afterward. This is normal. The fighters who describe their bouts in complete narrative sequence are describing something constructed after the fact from the fragments that the memory retained, and the fragments are real, but the sequence is an imposition. The weight of the shield as you drove it forward into his reaching arm, deflecting the trident's line rather than blocking it, the deflection requiring less force and producing better positioning than the block, the sand under your right foot at the moment of the drive, the slight give of it, the way the foot found purchase anyway, the sound of his breathing at close range, the specific rhythm of a man working hard and managing it, different from the rhythm of a man beginning to fail. The moment his left foot slipped on the disturbed sand near the edge of the scattered net, the slip small and immediately corrected but present in his movement for the next several exchanges as a slight asymmetry, the body compensating for a surface condition that the left foot had filed away as a caution. You used that asymmetry. The opportunity arrived when it arrived, not manufactured, not forced, but recognised when it was present and acted on without the deliberation that would have let it pass. The body made the decision before the mind was consulted, and the mind's review of the decision, happening simultaneously in the background, found its sound, and the exchange that followed was the exchange that ended the first phase of the fight, his balance broken and your advantage established, and the geometry of the space between you shifted in a way that both of you understood simultaneously. No words required. He was good. He recovered from the balance break with a speed that less experienced fighters would not have managed. The net recast with a precision that caught the edge of your shield and wrapped it, the pull of it testing the grip and the shoulder simultaneously, and you held both and stepped into the pull rather than against it. The move counterintuitive enough that his body, reading the grip and the shoulder and expecting resistance, was briefly ahead of where the actual confrontation was. That gap between where his body expected you to be and where you were was the space the fight gave you. Small, specific, present for the duration of a single exchange and gone after it. You put everything the morning and the years had prepared into that space, and the trident went down and his knee went to the sand and the fight was in that position of decision that every bout reaches eventually, the crowd making the sound it makes when the position is clear, which is the sound of a question being asked to the editor in the tier above. The thumb turned or not turned. The decision not yours and not his. The editor turned the thumb. The crowd's response registered as pressure in the chest before it resolved into sound, and the sound was the sound of 50,000 people approving of a life continuing, and the man on the sand heard it and understood what it meant, and you stepped back and let the attendants come forward and the fight was done. The sand is marked now. The neat surface that the morning's raking produced is gone, replaced by the record of what happened here, the scuffed areas and the furrow where the net dragged, and the darker patch where something was spilled, and the deep impressions of feet that were working hard in a small space for several minutes. The arena floor after a fight is a document the way the Arabian horse's body is a document, every mark pointing somewhere, recording the specific event that produced it. You're standing in the middle of it. The crowd is still making noise, the approval register neither warming nor cooling, simply present as information. The attendants are moving around you and around the man who's being helped from the sand, and the equipment is being gathered, and the mechanisms of the games are proceeding with the efficiency of an institution that has done this many times and will do it many more times after today. The editor in the tier above is already attending to the next bout. The crowd is already moving on. The particular quality of being present in the world after a moment that contained the genuine possibility of not being present in it registers differently from any other aliveness the day has offered. The sand under your feet, the sun on your face, the sound of the crowd already moving on to the next thing, the breath, which has been doing its work throughout, still doing it now, steady and deep and present. The gate through which you will leave the arena is the gate of life, and you are going through it, and the afternoon light is full and direct and indifferent and entirely on you, and you walk toward the gate with the body that the morning gave you, and the gate receives you, and the hypogum is cool and dark beneath, and the torchlight is the same torchlight, and the stone is the same stone, and you are through. The first thing the body does when the fight is over is remember that it has other concerns, the narrowing of attention that combat produces, the focus so complete that the body's ordinary maintenance systems cede priority to the systems that are keeping you alive and functional in the immediate moment, begins to release the moment the gate closes behind you and the hypogum receives you back into its torchlit dark. The shoulder that took the trident's force through the shield makes itself known. The right knee, which performed without complaint throughout, now offers a specific report on the landing that happened in the third exchange, the one where the sand shifted and the foot came down at an angle that was not ideal. The hands, which have been gripping the sword and the shield since the gate opened, release their implements to the attendants, and the release produces in the fingers a trembling that is not weakness, but the body's return from one state to another, the sustained tension of grip giving way to the ordinary relaxed state of hands that are not holding anything. You sit on the bench in the medical area of the hypogeum. The physician who works the games is not gentle but is thorough. The assessment of the shoulder and the knee and the various minor impacts that the body absorbed during the fight conducted with the same clinical efficiency as the equipment check. The physician running through the inventory of damage with the practiced speed of someone who has done this after every bout in this arena for years, and who has developed, across that experience, a precise calibration of what requires immediate attention and what can wait until the evening. The shoulder requires attention. The trident's force, transmitted through the shield and the forearm and into the joint, has produced a strain that the physician identifies by pressing with 2 fingers in a specific location and reading your response to the pressure. the response involuntary enough to be diagnostic regardless of any effort on your part to manage it. He wraps it with the efficiency of someone who has wrapped many shoulders, the bandage tight enough to provide support without restricting the blood flow that the healing will require, the technique practiced enough that the wrap is complete before the discomfort of the pressing has fully registered. The systems that were elevated for the fight, the heart rate, the breath rate, the hormonal state that sharpens perception and narrows focus and produces the specific quality of time that the arena operates in. These do not simply switch off when the immediate threat is resolved. They descend across minutes and then hours through states that have their own qualities, the first being a kind of electric aliveness, the body still running on the chemistry of what it was just doing, the senses still heightened and the mind still quick in the particular way that the narrowed state produces. This is the state in which the fight is most fully present. The specific exchange is still accessible in the body's memory, before the mind has begun the process of converting them into narrative. The weight of the shield and the sound of the breathing and the sand under the foot available as sensation rather than as story. Some of the men in the ludus talk extensively in this state, the aliveness finding expression in words, the account of the fight given to anyone who will listen with a detail and a vividness that will not be available later, when the body has settled and the mind has organised the material into something more orderly and less alive. The aliveness stays interior, held rather than expressed, moving through you the way the fear moved through you this morning, alongside rather than through. The medical area of the hypogym is not quiet. The games are still proceeding above, the sounds from the arena floor coming through the stone in the same vibration that accompanied your weight, and the fighters who have completed their bouts move through the space with the varied qualities of men who have come through different kinds of afternoon. The ones who are unhurt and won carry a specific quality of quiet that is not subdued but contained, the energy of the fight still present but no longer requiring expression. The ones who are injured and won carry a different quality, the pain and the relief coexisting in a combination that produces a particular kind of stillness. The ones who lost and were spared carry what they carry, which is theirs, and which you do not look at directly. The lanista comes through the medical area after the physician has finished. He moves with the efficiency of someone assessing the day's results across multiple investments simultaneously. His financial stake in the fighters he trains and rents, to the games, making his interest in the aftermath not personal, but not impersonal either, the line between the two having blurred across years of working with the same men, in the same institution. He looks at the shoulder. He asks the physician a question. He receives an answer. He looks at you with the look that contains more information than it displays, the compressed communication of a man who has been reading fighters for a long time, and who has learned that the most important things about the state a man is in after a fight are not the things the man is likely to say about it. He says something brief. You say something brief. He moves on. It is the idiom of the relationship, shaped by years of exactly this kind of exchange. The professional compression of communication between two people who have a specific function in each other's lives, and who have learned to conduct that function without the social elaboration that other kinds of relationships require. You understand what he said. He understood what you said. The exchange was complete. The food arrives in the early evening, after the games have ended, and the Colosseum above has begun the process of emptying itself of the 50,000 people who filled it for the afternoon. The sound of the crowd's departure audible in the hypogeum as a different quality of vibration from the assembled crowd, dispersed and directional rather than contained and central. The food is what the gladiatorial diet has always been, the barley and the legumes and the protein that the osteological record of gladiatorial remains documents with the specificity of people who left their bones to the questions of later centuries. You eat with the appetite that the body produces after extreme exertion, which is different from ordinary hunger in the way that the aliveness after combat is different from ordinary aliveness, more fundamental, more insistent, the eating an act of maintenance rather than enjoyment and valued as such. The men around you eat with the same quality of attention. The table, if the low surface on which the food is placed and around which the fighters arrange themselves can be called a table, is not a social occasion in the way that meals in other contexts are social occasions. It is a refueling, conducted in the company of men who share the afternoon's context without requiring it to be spoken about. The shared understanding of what the day contained making most of the words that would otherwise fill the meal unnecessary. Fieke Meyer, whose history of the gladiatorial games drew on the full range of ancient sources to reconstruct what the institution looked like from the inside, rather than from the perspective of the spectators who have left the more extensive record, described the gladiatorial community as a genuine community. Men who lived and trained and ate and competed together across years, the bonds formed in the ludus having the specific quality of bonds formed in conditions of shared risk. Closer and less negotiable than the bonds formed in ordinary social life, because the conditions that produced them were not ordinary social conditions. You know the man across the table from you well enough to read his afternoon in the way he holds the cup, in the specific set of his shoulders, in whether he is eating with the appetite that the body produces after a good fight, or the appetite that it produces after a fight that went wrong in ways that the body is still processing. His afternoon went differently from yours. You do not ask about it. You pass him the bread. The shoulder aches with the particular quality of a joint that has been strained rather than damaged. The ache deep and consistent rather than sharp and specific. The kind of pain that is information rather than emergency. The body reporting the cost of the afternoon in the honest accounting that it always presents when the narrowed state is fully released and the ordinary maintenance systems have resumed their regular operation. You have paid this kind of cost before. The shoulder will be assessed again in the morning, and the training will be adjusted for the days while it heals, and in 2 weeks or 3 it will be what it was, the body's capacity for repair being one of the things that the years in the ludus have taught you to rely on with a confidence that is based in evidence rather than optimism. The knee is less than the shoulder, the specific report it offered in the medical area already quieter now, the body having decided that what happened there was within the range of things it can handle without escalating. The afternoon is held in the body the way the days that matter are held, not as narrative, not yet, but as physical memory. The specific sensations that the mind has not yet organised into story still available as sensation. The weight of the shield and the sound of the breathing and the sand giving under the foot, and the moment when the geometry of the space shifted, and both of you knew simultaneously what the afternoon had decided. The shoulder will heal, the knee will quiet. The afternoon will become part of the record that the years in this place are writing in you, one fight at a time, without ceremony and without conclusion, simply accumulating the way all things accumulate when the days keep coming and the body keeps meeting them. Tomorrow the training ground will be ready, the wooden post will be there, the sand will be raked, the lanista will have something to say about the shoulder and about the timing of the third exchange, and about the adjustment to the net defence that will be required in the next bout with a retiarius of that quality. You will be there to hear it, and that is enough. The barracks at night sound different from the barracks in the morning. In the morning the sound is of men moving towards something, the efficiency of bodies preparing for a known demand, the quiet, purposeful noise of a place that has a direction. At night the sound is of men arriving somewhere, the particular quality of a space that has absorbed a day and is now receiving the people the day has returned to it. The breathing is deeper, the movements are slower, the conversations, where they exist, have the low, unhurried quality of people who are no longer managing anything. The management of the day complete and the evening asking nothing that cannot wait until morning. You are on your pallet. The shoulder is wrapped, and the knee has been seen to, and the body has been fed, and the games are finished, and the Colosseum above the city has returned to the condition it maintains between events, which is the condition of a very large empty stone structure that has seen a great deal and is not in the habit of commenting on it. The city outside the barracks is doing what the city does at night, which is not sleeping exactly, Rome being the kind of city that does not fully sleep, but shifting registers, the commercial noise of the day giving way to the social noise of the evening, and then to the quieter and more particular sounds of a city in its later hours, the footsteps on stone and the distant music and the specific sounds of a place that is inhabited at every hour, but inhabited differently depending on which hour it is. The day has been a day, which covers more than it appears to cover when the day in question has been this one. You woke before the horn in the dark. You ate and trained and dressed and walked through the city under the eyes of strangers who watched you the way people watch things they are not sure they understand. You stood in the hippodrome and managed what the hippodrome required, and then went up through the gate into the full afternoon sun, and the sand and the 50,000 people, and the opponent and the net and the trident, and the moment when the geometry shifted and the afternoon resolved. And now you are on this pallet, in this room, with these men breathing around you, and the shoulder aching in its consistent way, and the knee quiet, and the city outside continuing its business, and the wooden post in the training ground standing in the dark in the empty courtyard with the marks of years of practice on its surface, waiting with the particular patience of wood for whatever tomorrow will bring to it. The hours before sleep on fight nights are the hours in which the day's material is most fully present and most difficult to set down. The body at rest and the mind still running on the chemistry that the afternoon produced. The specific exchanges of the fight returning not in sequence but in the associative way that physical memory works, arriving without announcement and without the narrative order that the waking analytical mind would prefer. The trident scraping across the face of the shield arrives first, the force of it travelling through the forearm and into the shoulder that is now wrapped and aching, the sand giving under the right foot in the third exchange, the breathing of the opponent at close range, the specific rhythm of it, the information it carried, the moment of the slip and the recognition of the asymmetry, and the decision made faster than decision usually operates, the body acting on what it perceived before the perceiving was complete. The mind will work on them across the night, processing them in the way that sleep processes experience, converting the raw sensation of the day into the integrated knowledge that tomorrow's body will carry without knowing it is carrying it. The adjustment to the net defense happening in the body's understanding rather than in any conscious lesson plan. The shoulder's memory of the trident's force stored alongside the adjustment that would reduce that force in a future exchange. The sleep that is coming is not the absence of the day's work, it is the continuation of it by other means. The other men in the room are at various stages of their own settling. The ones who fought today carry the specific quality of post-fight exhaustion that is different from the exhaustion of training, deeper and more complete, the body having spent something in the afternoon that training does not fully spend. The ones who did not fight today carry their own kind of tiredness, the training and the waiting and the watching of other men's afternoons having their own cost, different in kind but present. The man across the room, whose afternoon went differently from yours, is still. You cannot see him clearly in the dark, but you know the stillness, the quality of someone lying with their eyes open, the mind working on materials that the body wants to be done with and cannot yet release. You have been in that stillness after difficult afternoons, and you will be in it again, the career in the arena being long enough that the range of afternoons it contains is wide. And the wide range meaning that the days that go well and the days that go badly are both part of the record rather than either of them being the whole of it. The silence between fighters who have shared enough afternoons to understand each other's silences is its own form of company. The presence of another person who knows what the day contained being sufficient without requiring the day to be spoken about. The Colosseum was completed in 80 CE and held its last recorded games in the 6th century, which means it operated as a venue for the gladiatorial games for approximately 400 years, a span of time across which the institution changed, and the politics around it changed, and the specific forms of combat evolved, and the religious landscape of the empire shifted in ways that eventually produced the conditions for the game's end. Across those 400 years, on the afternoons when the games were scheduled, men went up through the gate from the hypogeum and onto the sand in the full afternoon light, and did what you did today, and some of them came back through the gate of life, and some of them came back through the other gate, and the sand was raked between bouts, and the crowd noise changed registers, and the editor made decisions, and the sun moved across the sky, above the open top of the Colosseum, in the way that the sun moves across everything, indifferently and on schedule. The record those men left is not primarily a written record. The gladiators themselves did not leave diaries. The written record of the gladiatorial games comes almost entirely from the outside, from the people in the tiers who watched, and the historians who recorded what the watchers described, and the philosophers who argued about what it meant, and the emperors who used it as a tool of governance, and the later scholars who assembled all of these sources into the picture of the institution that the present has inherited. The inside of the experience, the morning of the fight and the procession and the hypogeum and the specific quality of time in the arena, and the physician pressing 2 fingers into the shoulder afterward, and the bread passed across the table, and the night on the pallet with the mind still working, that record exists primarily in the bodies of the men who lived it, and those bodies are long gone, and what they knew they took with them. The Colosseum is still there, which is not a metaphor and is not a comfort. It is simply a fact. The structure outlasting by 15 centuries the institution it housed, and the men who fought in it, and the city that built it in its original form, and most of what that city believed about itself and the world. The stone holds the shape of what happened inside it, the way stone holds shapes, without comment and without preference. The arched openings and the tiers and the hypogeum below the arena floor present and documentable and entirely silent about what it felt like to be inside them on a fight afternoon in the 1st century of the Common Era. You were inside them. Today you are inside them, and the sand received your weight, and the gate of life received you when it was over, and now you are here, on this pallet, with this shoulder, in this room, and the day is complete in the way that only the days that asked everything of you are complete, fully spent, nothing held back, the body and the mind both given over to what the afternoon required, and now being returned to the ordinary condition of a man who has done what he came to do, and is still here to know it. The shoulder will be less tomorrow. You know this with the confidence of a body that has healed before and will heal again, the evidence of the past being the most reliable information available about the future in this specific domain, the body's track record with its own repair being long enough to constitute a form of expertise. The knee is already less than it was in the medical area. The mind will be less full of today when today is further away, the processing that sleep is doing right now, converting the raw material of the afternoon into something that will be present in the body's knowledge without requiring the mind's constant attention. The breath slows. This is not a decision. The body has been waiting for the permission that the palate and the dark and the completion of the day's accounting provide, and the breath finds its slower rhythm the way it finds it. By finding it, the transition from the elevated state of the waking fight-night mind to the beginning of the state that sleep requires happening gradually and without announcement. The breath, the leading indicator of the transition, the first thing to change and the thing whose changing allows everything else to follow. The training ground will be there in the morning. The wooden post will be there. The sand will be raked. The lanista will have his observations and the physician will reassess the shoulder, and the day will begin its ordinary construction from its ordinary materials, and you will meet it the way you have met every day that the arena has returned you to, with the body that the day before left you and the knowledge that the years have built into that body and the particular quality of presence that belongs to a man who has stood on the sand in the full afternoon sun and done what the afternoon required and is still here when the evening comes. The breath slows further. The shoulder holds its ache at a distance that is becoming manageable. The room breathes around you with the deep rhythm of men who have spent the day completely and are now in the process of recovering it, and the city outside continues its business in its quieter register, and the Colosseum stands in the dark above the hypogeum where the torches have burned low, and the sand on the arena floor is marked from the afternoon and will be raked before the next event, and the wooden post in the training ground waits with the patience of wood, and the night does what nights do. Rest now, my tired potatoes. You went into the arena today, not the stone one, not the sand and the sun and the 50,000 people, the one that the day built for you, whatever it contained, whatever it asked, whatever you brought to it and whatever it took. You went in and you are still here, and the gate of life received you, and that is the whole of what tonight requires you to know. Sleep now, the morning will have its own demands, they can wait. You've probably heard the claim before. Vikings reached North America centuries before Columbus set foot in the Caribbean. The statement feels bold and revisionist, the kind of historical tidbit that gets mentioned at dinner parties or slips into documentary narration. But the evidence for Norse presence in the New World is not speculation or wishful thinking. It sits in the ground at the northern tip of Newfoundland, in the form of iron nails and sod walls, and the unmistakable traces of people who crossed an ocean and built something on the other side. The question is not whether Vikings arrived. The question is what that arrival meant, how it happened, and why a thriving settlement lasted only a few years before being abandoned to the wind and the long grass. You're standing in your living room with a book in your hand. The book is about explorers, and somewhere in the middle chapters there is a section on Leif Erikson and something called Vinland. The author writes with confidence. Vikings reached America around the year 1000. They built structures, they interacted with indigenous people, then they left. The details feel sparse, as if the author is summarising a story everyone already knows. But you do not know the story. Not really. You know Columbus sailed in 1492, and you probably learned that date before you learned to multiply fractions. The Viking claim feels like a footnote that never quite made it into the main narrative. The disconnect is not your fault. History education has a way of smoothing edges and choosing convenient starting points. Columbus gets the credit because his arrival sparked a sustained connection between Europe and the Americas, a chain of events that reshaped continents and populations and trade routes. The Viking voyages, by contrast, left almost no lasting impact on either side of the Atlantic. The Norse did not return with gold or spices. They did not establish trade networks or launch follow-up expeditions. They came, they stayed briefly, and they vanished from the historical record for centuries. That absence made it easy to dismiss the sagas as myth, to assume the stories of Western lands were exaggerations or allegories, or the kind of wishful fiction that seafaring cultures tend to produce. But then in 1960, a Norwegian couple named Helgi and Anstein Ingstad began poking around the northern coast of Newfoundland. They were looking for Venland, the place described in medieval Norse texts. They were not the first to search. Dozens of amateur historians and enthusiastic Scandinavians had combed shorelines and excavated promising sites, convinced they would find the smoking gun that proved the sagas were real. Most came up empty. The Ingstads were more methodical. They talked to locals, studied the landscape, and eventually zeroed in on a spot called Lanceau Meadows. The name means Jellyfish Cove, which does not sound particularly heroic. But beneath the grass they found the remains of Norse buildings. Iron nails, a bronze pin, slag from iron smelting. The evidence was unambiguous. Vikings had been there. The discovery did not make front-page news everywhere, but it changed the conversation among historians and archaeologists. It moved the Viking voyages from the realm of legend into the realm of documented fact. You could stand in Newfoundland and touch the foundations of a structure built by people who sailed from Greenland 1,000 years ago. The question shifted. It was no longer whether Vikings reached America. It was how they got there, what they did, and why they did not stay. You put the book down and stare out the window. Outside, the world is dark and still. Somewhere in that darkness, if you sailed far enough east and then north, you would reach the same waters Leif Erikson crossed. The ocean has not changed much in a millennium. It is still cold and unpredictable, still capable of swallowing ships and lives without a trace. The Vikings who made that crossing were not superhuman. They were skilled sailors with good ships and a practical understanding of wind and current. But they were also gamblers, willing to push into the unknown on the strength of a rumour or a vague description from someone who claimed to have seen land to the west. That mix of skill and recklessness is what makes their story compelling. They were not mythic heroes. They were farmers and traders who happened to own boats. The question of discovery is more complicated than it sounds. When we say Vikings discovered America, we are using a very specific definition of discovery. We mean they were the first Europeans to arrive. but that framing ignores the fact that people had been living in North America for thousands of years before any Norse ship appeared on the horizon. The term discovery implies emptiness, as if the land was waiting to be found. It was not. It was inhabited, shaped, and understood by indigenous communities who had their own histories and migrations and stories about the world. The Viking arrival was an encounter, not a revelation. It was a meeting between two groups who had no idea the other existed. You sit down and imagine the moment. A Norse ship rounding a headland and spotting smoke from a fire on shore. The crew squinting to make out shapes on the beach. The people on shore watching a strange vessel with a square sail and carved dragon head approach their land. Neither group knows what to make of the other. There is no shared language, no common frame of reference. The encounter will be brief and confusing, and within a few years the Norse will leave. The indigenous people will remain. That fact matters. It changes the weight of the word discovery. You're standing on a beach in Norway. The year is 900 and something. The sand is cold under your feet, and the wind smells like salt and fish and wet rope. Behind you, a small crowd has gathered to watch a new ship being pushed into the water for the first time. The ship is beautiful in a utilitarian way. It is about 70 feet long, clinker-built with overlapping planks that flex slightly with the waves. The wood is oak, chosen for its strength and resistance to rot. The planks are held together with iron rivets, thousands of them, hammered into place by a shipwright who learned the craft from his father. There is no keel in the modern sense, but there is a long, central timber that runs the length of the ship and gives it structure. The mast is pine, tall and straight, and the sail is woven wool, dyed red or white or left natural brown. This is not a warship, though it could serve that purpose if needed. It is a nar, a cargo vessel designed for long-distance trade. The lines are broader than a longship, the hull deeper and more stable. It can carry livestock, timber, barrels of dried fish, sacks of grain. It can also carry people. If you're planning to cross the North Atlantic and establish a new settlement, this is the ship you want. It is slow compared to a sleek raiding vessel, but it is seaworthy. It can handle rough weather and heavy loads without capsizing. The Norse designed these ships through trial and error, refining the shape and proportions over generations until they had a vessel that could survive the open ocean. The crowd watches as the ship floats free. There is no champagne bottle, no formal ceremony. Someone shouts something you do not quite catch, and the crew scrambles aboard. They lower the oars into the water and begin rowing out past the breakers. Once they're clear of the shore, they raise the sail. The wind catches the wool and pulls the ship forward. You watch it move across the water, graceful and purposeful, and you think about how fragile it looks. The sea is vast and indifferent. The ship is a collection of wooden planks held together with iron and tar and hope. But it works. It has always worked. The Norse have been using ships like this to cross open water for centuries. The construction of a nar takes months of careful work. The shipwright starts with the keel, selecting a single oak timber that runs the entire length of the vessel. This timber must be straight and strong, free of major knots or weaknesses. Once the keel is laid, the builder attaches the stem and stern posts, curved pieces that rise up from each end. Then comes the planking. Each plank is carefully shaped to overlap the one below it, creating a flexible hull that can bend with the waves rather than fight against them. The planks are fastened with iron rivets, driven through from the outside and clenched over a metal washer on the inside. The gaps between planks are sealed with tarred wool or animal hair, pressed into the seams to keep water out. The result is a hull that is both light and strong. A nar weighs far less than you would expect for a vessel of its size. This matters when you're trying to beach the ship or drag it up onto shore for repairs. The Norse do not build docks or harbours, they pull their ships right up onto the sand or gravel. A lighter ship is easier to move. The flexibility of the clinker-built hull also means the ship can handle rough seas without breaking apart. The planks give slightly as the waves hit, absorbing the impact rather than transferring all the stress to a rigid frame. It is an elegant solution to a complex problem, refined over generations of trial and error. Inside the ship there is no deck and no real shelter. The cargo area is open to the sky. When the weather turns bad, the crew huddles under leather or wool tarps trying to stay dry. Everything gets wet eventually. The sea spray soaks through clothing. Rain fills the bilge. You bail constantly, using wooden scoops or buckets to throw water back over the side. Your hands are raw from the work, your back aches from bending over, but you keep bailing because the alternative is letting the ship fill with water and sink. Food on a long voyage is monotonous and often unappetizing. You eat dried fish, hard as wood and salty enough to make your mouth pucker. You eat flatbread that crumbles into dust when you bite it. You eat dried meat if you are lucky, though it is tough and stringy. Fresh food spoils quickly without refrigeration, so most of what you carry has been preserved by salting, smoking or drying. Water is stored in wooden barrels, and it tastes like the barrel after a few days. You ration it carefully. Running out of water is a death sentence. You can survive for weeks without food if necessary, but without water you will die in days. Sleep is difficult. The ship never stops moving. The deck pitches and rolls with the waves. You curl up on a pile of cargo or find a spot between the ribs of the hull where you can wedge yourself in. The wood is hard. The cold seeps through your clothes. You drift in and out of consciousness, never quite getting the deep sleep your body craves. Days blur together. You lose track of time. The only markers are sunrise and sunset, the rhythm of the oars, the changing direction of the wind. Navigation is the tricky part. There are no maps, no compasses, no GPS coordinates to punch into a screen. The Norse navigate by observation and memory. They watch the sun during the day, noting its height and angle. At night they use the stars, particularly the North Star, to maintain their heading. They pay attention to wave patterns, wind direction, the flight paths of seabirds. If they see a gannet heading west in the evening, they know there is land in that direction. The bird is returning to its roost. The Norse do not think of this as magic or guesswork. It is practical knowledge, accumulated over lifetimes spent at sea. They know how to read the water the way a farmer knows how to read the sky. One tool that might have been used is the sunstone, a piece of calcite or Iceland spar that polarizes light and can help locate the sun even on overcast days. Historians debate whether the Norse actually used this technique, but the physics checks out. If you hold the crystal up to the sky and rotate it, the light passing through will brighten and dim in predictable ways. You can use that information to figure out where the sun is, even if it is hidden behind clouds. It's not a foolproof method, but in an environment where fog and overcast skies are common, it could make the difference between holding your course and drifting off into empty ocean. The crossing from Norway to Iceland takes about a week in good conditions. From Iceland to Greenland, another week. From Greenland to the eastern coast of North America, maybe 4 or 5 days if the wind is favourable. But conditions are rarely ideal. Storms blow in without warning. Fog blankets the ocean for days at a time. The crew sits in the cold, wet and miserable bailing water and trying to keep the ship on course. There is no shelter, no place to get warm or dry. You eat dried fish and stale bread. You drink rainwater collected in barrels, or seawater boiled down to reduce the salt content. If you are lucky, you spot land before your supplies run out. If you are unlucky, you drift off course and run out of food and water. Ships disappear all the time. The sagas are full of stories about vessels that sailed west and were never seen again. For every successful voyage, there are probably several that ended in disaster. You think about what it would feel like to be on that ship. You're 3 days out from Greenland, and you have not seen land since you left. The ocean stretches in every direction, grey and featureless. The sail cracks in the wind. The ship rises and falls with the swells, and your stomach rises and falls with it. You are cold and wet and tired, and you have started to wonder if the stories about land to the west are true, or if you are sailing toward nothing. Then someone shouts. You look up and see a dark line on the horizon. It could be a cloud. It could be a trick of the light. But as you get closer, the line resolves into something solid. Trees, rocks, a coastline. You have made it. The Norse were not the only seafarers in the medieval world, but they were among the best. They understood that the ocean was not a barrier, but a highway. If you had a good ship and the skills to sail it, you could reach places that were inaccessible by land. That mindset drove their expansion westward. They settled Iceland in the late 800s, Greenland in the 980s, and reached the coast of North America sometime around the year 1000. Each step was a leap into the unknown. and each settlement was a gamble against the harsh realities of climate and geography. Some gambles paid off, others did not. You're standing on a grassy slope in southern Greenland. The year is 985, and you are part of a group of settlers who have just arrived from Iceland. The journey took longer than expected. A storm blew you off course, and you spent 2 days bailing water and praying to Thor or Christ or whoever might be listening. But you made it. The ship is pulled up on the beach below, and your belongings are scattered across the grass. A tent flaps in the wind. A cow lows nervously, unhappy about the sea crossing and the unfamiliar surroundings. You look around and try to assess your new home. The landscape is not what you expected. The name Greenland suggested something lush and inviting, and to be fair, the southern tip of the island is greener than Iceland. There is grass here. There are low shrubs and wildflowers in the summer, but there are also glaciers on the horizon, vast sheets of ice that glow blue-white in the sun. The winters will be brutal. The growing season will be short. You will need to rely on hunting and fishing to supplement whatever crops you can coax from the thin soil. This is not an easy place to live, but it is not impossible. The man who led this expedition, Eric the Red, has been here before. He spent 3 years exploring the coast after being exiled from Iceland for killing a neighbour in a dispute over some borrowed timber. He knows where the best pasture land is, where the fjords provide shelter from the wind, where the seals and walrus congregate. He has chosen this spot carefully. Eric is a persuasive man. He convinced several dozen families to leave Iceland and join him in Greenland, promising them land and opportunity. The name Greenland itself is part of the sales pitch. It sounds more appealing than ice-covered rock or fjord full of icebergs. Eric understands that branding matters, even in the 10th century. He needs people to come with him because a settlement needs population to survive. You cannot farm or hunt or build houses by yourself. You need neighbours, people to trade with and marry and help when things go wrong. Eric has sold the vision, and now he has to make it work. The first few years are difficult. The settlers build sod houses, low structures with turf walls and driftwood beams. The roofs are covered with more sod, and the interiors are dark and smoky. You burn driftwood or dried heather for heat, and the smoke has no good way to escape. Your eyes sting. Your clothes smell like smoke all the time. But the house is warm, and that is what matters. Outside, the wind howls across the fjord, and the temperature drops well below freezing. Inside, you are alive. The construction of a sod house is labour-intensive but practical. You start by digging shallow trenches to mark the outline of the walls. Then you cut blocks of turf from nearby hillsides, each block about the size of a large brick. The turf is layered like masonry, each block overlapping the one below. The walls grow slowly, one block at a time, until they reach about 5 or 6 feet in height. The turf is heavy when wet, which is most of the time, and cutting it requires a sharp spade and strong shoulders. But turf is also an excellent insulator. It keeps the heat in during winter and the cool air in during summer. The walls are thick, sometimes 3 feet across, providing a buffer against the brutal Greenland climate. The roof requires timber, which is scarce. You use whatever driftwood you can find, scavenging along the beaches for logs that have washed ashore from Siberia or northern Canada. The wood is often weathered and twisted, not ideal for construction, but you make it work. You lay the timbers across the walls to create a frame, then cover the frame with more turf. The result is a low, squat building that blends into the landscape. From a distance, it looks like a grass-covered mound. Only the smoke rising from the roof hole gives away human presence. Inside, the house is divided into sections. The main hall is where you cook, eat, and socialise. There is a long hearth running down the centre, lined with stones. The fire burns constantly during the winter months, fed with whatever fuel you can find. Driftwood is preferred, but you also burn dried seaweed, animal dung, and heather. The smoke rises toward the roof, where some of it escapes through a hole and the rest settles into the turf, gradually turning the interior black. The walls are lined with benches made of wood or stone, covered with furs and woven blankets. These benches serve as seats during the day and beds at night. Privacy is non-existent. Everyone sleeps in the same room, shoulder to shoulder, sharing body heat. The smaller rooms are used for storage or for specific tasks. One room might hold barrels of preserved food, another might be a workspace where you repair tools or process hides. The rooms are cold and dark, lit only by small oil lamps that burn seal fat and cast a dim, flickering light. You spend as little time in these spaces as possible, venturing in only when necessary to retrieve supplies or complete a task. Daily life in Greenland revolves around survival. In the summer you work from dawn until dusk, making the most of the long days. You plant barley and oats in the thin soil, though the growing season is so short that the crops often do not ripen properly. You harvest what you can and store it for winter. You cut hay from the meadows, endless hours of back-breaking work with a sigh. The hay is dried and stored to feed the livestock through the winter. Without hay, the animals starve. Without animals, you starve. The equation is simple and unforgiving. You also fish and hunt. The fjords are full of cod and char. You catch them with lines and nets, then gut and dry them on wooden racks. The dried fish will keep for months, providing protein when fresh food is unavailable. Seals are hunted along the coast. You watch for them basking on rocks or swimming near the ice. A successful seal hunt provides meat, fat for lamps, and skins for clothing and boots. The fat is particularly valuable. You render it into oil, which burns clean and provides light during the dark winter months. In the autumn, you hunt caribou inland. The caribou migrate through certain valleys at predictable times, and you set up ambush points along their routes. A single caribou provides enough meat to feed a family for weeks. The hides are tanned and used for bedding or clothing. Nothing is wasted. Bones are carved into needles and tools. Antlers are fashioned into handles for knives. Sinew is dried and used as thread. The Norse Greenlanders develop a deep appreciation for resourcefulness. When you live on the edge of the habitable world, waste is a luxury you cannot afford. The Greenland Norse develop a mixed economy. They raise sheep and cattle, though the animals are smaller and hardier than their European cousins. They fish for cod and seal and hunt walrus for ivory. Walrus tusks are valuable. They can be traded in Norway or Iceland for grain and iron and other goods the Greenlanders cannot produce themselves. The ivory trade becomes the backbone of the Greenland economy, a way to stay connected to the wider Norse world, even though you are living on the edge of the map. The settlements grow. By the year 1000, there are about 2,000 people living in Greenland, spread across two main areas. The eastern settlement is the larger and more prosperous, located in the southwest. The western settlement is farther north, smaller and more isolated. Life in both places is precarious. The climate is harsh, and the growing season is short. If the hay harvest fails, the livestock starve. If the hunting is poor, people go hungry. There is no margin for error. Every decision matters. But Greenland is not the end of the world. It is the edge of the known world which is different. The Norse have always been curious about what lies beyond the horizon. They have always pushed farther, sailed longer, taken bigger risks. So when someone sailing along the Greenland coast gets blown off course and sees land to the west, the news spreads quickly. The land is forested, which is exciting because Greenland has very few trees. Timber is scarce and valuable. If there is a source of wood across the water, that changes the equation. It makes a western voyage not just an adventure but a practical necessity. You hear the story from a trader who arrived from the eastern settlement. He says a man named Bjarni Herjolfsson was sailing to Greenland to visit his father. Bjarni missed Greenland entirely, ended up too far west, and spotted a coastline that did not match any known description. He did not land. He turned his ship around and sailed back to Greenland. But he talked about what he saw, and other people listened. One of those people was Leif Erikson, the son of Eric the Red. Leif is young and ambitious and eager to prove himself. He hears about the western land and decides to go looking for it. You think about what that decision means. Leif has no map, no detailed description of where the land is or what it looks like. He has Bjarni's vague account and his own skills as a navigator. He will be sailing into complete uncertainty, with no guarantee of finding anything or making it back. But he is going anyway. That combination of confidence and recklessness is what defines the Norse expansion. They do not wait for perfect information. They act on incomplete data and figure things out as they go. You're standing on the deck of Leif Erikson's ship. The year is somewhere around 1000. The exact date is fuzzy because the Norse do not keep detailed records, and the sagas that describe this voyage were written down 2 centuries later. But the basic outline is clear. Leif has bought Bjarni's ship, assembled a crew of about 35 men, and set sail from Greenland. You are heading west, into waters no one you know has ever explored. The mood on the ship is a mix of excitement and unease. Everyone is curious about what you will find, but everyone is also aware that this could go badly. Ships sink, crews starve. The ocean does not care about your ambitions. The first land you spot is not promising. It is rocky and barren with glaciers visible inland. Leif calls it Helluland, which means flat stone land. Modern scholars think this is Baffin Island, though the identification is not certain. You do not linger. There is nothing here worth settling. You sail south along the coast looking for something better. The approach to Helluland is cautious. The crew keeps the ship well offshore, wary of hidden rocks and unexpected currents. Through the grey mist you see cliffs rising straight up from the water, dark and forbidding. The stone is mostly granite, weathered and ancient. There are no trees, no signs of vegetation beyond a few patches of lichen. Ice clings to the upper reaches of the cliffs, remnants of winter that never fully melt even in summer. You pass a glacier that carves into the sea, and the sound is like thunder rolling across the water. Chunks of ice bob in the waves, some as small as your fist, others the size of houses. You give them a wide berth. Colliding with ice at speed could punch a hole through the ship's hull. Someone suggests going ashore to explore, but Leif shakes his head. There is nothing to gain from landing here. No timber, no game animals that you can see, just rock and ice and wind. You continue south, the ship rising and falling with the swells. The crew is quiet. Everyone is scanning the horizon, hoping for something more promising. The next landfall is more interesting. The coast is forested, with long sandy beaches and shallow water. Leif names it Markland, meaning forest land. This is probably Labrador. The crew goes ashore briefly and you walk through the trees. The timber is good quality, tall straight pines and spruce. You could build houses with this wood. You could build ships. But Leif wants to keep going. He's looking for the place Bjarni described, the place that sounded most fertile and promising. You get back on the ship and continue south. The landing at Markland is your first chance to stretch your legs in days. The beach is covered with smooth stones worn round by the waves. You walk up past the high tide line and into the forest. The air smells different here, rich with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. The trees are tall and straight, their bark rough under your fingers. You find animal tracks in the soft ground near a stream, deer probably, or something similar. The presence of game is a good sign. It means the land can support life beyond fish and seabirds. The crew spends a few hours exploring. Someone finds a beaver dam in a nearby creek. Someone else discovers a stand of birch trees, which are valuable for making canoes or containers. There is a sense of excitement. This place has potential, but Leif is not satisfied. He wants to find the land Bjarni described, the place with the mildest climate and the most resources. You load back onto the ship and push off from shore. The forest recedes behind you as you sail south, following the coastline. After several more days of sailing, you reach a spot that feels right. The coastline is sheltered, with a broad bay and a river flowing into the sea. The land is green and rolling. There are berries growing wild, and the crew finds grapes, or something that resembles grapes. Leif calls the place Vinland, meaning wineland or grapevine land. The name has caused endless debate among historians. Grapes do not grow that far north today, and it is unclear whether the climate was significantly warmer 1,000 years ago. Some scholars think the crew found wild berries, and mistook them for grapes. Others think they found actual grapes at a more southerly latitude. The truth is probably buried somewhere in the imprecise language of the sagas and the limits of botanical evidence. The river is teeming with salmon. You can see them from the ship, dark shapes moving through the clear water. The crew rows the ship up the river a short distance, looking for a good place to beach it. You find a spot where the bank is low and the ground is firm. The ship is pulled up onto the shore, and you unload the cargo. Everything is damp from the voyage. You spread furs and clothing out to dry in the sun. The feeling of solid ground under your feet is almost disorienting after so many days at sea. You walk in circles, stretching your legs, working the stiffness out of your joints. You spend the rest of the summer exploring the area and building a small settlement. The structures are simple. You dig trenches and stack sod to create walls. You use driftwood and timber for roof beams. The buildings are not meant to be permanent. They are shelters, places to sleep and store supplies, while you assess whether this land is worth a larger investment. The crew fishes and hunts. You find salmon in the river, more abundant than anything you have seen in Greenland. The weather is mild. There is no snow yet, and the days are long. This place feels like a gift. The crew falls into a routine. In the mornings you work on the buildings. By midday the sun is warm enough that you shed your outer layers. You eat a simple meal of dried fish and whatever berries or greens you can forage. In the afternoons some of the crew fish while others explore the surrounding area. You find wild game in the forest. Deer are common, and someone manages to kill one with a spear. The venison is fresh and tender, a welcome change from dried fish and salted meat. You roast it over an open fire and the smell draws everyone to the fire pit. For a few hours the mood is light. People laugh and tell stories. This place feels like home, or at least like it could become home with enough time and effort. But the season is short. By autumn, Leif decides it is time to head back to Greenland. You load the ship with timber and whatever other resources you have gathered. The return voyage is uneventful, and when you arrive in Greenland, Leif is greeted as a hero. He has found new land. He has brought back timber. He has proven that the western voyage is possible. Other people will want to follow, and they do. Over the next few years, several more expeditions set out for Vinland. Leif's brother Thorvald leads one. Another expedition includes a man named Thorfinn Karlsefni and his wife Gudrid. This voyage is larger, with multiple ships and plans to establish a permanent settlement. They bring livestock, tools, everything needed to start a new life. But the settlement does not last. The sagas describe conflicts with indigenous people, referred to in the texts as skraelings. The term is vague and probably pejorative, used by the Norse to describe anyone who was not Norse. The encounters are tense and sometimes violent. The Norse have superior iron weapons, but they are vastly outnumbered. After a few years, the settlers decide the risks outweigh the benefits. They pack up and return to Greenland. Thorvald's expedition is particularly notable for its tragic end. The saga describes the crew sailing along the coast, exploring inlets and bays. They find a beautiful spot with sandy beaches and forests reaching down to the water. Thorvald declares that this is where he wants to build his house. The crew goes ashore to explore. They find 3 skin boats pulled up on the beach, and under each boat are 3 men. The Norse call these people skraelings. The encounter turns violent. The Norse kill 8 of the 9 men. 1 escapes in a boat. Thorvald and his crew return to their ship, but soon they see a fleet of skin boats approaching. The indigenous people attack with arrows. Thorvald is struck in the armpit by an arrow. The wound is fatal. He asks to be buried on the headland he had chosen for his home site. The crew buries him there and returns to Greenland with the news. Thorfinn Karlsefni's expedition is more ambitious. He brings 3 ships and about 160 people, including women and children. They plan to establish a permanent colony. They bring cattle, sheep, and everything needed for farming. The group settles in Vinland and spends the first winter there. The winter is mild compared to Greenland. There is enough grazing for the livestock. The settlers are optimistic. In the spring, they encounter the indigenous people. The first meeting is cautious but not hostile. The indigenous people arrive in skin boats, staring at the Norse with curiosity. The Norse and the indigenous people try to communicate through gestures. Eventually they begin to trade. The Norse offer red cloth, which the indigenous people find fascinating. In exchange, they receive furs and pelts. The trade goes well. Both sides seem satisfied, but the peace does not last. The saga describes a bull belonging to the Norse running out of the woods and bellowing. The indigenous people are terrified by the noise and flee in their boats. They do not return for 3 weeks. When they do return, they come in large numbers. The mood is different. There is tension in the air. The Norse realise something is wrong. The indigenous people begin shooting arrows. The Norse form a defensive line, but they are outnumbered. Several Norse are wounded. The battle is chaotic and frightening. Eventually, the indigenous people withdraw, but the message is clear. The Norse are not welcome. Karlsefni and his people discuss their options. They could stay and fight, but the odds are against them. They could try to negotiate, but the language barrier makes that nearly impossible. In the end, they decide to leave. They load their ships and return to Greenland. The dream of a permanent settlement in Vinland dies with that decision. You think about why the settlement failed. Vinland had resources. It had timber and fish and fertile land. But it was also far from Greenland, which was itself far from Iceland and Norway. The supply chain was stretched too thin. If something went wrong, there was no one to call for help. The indigenous presence added another layer of complication. The Norse were used to dealing with other Norse or with Christian Europeans. They had no framework for coexisting with a completely different culture. The language barrier alone would have been insurmountable. Add in the threat of violence, and the settlement becomes untenable. The Norse could have stayed if they had been willing to fight a long-term war over the land, but they were not. They were farmers and traders, not conquerors. When it became clear that staying in Vinland would require constant conflict, they chose to leave. The voyages to Vinland do not stop immediately. The sagas mention occasional trips to gather timber, but there is no sustained effort to re-establish a settlement. Over time, the voyages become less frequent and then stop altogether. Vinland fades from active Norse consciousness. It becomes a story, a place that existed once but no longer matters. Greenland itself will eventually be abandoned. The climate cools. The Greenland Norse struggle to survive. By the 1500s, the settlements are empty. The descendants of Eric the Red and Leif Erikson are gone, absorbed back into Iceland or dead from starvation and disease. The western expansion ends not with a bang, but with a quiet retreat. You're standing in a field in northern Newfoundland. The year is 1960, and you're holding a shovel. The field is unremarkable, covered in low grass and wild flowers. To the east you can see the ocean. To the west there are low hills and more grass. This does not look like a place where history was made. But Helga Ingstad thinks otherwise. He's been searching for Vinland for years, and this spot matches the descriptions in the sagas better than anywhere else he has examined. There is a sheltered bay. There is a river. The landscape fits. He has convinced the local landowner to let him dig, and now he is carefully removing layers of turf and soil, looking for anything that might indicate human activity. The first finds are subtle. Patches of discoloured soil that suggest old walls or post holes. Fragments of charcoal that indicate fires were once lit here. Then something more definitive appears. An iron nail, corroded and bent but unmistakably Norse in style. The Norse used iron nails in their buildings and ships. The indigenous people of this region did not smelt iron. If there is an iron nail in the ground, someone from across the ocean put it there. The nail is small, maybe 3 inches long, its surface rough with rust. But its presence changes everything. It is physical proof, tangible evidence that cannot be dismissed as coincidence or contamination. Ingstad holds it carefully, turning it over in his palm. This is what he has been searching for. This is the connection between the medieval sagas and the physical world. The nail is not alone. As the excavation continues, more iron objects appear. Another nail, a rivet, fragments of worked iron that suggest metalworking took place here. Each find is documented, photographed and catalogued. The team works slowly and methodically, aware that they are uncovering something significant. Ingstad calls in his wife, Anne Stine Ingstad, who is an archaeologist. Together they organise a proper excavation. Over the next several years they uncover the foundations of 8 buildings. The structures are arranged in a small cluster near the water. The walls are made of sod, and the layout matches Norse construction techniques documented in Iceland and Greenland. The buildings include what appears to be a large hall, several smaller dwellings and a workshop. In the workshop they find evidence of iron smelting. There are pieces of slag, the waste material left over from heating iron ore and extracting the metal. The indigenous people of North America did not smelt iron. This is Norse work, no question. The excavation reveals layers of history. At the lowest level, there are the foundations and artifacts left by the Norse. Above that, centuries of accumulated soil and organic matter. The site was abandoned and left undisturbed, allowing the archaeological record to remain intact. This is rare. Most historical sites are disturbed by subsequent occupation or natural processes. But Lonso Meadows sat untouched for 900 years, preserving the evidence in place. The team finds a bronze pin, the kind used to fasten cloaks. The pin is small and delicate, with a simple design. It is definitely Norse in origin. Similar pins have been found in Iceland and Greenland, and the style matches artifacts from the 10th and 11th centuries. The pin is a personal item, something that belonged to an individual. You can imagine someone wearing it, fastening their cloak against the wind, going about their daily tasks, then losing it, the pin falling into the grass and disappearing. 9 centuries later, an archaeologist brushes away the soil and finds it again. Other artifacts include a soapstone spindle whorl, used for spinning wool into thread. This suggests that women were part of the expedition, or at least that domestic activities like textile production were taking place at the site. The Norse did not travel light. They brought tools and supplies and the means to produce the things they needed. The spindle whorl is evidence of a community trying to establish itself, not just a temporary camp. The buildings themselves tell a story. The largest structure is a hall, about 70 feet long and 50 feet wide. This would have been the communal space where people ate, socialised and slept. The walls are thick sod, and the roof was supported by wooden posts. The interior was divided into sections with a long hearth running down the centre. The hearthstones are still in place, blackened by countless fires. You can see where people sat on benches along the walls, where they cooked their meals, where they gathered for warmth and companionship. The smaller buildings serve different purposes. One appears to be a workshop where iron was smelted. The floor is littered with slag and charcoal. There are remnants of a furnace, built from stone and clay. The Norse were skilled metalworkers, and they brought that knowledge with them to the New World. Iron was essential for tools and weapons. Being able to produce it on site meant they did not have to rely entirely on supplies brought from Greenland. Another building might have been a boat repair shed. The location near the water and the presence of iron nails suggest it was used for maintaining ships. The Norse ships required constant upkeep. Planks needed to be replaced. Rivets needed to be tightened. Sails needed to be repaired. A dedicated space for this work would have been essential for any long-term settlement. The radiocarbon dating of charcoal and organic materials from the site confirms the Norse presence. The dates cluster around the year 1000, give or take a few decades. This matches the timeline described in the sagas. The archaeological evidence and the written sources align. The sagas were not myths. They were based on real events, real voyages, real people who crossed an ocean and built something on the other side. The finds are exciting, but they also raise questions. How long were people living here? Was this a permanent settlement or a temporary camp? How many people were involved? The archaeological evidence suggests a small group, maybe a few dozen individuals, staying for a few years at most. The buildings are well constructed, but not elaborate. This was not a thriving colony. It was a toehold, a test run. The Norse came, they built, they stayed for a while, and then they left. The site was never reoccupied. The buildings fell into ruin. The sod walls collapsed. Grass grew over everything. For 900 years the site sat undisturbed, quietly holding evidence of one of the most remarkable voyages in human history. You crouch down and look at the remains of a post hole. Someone cut a tree, shaped it into a post, and drove it into the ground to support a roof beam. That person lived here. They woke up in this place, ate meals, did chores, talked to their companions, looked out at the ocean and wondered if they would ever see Greenland again. The human connection feels tangible. This is not abstract history. This is the physical trace of people who crossed an ocean in a wooden ship and built something on the other side. The discovery at Lonso Meadows settles the debate about whether Vikings reached North America. They did. The evidence is in the ground, but it also complicates the narrative. These sagas describe multiple voyages and multiple landing sites. They mention Vinland, Markland, Helluland. Lonso Meadows is clearly a Norse site, but is it Vinland? The sagas say Vinland had grapes, and grapes do not grow this far north. Some scholars think Lonso Meadows was a base camp, a place to repair ships and gather supplies before heading farther south. Others think the grape detail in the sagas is exaggerated or misunderstood. The truth is murky. The sagas are not precise historical documents. They are stories, shaped by the people who told them and the audiences who listened. Details shift. Events are compressed or expanded. Names are embellished. Trying to match saga descriptions to modern geography is like trying to reconstruct a photograph from someone's verbal description. You can get close, but you will never have perfect clarity. Still, Lonso Meadows is enough. It proves the Norse were here. It gives the sagas credibility. For decades, scholars dismissed the Vinland stories as legend or wishful thinking. The Ingstad's excavation forced a reassessment. The Norse were capable sailors and explorers. They reached North America 500 years before Columbus. That fact is no longer in dispute. You think about the families who lived at Lonso Meadows. They were not heroes in the epic sense. They were ordinary people doing difficult work in an unfamiliar place. They missed home. They worried about supplies. They argued about decisions. They got sick and tired and scared. And then they left. The settlement did not fail because the land was bad or because the Norse lacked skill. It failed because the circumstances were wrong. The distance was too great. The support network was too thin. The presence of indigenous people made coexistence difficult. The Norse made a rational decision to cut their losses and return to Greenland. That decision has shaped how we understand their legacy. They discovered America, but they did not stay. The discovery mattered less than we might think. You're sitting in a monastery in Iceland. The year is 1200 and something. Outside, the wind howls across the lava fields. Inside, the room is dim and cold. You're a scribe, and your job is to write down the stories that people tell. These stories have been passed down orally for generations, shifting slightly with each retelling. Your task is to fix them in writing, to create a permanent record before the old storytellers die, and the stories die with them. The story you're working on today is about Leif Erikson and his journey to Vinland. You have heard the story many times. Different versions emphasize different details. Some say Leif was blown off course and stumbled onto Vinland by accident. Others say he went looking for it deliberately, following Bjarni Heyolfsson's description. You're not sure which version is correct, so you include both. Your job is to record what people say, not to judge whether it is true. The process of writing is slow and painstaking. You use a quill made from a goose feather, dipped in ink made from soot and water. The parchment is expensive, made from calf skin that has been scraped thin and stretched smooth. You cannot afford to waste it. Each word must be carefully formed. each line straight and even. Your hand cramps after an hour of writing. You flex your fingers and continue. The story must be preserved. The old men who remember the voyages are dying. Once they are gone, the knowledge dies with them unless it is written down. You write in Old Norse, the language of your ancestors. The words flow onto the page in a script that is both functional and elegant. You describe Leif's departure from Greenland, the crew loading the ship with supplies, the farewells on the beach. You describe the voyage west, the days at sea with nothing but water and sky in every direction. You describe the sighting of land, first Helluland, then Markland, finally Vinland. You try to capture the sense of wonder and apprehension that must have accompanied these discoveries. The Norse were sailing into the unknown, and they knew it. The sagas are not dry historical accounts. They are stories, meant to entertain and instruct. They include dialogue, dramatic moments, conflicts between characters. The scribes who wrote them down added literary flourishes, descriptions of weather and landscape, interior thoughts of the protagonists. These additions make the sagas more engaging, but they also make them harder to trust as factual records. How much of the dialogue actually happened? How much was invented to make the story more compelling? The line between history and literature is blurry. One passage you write describes Leif's discovery of grapes in Vinland. The saga says that a German member of the crew, a man named Tyrkium, went exploring and came back excited. He had found vines growing wild, heavy with fruit. Tyrkir spoke in his native language at first, too excited to remember his Norse. When he calmed down, he explained what he had found. Leif was pleased. Grapes meant wine, and wine was a luxury in Greenland. The crew harvested the grapes and filled the ship's boat with them. They also loaded timber as much as the ship could carry. When they returned to Greenland, Leif gave the land its name, Vinland, Wineland. The passage is vivid and specific. But is it true? Did Tyrkir really find grapes, or did he find something else that the Norse mistook for grapes? Did he speak excitedly in German, or is that a detail added to make the moment more dramatic? You do not know. You write what you've heard, and you trust that future readers will understand the nature of the text. The sagas are not gospels, they are stories, shaped by memory and imagination. This is how the sagas were created. They are not historical documents in the modern sense. They are stories, shaped by the culture and values of the people who told them. The sagas emphasize bravery, honour, and the deeds of great men. They are less interested in mundane details like how many nails were used to build a house, or what people ate for breakfast. The result is a body of literature that is rich in narrative but frustratingly vague on specifics. When historians try to use the sagas to reconstruct events, they have to navigate layers of embellishment and compression. Names might be wrong, dates are almost never given. Distances are described in terms of sailing time, which varies depending on wind and weather. The sagas are valuable sources, but they require careful interpretation. Two sagas describe the voyages to Vinland, the saga of Eric the Red and the saga of the Greenlanders. They were written down in the 13th century, about 200 years after the events they describe. The two sagas do not always agree. They present different sequences of events, different characters playing key roles, different reasons for why the settlements were abandoned. Historians have spent careers trying to reconcile the discrepancies, to figure out which version is more reliable. The consensus is that both sagas contain elements of truth, but neither is a perfectly accurate account. They are approximations, memory filtered through time and reshaped by the needs of storytelling. The sagas describe Vinland in glowing terms. The land is fertile, the grass is thick, the rivers are full of salmon, the winters are mild. This description has led scholars to speculate about where Vinland was located. If grapes were growing wild, Vinland must have been farther south than Newfoundland. Maybe it was Nova Scotia or New England. But the grape detail could also be a literary flourish, a way to make the new land sound appealing. The Norse loved wine, and a land where wine grapes grew would have been seen as particularly desirable. Whether the grapes were real or metaphorical is hard to say. The sagas also describe encounters with indigenous people. The Norse called them skraelings, a term that carries a dismissive or derogatory tone. The encounters are not friendly. The sagas describe trading sessions that go well initially, but then devolve into violence. In one account, the Norse trade red cloth for furs. The indigenous people are happy with the deal until the Norse run out of cloth. Tensions rise. A fight breaks out. People die. The Norse retreat to their settlement and fortify it. More skirmishes follow. Eventually the Norse decide the situation is untenable and leave. You think about what these encounters must have been like from the indigenous perspective. Imagine you are living on the coast, and one day a strange ship appears. The people on the ship look different, speak a language you do not understand, and carry weapons made of a material you have never seen. They are not hostile at first, but they are clearly wary. They build structures and start cutting down trees. They act as if the land is theirs, even though you and your community have been living here for generations. The situation is confusing and threatening. When the strangers offer to trade, you go along hoping to learn more about them. But the strangers are unpredictable. Small disputes escalate into violence. Eventually you and your community decide these people need to leave. You outnumber them, and you know the land better than they do. You make it clear they are not welcome. They leave. The sagas do not give the indigenous perspective. They are written by Norse scribes for Norse audiences. The indigenous people are background characters, obstacles to be overcome or enemies to be fought. But their presence is undeniable. They are the reason the Norse settlements failed. If the land had been empty, the Norse might have stayed. But it was not empty. It was home to people who had their own claims and their own reasons to defend it. The sagas also mention subsequent voyages to Markland, the forest land, to gather timber. These voyages continue for several decades after the Vineland settlements are abandoned. Timber is valuable and Greenland has almost none. A voyage to Markland takes a week or two, depending on weather. It is risky, but the reward is worth it. Eventually these voyages stop as well. The reasons are not clear. Maybe the risks became too great. Maybe the Greenland Norse found other sources of timber, driftwood washed ashore from Siberia. Maybe the knowledge of how to reach Markland was lost when key navigators died. The sagas do not say. You close the book and think about what the sagas reveal. They confirm that the Norse reached North America. They provide names and rough chronologies. They describe the geography in enough detail that modern scholars can make educated guesses about where the Norse went. But they do not answer every question. They leave gaps, contradictions, and ambiguities. That is the nature of oral tradition. Stories evolve, details are forgotten or invented. The sagas are not perfect, but they are what we have. Combined with the archaeological evidence at Longso Meadows, they give us a picture of Norse exploration that is incomplete but compelling. The Norse crossed the Atlantic. They built settlements. They interacted with indigenous people. They left. That is the story. You are sitting at your kitchen table with a cup of tea. Outside, the evening is settling in. You have been thinking about the Viking voyages all night, turning the details over in your mind. The question that brought you here was simple. Did Vikings really discover America first? But the answer turns out to be complicated. It depends on what you mean by discover and what you mean by first. If we define discovery as the first time someone set foot on a landmass, then the answer goes back thousands of years. The first people to discover America were the ancestors of modern indigenous communities, who migrated from Asia across the Bering Land Bridge during the last ice age. They were the true discoverers, the ones who explored an empty continent and made it home. By the time the Norse arrived, America had been discovered, settled and shaped by human hands for millennia. If we narrow the definition to the first Europeans to arrive, then yes, the Vikings discovered America. They reached the continent around the year 1000, nearly 5 centuries before Columbus. That is a significant fact. It challenges the Eurocentric narrative that places Columbus at the centre of the story. It reminds us that the Atlantic was not an impassable barrier. People crossed it long before the age of exploration, driven by curiosity and necessity, and the simple desire to see what was on the other side. But the Viking voyages did not change history in the way Columbus's voyages did. The Norse came and left. They established no lasting presence. They did not start trade networks or launch follow-up expeditions. The knowledge of Vinland faded from European consciousness. By the time Columbus sailed in 1492, the Norse voyages were forgotten or dismissed as myth. Columbus's arrival, by contrast, triggered a sustained connection between Europe and the Americas. It set in motion colonization, conquest, and the exchange of plants, animals, diseases, and ideas that reshaped both continents. The Norse discovery was real, but it was also ephemeral. It did not matter in the way we usually mean when we talk about historical events that matter. The distinction between discovery and encounter is important. Discovery implies that something was lost or hidden and then found. But America was never lost. It was always here, inhabited by people who knew it intimately. When the Norse arrived, they did not discover a new world. They encountered an existing one. That encounter was brief and ultimately inconsequential for both sides. The Norse left. The indigenous people remained. Life continued. The encounter did not reshape either culture in any meaningful way. You think about what the Norse voyages teach us. They teach us that human beings are curious and restless. We push boundaries, we explore, we take risks. The Norse were not superhuman. They were ordinary people with extraordinary skills and a willingness to sail into the unknown. They built ships that could cross oceans. They navigated by the stars and the sun and the flight of birds. They survived in harsh environments because they were adaptable and resourceful. Those qualities are worth celebrating. The Norse approach to exploration was fundamentally practical. They were not driven by abstract ideals of discovery or conquest. They were looking for resources, timber for building, land for farming, opportunities for trade. When they found Vinland, they assessed it the way a farmer assesses a field. Is the soil good? Is there fresh water? Can we grow crops here? Can we survive the winter? The answers were mostly yes, but the presence of indigenous people complicated everything. The Norse were not equipped to handle prolonged conflict. They were settlers, not soldiers. When it became clear that staying would require fighting, they chose to leave. This pragmatism extends to how they remembered the voyages. The sagas do not glorify failure. They do not pretend that Vinland was a great success. They acknowledge that the settlements were abandoned. They describe the conflicts and the difficulties. The Norse were honest about their limitations. They knew they had reached the edge of what was possible with their resources and technology. That honesty is rare in historical accounts. Most cultures prefer to focus on their triumphs and downplay their setbacks. The Norse did both. They celebrated Leif's discovery, but they also admitted that the discovery led nowhere. But the voyages also teach us humility. The Norse were skilled sailors, but they were not conquerors. They could not impose their will on a land that was already occupied. They tried to establish settlements, and they failed. That failure is as instructive as the voyages themselves. It reminds us that exploration is not the same as domination. Arriving somewhere does not give you ownership. The Norse learned that lesson the hard way. They left Vinland not because they lacked courage or determination, but because they were pragmatic. They recognized that the costs outweighed the benefits, that pragmatism is a kind of wisdom. The story of Viking exploration is often told as an adventure tale, full of brave sailors and dramatic voyages, and it is that. But it is also a story about limits. The Norse pushed as far as they could, and then they stopped. They reached the edge of what was possible with their technology and their resources. They could cross the ocean, but they could not sustain a settlement on the other side. That limit defined their legacy. They discovered America, but they did not change it. They left footprints that were buried under grass for 900 years. When those footprints were finally uncovered, they told a story of human ambition and human limitation, bound together in a way that feels both humbling and inspiring. You finish your tea and set the cup down. The question you started with has been answered. Sort of. Yes, Vikings discovered America first, if we're talking about Europeans. But the discovery was fleeting. It mattered less than we might hope. The Norse came, they saw, and they left. The land they found was not empty. It was home to people who had their own histories and their own claims. The encounter between Norse and indigenous people was brief and inconclusive. It did not lead to lasting change for either group. In that sense, the Viking voyages are a footnote, an interesting detail in the larger story of human migration and exploration. But footnotes matter. They add texture. They complicate the narrative. The fact that Vikings reached America before Columbus does not diminish Columbus's voyages. It just puts them in a different context. It reminds us that history is messy and non-linear. Discoveries are not always followed by consequences. Exploration does not always lead to conquest. Sometimes people cross an ocean, build a few houses and go home. That is what the Norse did. It is not the story we were taught in school, but it is the story the evidence supports. And there is something satisfying about that. The sagas were not myths. The Norse really did sail to Vinland. They left traces in the ground that we can still see today. Those traces are small and unassuming, but they are real. They connect us to a moment 1,000 years ago when someone stood on a beach in Newfoundland and wondered what it would be like to live there. The answer, it turned out, was that it was too hard, so they left. And that is okay. Not every story ends with triumph. Some end with a quiet retreat, a return to familiar shores, a decision to let the unknown stay unknown for a while longer. So there you have it, my tired brotatos. Vikings reached America 5 centuries before Columbus, built structures at Lanceau Meadows, and left when the challenges outweighed the rewards. The discovery was real, but it was also fleeting. The sagas preserved the memory and modern archaeology confirmed it. The story does not have a tidy ending, but history rarely does. If you enjoyed this journey through Norse exploration, consider sharing it with someone who might appreciate a different take on the discovery narrative. Until next time, rest well. The ocean is wide, the stars are bright, and the Vikings made it across. That is enough. The year is 1453, and Constantinople has stood for more than a millennium as the jewel of the Byzantine Empire. Its massive walls have turned back armies for centuries, but this spring will be different. A young Ottoman Sultan named Mehmed II has brought something new to these ancient stones, and the city's long story is about to reach its final chapter. You stand on the land walls of Constantinople on a morning in early April, and the stone beneath your hands still holds the chill of winter. The sun rises over Asia behind you, warming the back of your neck while the western horizon stays dim. These walls have been here longer than most kingdoms. They were already ancient when your grandparents were young. The triple line of fortifications runs from the Sea of Marmara to the Golden Horn, cutting across the peninsula like a promise carved in limestone. The outermost wall stands low and thick, meant to slow attackers and keep siege engines at a distance. Behind it rises a second wall, taller and more substantial. Behind that, the great inner wall towers 40 feet high, studded with 96 towers that catch the morning light. Each tower could hold a small garrison. Each section of wall could stop an army. The entire system is nearly 4 miles long, and every inch of it has a story. You have walked these walls your entire life. You know which stones are original, laid down by the Emperor Theodosius almost 1,000 years ago. You know which sections were repaired after earthquakes, after sieges, after the simple erosion of centuries. The mortar between some stones is Roman. The patches on others are Byzantine. Some repairs are so recent you remember watching the masons at work, their hammers tapping steadily in the afternoon heat. The towers rise at regular intervals, each one slightly different from its neighbours. Some are square, some are octagonal. Each has firing slits at different heights, arrow loops that look out over the killing ground between the walls. You know which towers have the best views. You know which ones leak when it rains. You know which ones have pigeons nesting in the upper chambers. The city behind you holds perhaps 50,000 people now. Once it held 500,000. The population has been dropping for generations as Byzantine territory shrank, as trade routes shifted, as the empire that once controlled the Mediterranean became the empire that controlled 14 miles of wall and whatever lay inside them. But the walls remain the same size, enclosing neighbourhoods that have returned to gardens and orchards. In some quarters, you can walk for blocks and see only ruins, churches with their roofs gone, palaces empty except for birds. Other neighbourhoods are crowded and vital, markets full of noise, workshops producing silk and metalwork and the things a city needs to survive. The Messe, the great central street, runs from the Golden Gate to the Imperial Palace. It was once lined with columns and statues, shops selling goods from 3 continents, crowds so thick you could barely move. Now sections of it are nearly empty. Some of the columns remain, weathered and leaning slightly. Some of the shops are still open, but others have wooden shutters nailed across their doors, locked for years or decades. Yet the Messe still functions. People still walk it. Markets still operate. The city finds ways to continue even as it shrinks. You can see the Golden Horn from your position on the wall, that perfect natural harbour that curves along the northern edge of the city like a scythe. The water is calm this morning, reflecting the pale sky. A massive chain stretches across the harbour mouth, supported by floating logs, each link as thick as a man's thigh. The chain has been there for weeks now, ever since word came that the Ottomans were preparing for war. It is thick enough that you could walk across it if you had good balance and no sense of self-preservation. It is the sort of defensive measure that makes perfect sense until you think about what it means. If you need a chain that large to keep enemies out, you are expecting serious enemies. The Genoese colony of Galata sits across the Golden Horn from Constantinople proper, technically neutral, practically useful to whoever pays the customs fees. The Genoese are merchants above all else. They will trade with Byzantium, they will trade with the Ottomans, they will trade with anyone who has gold and goods. Right now they are maintaining a polite fiction of neutrality, while fortifying their own walls and watching to see which way the wind blows. You can see their watchtowers from here, new construction, the stone still pale where it has not yet weathered. Your emperor is Constantine XI, a man in his 40s who inherited a throne that once ruled the Mediterranean, but now rules those 14 miles of wall. He is the last of a dynasty that traces back more than 1,000 years, through Byzantine emperors to the Roman Caesars themselves. The weight of that history sits on his shoulders like a physical thing. He is not a bad emperor. He is simply the emperor of not very much. He has perhaps 7,000 defenders, a mix of Byzantine citizens who can hold a spear, Genoese volunteers under the command of Giovanni Giustiniani, and a few hundred trained soldiers who have seen real combat. Against what is coming, it will not be enough. Everyone knows this. The math is simple and brutal, but nobody says it out loud because saying it makes it real. The harbour smells of salt and tar and fish guts drying on the docks. The city smells of bread baking in communal ovens, of charcoal fires, of horse dung and human waste, and the particular scent of old stone that has absorbed 1,000 years of human life. Incense drifts from churches where services have been held every day since the buildings were consecrated. Some of these churches are 600 years old, some are newer. All of them smell the same, beeswax and myrrh and the accumulated prayers of centuries. The Hagia Sophia dominates the skyline, its great dome visible from anywhere in the city, a reminder of what Constantinople once was and what it still believes itself to be. The church was built by the Emperor Justinian 900 years ago, and the story goes that when it was completed, Justinian looked up at the dome and said he had surpassed Solomon. Whether or not that happened, the dome is remarkable. It seems to float above the interior space, held up by light rather than stone. On sunny days, the light from the windows circles the base of the dome like a crown of fire. You have heard the stories all your life, how the city has been besieged more than 20 times and has never fallen, how the Virgin Mary herself protects these walls, how the Arab armies tried for years to take Constantinople and failed every time, how previous Ottoman sultans laid siege and gave up, how the walls are impregnable, blessed, invincible. The older people tell these stories with confidence, their voices steady, their faith unshakable. The younger ones listen and wonder and try to believe. The farms outside the walls are being abandoned now. Families are moving inside, bringing what they can carry, driving their animals ahead of them. You watch them arrive every day, a farmer with 2 cows and a cart full of belongings, a family carrying bundled possessions on their backs, an old woman leading a donkey. They come through the gates looking exhausted and frightened, and soldiers direct them to empty buildings where they can shelter. The suburbs are emptying. Everyone who can reach the walls is coming inside because staying outside means being in the path of what approaches from the west. You can feel it coming even though you cannot see it yet. The roads are too quiet. The normal traffic of merchants and travellers has stopped completely. No caravans arrive from the interior. No farmers bring produce from the countryside. The world beyond the walls has gone silent in a way that makes your skin prickle. A Genoese merchant arrives one evening, his horse lathered and blowing hard. He tells you he has seen the Ottoman camp forming miles to the west near the village of Diplokionion. He says the tents stretch further than you can see in one glance. He says there are more soldiers than he can count. He says they have brought cannons larger than any he has seen before, cannons that required special roads to be built just to transport them. You listen and try not to let your face show what you're thinking. The merchant sees through you anyway. He puts a hand on your shoulder and says nothing else because there is nothing else to say. Your job is to watch a section of wall near the Caricious Gate, to report any problems, to help coordinate the defence of your assigned towers. It is not complicated work, but it matters. These walls are all that stand between the city and whatever comes next. You know every stone in your section. You know where the mortar is weakest, where water damage has made repairs necessary, where the facing stones have spooled away from the rubble core. You know which sections drain properly when it rains and which ones collect water in pools that freeze in winter and crack the stone. At night you can see fires in the distance now, campfires spreading across the western approaches like a constellation fallen to earth. Each fire marks a group of soldiers. Each group of soldiers represents men who are preparing to kill you or die trying. The Ottoman army is here. The mood in the city shifts. Markets continue. People buy bread and oil and whatever else they need. But the conversations are different now. Quieter. More tense. People glance toward the walls more often. Mothers keep their children closer. There is a sense of waiting, of something poised to break. Constantine visits the walls regularly. He walks the circuit, talks to defenders, asks questions about supplies and morale. He's a good emperor in the ways that matter at the end. He cares about his people. He does not hide in his palace. He shares the danger. When he speaks to you, he remembers your name from previous visits. He asks about your family. He makes you feel like your section of wall matters as much as any other. You're not sure if this is genuine or performance, and you decide it does not matter. The effect is the same either way. Giustiniani, the Genoese commander, is different. He is all business, no warmth, but extremely competent. He walks the walls with engineers and makes notes. He orders repairs to weak sections. He positions reserves. He calculates angles of fire and fields of view. He knows what he is doing in a way that is both reassuring and terrifying, because it means he understands exactly how bad the situation is. Food is still plentiful for now. The granaries hold enough wheat for months if rationed properly. Fish boats go out into the Sea of Marmara every morning and return with catches of mackerel and anchovy. Gardens inside the walls produce onions, cabbages, herbs. A few cows and goats provide milk. Chickens lay eggs. It is not abundance, but it is adequate. You eat bread and cheese and fish, the same things you have always eaten. For now, hunger is not the problem. Water is not a problem either. Constantinople has excellent cisterns, vast underground chambers that store rainwater collected from roofs across the city. The largest, the Basilica cistern, holds enough water for months. You have been down into it once, years ago, walking carefully on the raised walkways between pools of dark water. The ceiling is held up by hundreds of columns, each one salvaged from some earlier Roman building. Some of the column capitals are carved with elaborate designs. Some have faces looking down at you. The whole space feels like a temple to some forgotten god of water and darkness, April continues. The weather improves slightly. The chill of early spring gives way to milder days. Fruit trees in the gardens bloom. Pink and white blossoms against grey stone. Birds return from wherever they spent the winter, building nests in tower crevices. Life continues its cycles regardless of human wars. You develop routines. Morning inspection of your wall section. Checking for new cracks or loose stones. Supervising a crew of workers who carry stones and mix mortar. Afternoon meetings where different section commanders share information. Evening rounds to make sure sentries are posted. Sleep when you can, which is never quite enough. The Ottoman camp grows larger each day. More tents appear, more fires at night. The forces gathering to the west are vast in a way that makes your mind struggle to comprehend. You have never seen an army before this. Now you are about to see the largest army your generation has faced. On April 6th, the bombardment begins. Mehmed II is 21 years old and has been Sultan for 2 years in his second reign. This is actually his second time being Sultan, which is unusual. He was Sultan briefly as a boy of 12, then his father Murad decided being retired was boring and took the throne back. Then Murad died, and now Mehmed is Sultan again. For real this time, no takebacks. This history has given him some interesting ideas about proving himself and securing his position. He's not particularly tall. The Venetian painters who will later depict him show a man of average height, perhaps 5 feet 6 or 7, with a prominent nose and dark eyes that seem to miss nothing. He is not particularly intimidating in the normal ways. He does not have the physical presence of a warrior. What he has is intelligence and absolute certainty. He has been planning to take Constantinople since he was a child. He has studied every previous siege. He knows exactly why they all failed. He believes he has a solution. The solution involves a man named Urban. Urban is a Hungarian cannon founder who showed up at Constantinople first, offering his services to the Byzantines. He told them he could build a cannon that would knock down any wall in the world. Constantine listened politely, and then explained that Byzantium could not afford Urban's fees. So Urban crossed the Bosphorus to the Ottoman court and made the same offer to Mehmed. Mehmed said yes immediately and gave Urban everything he needed. Unlimited funds, workers, materials, a workshop, time. The cannon Urban built is 27 feet long and weighs nearly 20 tons. The barrel is cast bronze, 30 inches across at the mouth. It can fire a stone ball that weighs 1,200 pounds. Loading it requires 200 pounds of gunpowder. Nobody has ever built anything like it before. The technology barely exists to make something this large. The metallurgy is at the absolute edge of what is possible. Getting it to Constantinople required 60 oxen and 700 men just to move it along the roads. They had to reinforce bridges ahead of it, replacing wooden beams with stone, because the weight would have collapsed normal bridge construction. They had to fill in ditches and level hills where the gradient was too steep. The journey from Adrianople took 2 months, moving perhaps 3 miles per day. The gun itself became a kind of mobile fortress, preceded by engineers, followed by supply wagons visible from miles away. Mehmed has more than one of these enormous cannons. He has 3 of the truly massive ones, plus 60 or 70 smaller cannons, ranging from respectable to enormous by previous standards. He has possibly the most powerful artillery train ever assembled up to this point in history. He also has somewhere between 80,000 and 150,000 soldiers, depending on which sources you believe and how you count irregulars and support personnel. The exact number matters less than the basic fact that he has many, many more people than Constantinople has. His camp sprawls across the western approaches to the city, from the Sea of Marmara to the Golden Horn. The tents are organised by unit and by function. There are areas for the Janissaries, the elite infantry corps recruited as boys and trained their entire lives for war. Areas for the Anatolian provincial troops, experienced soldiers but not quite elite. Areas for the Rumelian forces from Ottoman Europe. Areas for irregular troops, adventurers and volunteers hoping for plunder. Areas for the engineers and sappers who will dig tunnels and build siege towers. Areas for the cannons and their enormous supplies of powder and shot. Areas for food storage. Areas for horses by the thousands. Areas for smiths and carpenters and all the craftsmen an army needs. It is a city made of canvas and wood, but it has streets and neighbourhoods and its own logic. Mehmed sets up his own tent opposite the Romanus Gate, the traditional weak point in Constantinople's defences. The land here slopes slightly and the wall crosses a small valley where the Lycus River once flowed, now reduced to a sewer that runs in a culvert under the fortifications. Every previous siege has focused its main effort here. Mehmed is not particularly interested in innovation for its own sake. He has studied what worked and what did not work. He is going to do what worked, but with overwhelming force. The cannons are positioned with enormous care. The really big ones cannot be moved easily once they are placed, so their positioning matters enormously. Mehmed's engineers spend days on calculations. They measure distances. They test fire at dummy walls built for the purpose. They make adjustments. The science of ballistics is still more art than mathematics, but they are learning fast, and they have something previous besiegers did not have. They have guns large enough that precision matters less than raw destructive power. Each of the great cannons requires its own fortification. The gun is positioned in a pit lined with stones to absorb recoil. Earthworks are piled up around it to protect the crew from defensive fire. Supply dumps nearby hold the enormous quantities of powder, and shot each gun consumes. A single shot from Urban's monster requires 200 pounds of powder. That powder has to be stored safely, kept dry, measured carefully. The logistics are staggering. On April 6th, 1453, the bombardment begins. The sound is extraordinary. You have never heard anything like it, and your mind struggles to process what your ears report. The great cannons make a noise that you feel in your chest before you hear it with your ears. It is not just loud. It is a physical force that ripples through the air and shakes the ground and makes your teeth ache. When the shot leaves the barrel, the explosion produces a flash of fire and a cloud of smoke that takes minutes to clear. When the stone ball hits the walls, the impact sends dust and rock fragments flying in all directions. Birds explode from trees half a mile away. Dogs howl. Horses panic in their stables. The walls were built to withstand battering rams and siege towers and catapults. They were not built for this. Each impact from the great guns cracks the facing stones and sends shockwaves through the rubble core. The walls do not collapse immediately. They are too well built for that. But each impact weakens them. Cracks spread. Mortar crumbles. Sections of wall shudder and shift. After each impact, repair crews rush forward during the brief silence while the cannons cool and are reloaded. They stuff the gaps with whatever they can find. Barrels filled with earth to absorb impacts. Bales of wool that compress rather than shatter. Timber beams to shore up weakened sections. Rubble from previous hits packed back into holes. The work is frantic and dangerous. You never know when the next shot will fire. The giant cannons can fire perhaps 7 times a day. They heat up too much to fire more frequently. The metal barrels expand from the explosive force, and if they fire too often, the barrels can crack or split catastrophically. So there is a rhythm to the siege. The cannons fire. The repair crews rush forward. The defenders work frantically for an hour or two. The cannons cool. The gunners swab out the barrels with wet cloths to remove powder residue and cool the metal. They reload, which is a production in itself. The process takes hours. Then it happens again. Between the great cannons, smaller guns fire more frequently. These are still substantial pieces, capable of knocking down a wall if given time, but they can fire every hour or two instead of every few hours. They keep up a steady harassment, forcing defenders to stay alert, preventing effective repairs, gradually chipping away at the fortifications. The Byzantines have some cannons too, but not many, and not as large. They have perhaps 15 guns of various sizes, most of them old and unreliable. They fire back when they can. Sometimes they hit Ottoman positions and kill gunners or damage equipment. More often they waste powder and shot on targets that are too far away or too well protected. Byzantine metallurgy is not what it used to be. Some of their guns crack after a few shots. One explodes and kills its own crew. Mehmed also orders mining operations to begin. Crews of sappers start digging tunnels toward the walls, planning to undermine the foundations and collapse sections with explosives or fire. The work is slow and dangerous. The tunnels have to be shored up as they advance, or they will collapse on their own. The miners work in shifts, digging in darkness by the light of oil lamps, carrying out spoil in baskets. The Byzantines counter with their own tunnels, trying to intercept the Ottoman miners underground. They have an engineer named Johannes Grant, a German or possibly Scottish specialist in siege warfare, who supervises the counter-mining. Grant has good instincts. He can hear the Ottoman tunnels advancing. He can calculate where they are from the sound of picks on stone. He directs Byzantine miners to intercept them. When 2 tunnels meet underground, the fighting is desperate and strange. There is no room to swing a sword properly. Men fight with knives and short spears and their fists in absolute darkness. The only light from dropped lamps that gutter out in the bad air. Sometimes one side breaks through into the other's tunnel and sets off explosives or lights fires that fill the space with smoke. Men pass from suffocation as often as from violence. At sea, the Ottoman fleet tries to force its way into the Golden Horn, but the Great Chain holds. Ships cannot simply sail over it. They cannot easily cut it. Some captains try ramming it, but the chain stretches and then snaps back, damaging the ships that hit it. It is a remarkable piece of defensive engineering, that chain, and it frustrates every naval attempt to break through. The Byzantine fleet is small but determined. A few galleys patrol inside the harbour. They can sortie out through small breaks in the chain that can be opened and closed. They harass Ottoman ships. They sink a few smaller vessels. It is not enough to change anything, but it helps morale. Mehmed watches all of this from his tent. He receives reports constantly. Commanders come and go. Engineers present problems and solutions. Supply officers report on ammunition expenditure and food stocks. Mehmed listens to everything and issues orders with a calmness that unnerves some of his commanders. He is patient in a way that 21-year-olds rarely are. He knows this will take time. He has brought enough supplies for months if necessary. He's not going anywhere until Constantinople falls. Inside the city, Constantine XI does everything a good emperor should do. He visits the walls daily. He talks to defenders, learning names, asking about families, making himself present. He oversees repairs personally, sometimes helping to carry stones. He rations food carefully, making sure supplies will last. He sends messages to Western Europe begging for help, promising religious concessions to the Pope, offering anything he can think of to get ships and soldiers sent to relieve the siege. A few ships arrive, never enough, never nearly enough. The bombardment continues day after day. The sound becomes almost normal, which is a strange thing to realise. Your mind adapts. You learn to work during the intervals between shots. You learn to distinguish the sound of different guns so you know how much time you have before the next impact. The great guns boom like thunder. The medium guns crack sharply. The small guns pop almost cheerfully. Each has its rhythm. The walls hold, but they are being ground down. Each day they are a little weaker than the day before. The facing stones are pockmarked and cracked. The towers have lost their clean lines. Everything looks battered and tired. Like the defenders, you learn to sleep through the cannon fire after a few days. This surprises you initially, but human beings are adaptable creatures and you cannot stay alert every hour of every day. The bombardment happens during daylight mostly. The Ottomans do not waste powder shooting at targets they cannot see clearly. At night the guns fall silent and the crews rest. So you sleep at night when you can, and during the day you alternate between frantic activity and long periods of boredom while the guns reload. Food is rationed but not yet scarce. The city's granaries hold enough wheat for several months if nobody panics, and the distribution is managed properly. Constantine appoints officials to oversee rationing. Each household receives a weekly allotment based on the number of people. The amounts are adequate, if not generous. Bread remains available, though the loaves are smaller than they used to be. Fish still come from the Sea of Marmara. Boats go out before dawn and return by mid-morning with catches of mackerel, anchovy and whatever else the nets bring up. The fishermen take risks every day. Ottoman ships patrol the waters, and getting caught outside the harbour could mean death or capture. But the fishermen keep going because the city needs food and fishing is what they know. Gardens inside the walls produce vegetables. Constantinople has always had gardens, even during its peak when the population was dense. Every available piece of land grows something: onions, cabbages, leeks, herbs. Some families keep a few chickens for eggs. A few lucky ones have a goat for milk. The city is not self-sufficient, but it is less dependent on outside supplies than many urban centres. Water is not a problem at all. The cisterns were filled during the winter rains, and Constantinople's water supply system is one of the marvels of the ancient world. The basilica cistern alone holds enough water for months. Other smaller cisterns are scattered throughout the city. Some are open reservoirs, some are covered chambers supported by columns. The water is clean and cool, collected from rain rather than drawn from potentially contaminated sources. You fill your water jar each morning from a neighbourhood cistern and never worry about running out. The mood in the city shifts day by day, sometimes hour by hour. Some days people are confident, convinced that relief will come, that the walls will hold, that God will provide a miracle. The priests encourage this belief. Services at churches emphasise Constantinople's divine protection, the many times the city has been saved at the last moment. People cling to these stories. Other days a kind of hollow fear settles over everything, and people move through the streets quietly, avoiding each other's eyes, each person alone with thoughts they do not want to share. You can see it in faces, in the way people hold themselves, in the too quick movements of those who are trying not to think about what might be coming. Children still play, because children always do, but their games are quieter than they used to be. They play at defending walls and manning towers. They turn war into something manageable, something with rules they can understand. You watch them sometimes and wonder what kind of adults they will become if they survive this. Religious processions move through the streets carrying icons. The most holy relics are brought out from their normal resting places and carried along the walls, blessing the stones, asking for protection. The icon of the Virgin Hodigetria, believed to have been painted by St. Luke himself, is carried in solemn procession. People press forward to touch it, to feel some connection to the divine protection they hope will save them. Services at the Hagia Sophia are packed. People pray in shifts because the church, enormous as it is, cannot hold everyone at once. The chanting of hymns drifts across the city at all hours. The sound is beautiful and sad, voices raised in praise and supplication, asking for deliverance that may or may not come. There are moments of absurdity that break the tension in unexpected ways. One afternoon, a section of wall collapses from a direct hit by one of the great guns. When the repair crews rush forward to fill the gap, they find an ancient wine jar in the rubble, somehow surviving intact despite being buried in the wall for who knows how long. Someone suggests opening it. Why not? What is the worst that could happen at this point? The wine turns out to be spectacularly bad, so vinegary and sharp that it makes your eyes water. But everyone takes a sip anyway, passing the jar around, laughing at how terrible it is. For a few minutes the siege does not matter. There is just a group of people sharing awful wine and laughing about it. Then the moment passes and everyone goes back to work. A cat adopts your section of wall and refuses to leave despite the cannon fire. It is a grey tabby, skinny and scarred from previous battles with other cats. It sleeps in a gap between stones where it is partially protected from debris. At night it hunts rats with impressive efficiency. During bombardments it simply curls up and sleeps, apparently convinced that the walls will hold because they always have. Someone names the cat Theodosius after the emperor who built the walls. The cat does not seem to care what it is called, but accepts offerings of fish scraps with regal indifference. It becomes a kind of mascot for your section. People check on it every morning. When it survives another day, it feels like a good omen. The Genoese defenders are professionals mostly. Many of them have fought in sieges before. They know what they're doing in a way that most Byzantine militia do not. They show the Byzantine defenders how to shore up damaged sections properly, how to create firing positions that provide cover, how to time counterattacks, how to survive this kind of warfare. Their experience is valuable beyond measure. Giovanni Giustiniani becomes the de facto military commander of the entire defence. Constantine gives him authority gladly because Giustiniani knows what he is doing, and Constantine is wise enough to delegate to experts. Giustiniani is everywhere, inspecting positions, directing repairs, moving reserves, planning for assaults that have not happened yet but will. He sleeps perhaps 3 hours a night. He drives himself relentlessly and expects the same from everyone under his command. At night you can hear music from the Ottoman camp sometimes, drums and horns and singing. The sound carries across the empty ground between the camp and the walls. It is strange to think of the besiegers having normal evenings, making music, cooking meals, living their lives while preparing to kill you. War makes neighbours of enemies in odd ways. There are occasional assaults, small probing attacks where Ottoman soldiers rush the walls with ladders, trying to force their way over damaged sections. These are not serious attempts to take the city. They are tests, probing for weaknesses, forcing defenders to react, keeping everyone exhausted. When the alarm sounds, you rush to your post. Ottoman soldiers appear at the base of the wall carrying ladders. They prop them against the stones and start climbing. You and other defenders throw down whatever you can find: rocks, broken stones, pots of boiling water heated on braziers for exactly this purpose, arrows and crossbow bolts from those who have ranged weapons. The ladders are pushed away from the wall. They topple backward, carrying men with them. The attackers retreat. Sometimes they take their dead with them. Sometimes they leave bodies at the base of the wall until nightfall when they can retrieve them safely. The whole thing might last 20 minutes. Then it is over and you go back to waiting. Your hands develop thick calluses from handling stone and timber all day. Your shoulders ache constantly from lifting rubble. Your back hurts from bending over repairs. You have lost weight. Everyone has. The rations are adequate but not generous, and you are burning more energy than usual from the physical labour and the constant tension. You learn to recognise the sound of different cannons by their report alone. The truly massive guns make a deep boom that you feel in your chest before your ears process it as sound. The medium cannons crack sharply, a sound that makes you flinch even when you're expecting it. The smaller guns make an almost cheerful pop that seems out of proportion to the damage they cause. News arrives occasionally from the outside world, brought by the few ships that manage to slip through the Ottoman naval blockade. The news is always a mix of hope and disappointment. Venice is debating whether to send help. The debate has been going on for weeks. The Pope is calling for a crusade, which is inspiring except that crusades take months to organise, and Constantinople needs help now. The Hungarian regent is considering an attack on Ottoman positions in the Balkans to draw off forces, which would be wonderful except that considering is not the same as doing. None of this translates into actual soldiers or ships arriving at Constantinople. It is all very interesting and entirely useless. You listen to the news and try not to let your face show what you're thinking. Hope is important for morale, but too much hope can be as dangerous as despair. April becomes May. The weather improves. The days grow longer and warmer. Spring flowers bloom in gardens that somehow continue their cycles regardless of human violence. The sky is blue and clear, the kind of weather that would be perfect for anything except a siege. The bombardment continues without pause. The great guns fire 7 or 8 times per day. The smaller guns fire more often. The walls continue to hold, but barely. Each day the defenders patch and repair, stuffing gaps with whatever material they can find, and each day the cannons tear open new holes. Constantine continues his daily visits. He has lost weight too. His face is thinner, more lined. He looks older than he did 2 months ago, but he never misses a day. He walks the entire circuit of walls, talks to every section commander, asks questions, remembers details from previous visits. His presence matters more than any tactical decision he makes. You realise one evening that you have stopped thinking about after. There is only now, only the next day, the next repair, the next bombardment. The future has compressed to hours instead of years. This is probably not healthy, but it gets you through each day. The Golden Horn is the key to everything, and everyone knows it. The harbour is perfect for defence, a narrow inlet 7 miles long that curves along the northern shore of Constantinople like a natural moat. It is deep enough for large ships, protected from storms by the surrounding hills, and easily defensible with that massive chain stretched across its mouth. The chain itself is an engineering marvel. Each link is as thick as a man's thigh, forged from iron, connected in a continuous line that stretches nearly half a mile from Constantinople to the Galata shore. The chain is supported by floating logs that keep it at the right depth, low enough that ships cannot sail over it, high enough that they cannot easily dive under it. The ends are anchored to massive stone towers on both shores, wound around capstans that can tighten or loosen the chain as needed. As long as the Byzantines control the Horn, they can receive supplies by sea from any ships that manage to break through the Ottoman naval blockade. The docks on the northern side of the city remain functional. Ships can unload cargo. The defence has a lifeline, however tenuous. Mehmed understands this perfectly. He has tried multiple times to force the chain by direct naval assault. Ottoman war galleys row up to it at full speed, attempting to break through by sheer force. The results are uniformly unsuccessful. The chain stretches but does not break. Ships that hit it too hard damage their own hulls. The Byzantines have cannons positioned on the walls overlooking the Horn, and they sink several Ottoman vessels during these attempts. One particularly ambitious attack involves fireships, vessels loaded with flammable material and set alight, steered toward the chain in hopes that the heat will weaken the iron. The plan fails. The chain is too massive. The fireships burn themselves out without doing significant damage. The Byzantines capture a few Ottoman sailors from the wrecked fireships and hang them from the walls in full view of the Ottoman camp. Mehmed orders his own prisoners executed in response. It is an ugly escalation that helps nobody but seems necessary to both sides. So Mehmed decides to try something different. If he cannot go through the chain, he will go around it. North of Galata, the land rises in gentle hills covered with olive groves and vineyards. The hills are not particularly steep, but they are steep enough that nobody has ever seriously considered them as a route for ships. Mehmed looks at those hills and decides they are steep enough to be considered impossible, which means nobody will be defending against the possibility. He orders his engineers to build a road over the hills from the Bosphorus to the Golden Horn behind Galata. Not a road for people or horses, a road for ships. The engineers think he has lost his mind, but they follow orders. They cut trees and lay them as crossbeams. They place long planks on top of the crossbeams to create a smooth surface. They grease the planks with animal fat and soft soap to reduce friction. Then they build rolling cradles, enormous wooden structures that can support the weight of a war galley. The cradles have rollers that run on the greased planks. A ship can be positioned in a cradle and then pulled or pushed across the road by teams of oxen and hundreds of men. The logistics are staggering. Each ship weighs tons. The road has to be strong enough to support that weight without collapsing. The grade has to be carefully calculated. Too steep and the ships will roll out of control. Too gradual and the effort to move them becomes impossible. On the night of April the 22nd, the operation begins. Ottoman crews position their ships at the Bosphorus end of the road. Teams of oxen are hitched to the cradles. Hundreds of men take up positions to push and guide. The first ship begins to move. You hear about this before you see it. A messenger arrives at your section of wall in the early morning, out of breath from running. He's saying something impossible. Ships are being dragged over the hills. You think he's had too much sun or has lost his mind from stress. But other messengers arrive saying the same thing. Then Constantine himself appears, climbing to the top of your section to see for himself. You join him on the tower top. You look north toward Galata and the hills beyond. There, moving across the landscape in the dawn light, are ships. Ottoman war galleys moving across dry land like some kind of fever dream. Teams of oxen pull them. Hundreds of men push from behind. The ships roll on their cradles across the greased road, their hulls gleaming, oars shipped neatly along their sides, moving slowly but definitely moving. It looks like the world has lost its mind. It looks like someone has decided the normal rules of reality no longer apply. Ships belong on water. Everyone knows this. But there they are, moving across hills, dozens of them, one after another. Constantine watches in silence for a long time. Finally he speaks, his voice very quiet. He says something about Mehmed being more clever than anyone gave him credit for. Then he climbs down and begins issuing orders. The sea walls along the Golden Horn need to be manned immediately. Reserves need to be shifted. Everything has changed. By the time the sun is fully up, more than 70 Ottoman ships are in the Golden Horn, behind the chain, inside the harbour that was supposed to be completely safe. The strategic situation changes in an instant. Now the Byzantines have to defend the sea walls along the Horn, walls that are lower and weaker than the land walls, because they were never supposed to face a serious threat. Now the defenders have to split their already inadequate forces to cover more ground. Now there is no safe quarter of the city. Everywhere is the front line. The sea walls along the Horn are nothing like the great land walls. They are perhaps 15 feet high in most places, made of simple stone without the triple line of defences. They were built to protect against smugglers and pirates, not against organised military assault. Some sections are in poor repair, the stones crumbling, gaps never properly filled. Giustiniani has to shift nearly 1,000 defenders to cover the Horn, which means taking them from the land walls where they are desperately needed. It is a nightmare of logistics. Every defender matters. Every section of wall is already stretched too thin. Now the forces have to be spread even thinner. The Byzantines attempt to counterattack with fireships of their own. Small vessels are loaded with pitch, tar and anything else that burns. They are set alight and steered toward the Ottoman fleet now anchored in the Horn. The plan is to create chaos, to destroy as many ships as possible, to drive the Ottomans back out of the harbour. The attack almost works. The fireships cause genuine panic. Several Ottoman galleys are damaged or destroyed. Flames spread from ship to ship in the crowded harbour. For a few hours it seems like the Byzantines might actually succeed. But the attack is not coordinated well enough. Some fireships launch too early, others too late. The Ottoman fleet recovers more quickly than expected. They capture some of the fireship crews before the men can escape. The executions happen the next morning, visible from the city walls. Mehmed makes sure of that. Bodies are displayed. The message is clear. This is what happens to those who resist. The psychological impact of the ships in the Horn is enormous. The defenders thought they had at least one advantage, one area where they were secure. Now that is gone. There is no safe area anymore. The sense of being completely surrounded, completely besieged settles over the city like a weight. Constantine orders church bells melted down to cast into cannonballs. It is a practical decision and also a deeply symbolic one. The bells that have called the faithful to prayer for centuries are being turned into ammunition. Some people protest. How can you melt holy objects into weapons of war? Constantine explains that defending the city is itself holy work, and the bells will serve God better as projectiles than as silent ornaments if Constantinople falls. The metal from bells is not ideal for this purpose. Bronze is softer than iron and does not fly as true. But it is better than nothing, and nothing is what the defenders have plenty of. The foundries work day and night, melting bells and casting spheres of various sizes. The work is hot and dangerous. More than one foundryman is burned when molten metal splashes. Food starts to become genuinely scarce now. The fish catch from the Marmara drops because boats cannot go far from shore without being intercepted by Ottoman ships. The rations are cut again. People begin to look gaunt. Cheekbones become prominent. Eyes seem larger in thinning faces. Children cry from hunger more often. Fights break out occasionally over food. Someone accuses a neighbour of hoarding supplies. The accusation is probably false, but hungry people are not always rational. The city watch has to intervene. Constantine issues orders that anyone caught hoarding will have their supplies confiscated and redistributed. This stops the worst of it, but the underlying tension remains. There are quiet discussions about surrender. They happen in corners, in whispers, people testing whether others feel the same way. Mehmed has sent several offers by now. He will let the population leave freely if they open the gates. He will guarantee the safety of those who yield. He will spare the city from sacking if they surrender now. Constantine listens to these proposals when they are relayed to him. He always refuses. He cannot surrender Constantinople. The weight of history prevents it. He is the heir to an empire that stretches back more than 1,000 years, to Rome itself, to emperors who ruled the known world. That heritage means he cannot simply open the gates and walk away, no matter how hopeless the situation becomes. Some people start to leave anyway. They slip out through small gates at night when guards are distracted or can be bribed. They swim across the Golden Horn, which is dangerous but possible if you're desperate enough. They find other ways to escape because people always do when they are sufficiently motivated. Those who escape head for Galata, hoping the Genoese will shelter them. Some are welcomed, some are turned away. The Genoese are trying to maintain their neutrality, which means not taking sides, which means being unhelpful to everyone equally. Some refugees make it further, finding ships willing to take them away, heading for Greek islands or Italian ports, or anywhere that is not here. The defenders who remain grow harder. They know they are probably going to lose. This knowledge changes people in different ways. Some become reckless, taking unnecessary risks, almost welcoming the chance to go down fighting. Better to lose with a weapon in hand than to wait for the inevitable. Others become more careful, husbanding their strength, determined to survive as long as possible. A few become very quiet and withdrawn, moving through their duties like ghosts, present but not really there. You find yourself thinking about strange things at odd moments. The way afternoon light falls on old stone, turning it gold and amber. The taste of good wine, which you have not had in weeks. The sound your mother's voice made when she sang years ago, before she passed. These memories come unbidden while you're hauling rubble or standing watch or trying to sleep, and you let them come because they are better than thinking about what tomorrow might bring. May continues. The Ottoman noose tightens day by day. The walls continue to hold, but everyone can see they will not hold forever. It is only a matter of time now. The question is not if Constantinople will fall, but when, and whether any of you will survive to see what comes after. By late May, the entire world has narrowed to a very small space containing stone, cannon fire, exhaustion, and the ache of insufficient food. You have lost significant weight. Everyone has. Your clothes hang loose on a frame that was never particularly large to begin with. The face you see reflected in still water looks older than it did 3 months ago. The skin drawn tight over bones, shadows under eyes that do not get enough sleep. The big Ottoman cannons have been firing steadily for nearly 2 months now. Urban's greatest gun, that enormous 27-foot monster, develops a crack in its barrel on May 20th. The Ottoman engineers try to reinforce it with iron bands, wrapping the barrel to contain the stress. It works for 2 more days. On May 22nd, the gun fires its final shot. The barrel splits catastrophically. The explosion kills Urban himself and most of his crew. When word reaches the city, the defenders cheer. You find yourself cheering along with everyone else, then feel strange about it. You're celebrating a man's death, which should bother you more than it does. But one less superweapon is one less thing trying to kill you, and that matters more than philosophical questions about the value of human life. The cheering dies down quickly anyway because Mehmed has plenty of other cannons. The bombardment continues almost without pause. The great guns fire perhaps 6 times per day now instead of 7, because some are showing signs of metal fatigue and the engineers want them to last. The medium cannons fire more frequently. The small guns fire constantly, a steady harassment that never lets defenders relax. The walls develop a patchwork appearance that would be fascinating if it were not so terrifying. Original Theodosian stonework from 1,000 years ago sits next to repairs made last week. Some sections have been rebuilt 3 or 4 times. The masons work with whatever material they can find. In places, the repairs incorporate gravestones pulled from cemeteries, column capitals from ruined buildings, ornamental stonework from churches that are themselves falling apart. The walls become an archaeological record of their own destruction and rebuilding, each layer telling the story of a different day's damage. Constantine XI is everywhere. He sleeps perhaps 3 hours a night, maybe less. He visits every section of wall at least once per day, often twice. He knows every defender by name now. He shares food from his own rations with soldiers who look ready to collapse. He is not a brilliant military mind. He is not a political genius who can negotiate his way out of this. What he is a man who absolutely refuses to quit. The defenders love him for it in a way that is both heartbreaking and inspiring. Giustiniani, the Genoese commander, is the tactical brain of the operation. He understands siege warfare in ways that Constantine does not, in ways that most of the defenders do not. He knows where to place reserves so they can respond quickly to multiple threats. He knows how to time counterattacks to throw assaults off balance. He knows when to fall back to save lives and when to hold because giving up ground will cascade into disaster. He's wounded twice in early May, once by a crossbow bolt that goes through his shoulder, once by falling stones from a cannon impact. Both times he refuses to leave the walls for more than the time absolutely necessary to bandage the wounds. He keeps working, he keeps planning, he keeps moving reserves and directing repairs and doing all the things that keep the defence functional. The weather turns properly hot as May progresses toward June. Summer is arriving. The smell of the city changes in ways that are not pleasant. Sanitation becomes difficult with so many people crowded inside the walls, supplies limited, normal systems breaking down. Disease starts to spread, nothing epidemic yet, but dysentery appears, minor fevers that could become serious, infections from wounds that do not heal properly because people are not getting enough food to recover. The cisterns remain full so clean water is available. This saves the city from the worst of it. Dysentery and typhoid spread through contaminated water, and Constantinople's ancient water supply system prevents that particular disaster. People can still drink without fear. They can still wash, at least after a fashion. This one piece of functioning infrastructure matters more than you would think possible. There are still moments of ordinary life scattered through the siege like unexpected grace notes in a funeral march. A baker somehow manages to produce bread that is actually good, not just adequate, and people line up for hours to buy it. The line stretches down the street. People wait patiently, not talking much, just standing together in something that feels almost normal. Someone organises a wedding in a small church near the Charisius gate. The couple looks impossibly young, the bride perhaps 17, the groom maybe 19. They look terrified and happy in equal measure. Life continues even during sieges. People make promises to each other about futures that may not exist. The church is full. People cry during the ceremony, though whether from joy or sorrow is unclear. Children continue to play in the streets, though their games have changed. They play at defending walls and firing cannons and being brave soldiers. They turn the siege into something with rules they can understand, something manageable. You watch them sometimes and wonder what kind of adults they will become if they survive this, what scars they will carry that will not be visible to anyone. The nightly religious processions continue. Icons are carried through the streets with candles and chanting. The Hagia Sophia holds services that go on for hours, people praying in shifts because there is always someone who needs to pray. Faith becomes both comfort and weapon, a way to keep going when nothing else makes sense. Some people pray for deliverance, some pray for courage, some just pray because the alternative is to sit in darkness with their thoughts. Mehmed sends envoys periodically with new surrender offers. The terms shift slightly each time, becoming marginally less generous as the siege continues. He will spare the population if they surrender immediately. He will let people keep some of their property. He will guarantee the safety of churches. Each offer is slightly worse than the last because Mehmed's position improves daily, while Constantinople's deteriorates. Constantine listens politely and always says no. There is a dance to these negotiations, both sides knowing they are going through motions, saying words that need to be said even though nothing will change. The envoys are always treated with courtesy. They are given food and water, allowed to rest, sent back with respectful messages. But the answer is always the same: no. The Ottoman assaults become more frequent and more serious. They are no longer just probes. They are genuine attempts to force a breach, to find the breaking point. One night they attack 3 different sections simultaneously, hitting the Romanus Gate, the Caricius Gate, and the sea walls along the Horn all at once. For several hours it seems they might actually break through at the Romanus Gate, where the walls are most damaged. Giustiniani leads a counterattack personally. He takes every reserve he has and hits the Ottomans in the flank while they are climbing ladders. The fighting is desperate and close. Men grapple on top of walls. Knives work better than swords in the confined space. The counterattack succeeds. The Ottomans are thrown back, but it is close. Closer than anyone wants to admit. You learn things about yourself during these weeks that you never wanted to know. You learn that you can function on 3 hours of sleep per night for weeks at a time. You learn how to spot which stones in a wall are about to fail by tiny differences in the way they sound when tapped. You learn how to sleep standing up for 10 minutes at a time, leaning against a wall, jerking awake when your knees start to buckle. You learn how to keep working when your hands are bleeding and you are so tired you can barely form coherent thoughts. You learn how to watch men lose and then go back to your post because that is what you do. That is what everyone does. There is no alternative. Some of the younger defenders have never seen combat before this siege. They learn fast, or they pass. There is not much middle ground. A boy of perhaps 17 is posted near you when the siege begins. On his first day he vomits from fear before an assault even starts. By week 3 he is steadier than soldiers twice his age. By week 6 he is dead, crushed by falling masonry when a cannonball hits the tower above him. You help pull his body from the rubble and realise you never learned his name. This bothers you more than it probably should, but there is no time to dwell on it because the cannons are still firing and there is more work to do. At night, the Ottoman campfires stretch across the western approaches like a galaxy. They spread in every direction as far as you can see, thousands of fires, tens of thousands, and you know each fire represents men who are eating better than you are, who have supplies and reinforcements, who have time on their side. You try not to think about it too much. Thinking about it does not help. Food is now genuinely scarce in ways that affect everything. The rations are cut a 3rd time. People begin to look skeletal. The very young and the very old suffer most. Some of the elderly simply sit down one day and do not get up. They are not injured. They are not sick in any conventional sense. They are just done. Their bodies have run out of whatever reserves people have, and they pass quietly, often in their sleep. There are quiet conversations at night about how long the stores will last. Different people have different estimates depending on what they know about the granaries and how they calculate consumption. None of the numbers are good. Best case, the city can hold out another 6 weeks. Worst case, 3 weeks before people start starving in earnest. The truth is probably somewhere in between. Mehmed knows this. He can see it from his tent. Spies and deserters bring him information. He knows the food situation. He knows the defenders are exhausted. He knows the walls have been pounded for nearly 2 months and are more patched than original stone in critical sections. He begins preparing for a final massive assault. The preparations are visible from the walls. Ottoman forces start concentrating opposite the Romanus Gate. Supply dumps grow larger. Siege ladders are constructed by the hundreds. Everyone knows what is coming. June approaches. The siege is entering its 3rd month. Everyone is exhausted. The walls are holding by a combination of constant repairs and sheer stubbornness. The defenders are running on willpower and not much else. The end is approaching. You can feel it in the air, in the way people move, in the conversations that trail off into silence. The night of May 28th to May 29th is the quietest night of the entire siege. The Ottoman camp is almost silent. No music, no shouting, just the low murmur of perhaps 100,000 men preparing for something enormous. Inside Constantinople, Everyone knows what the silence means. This is not a mystery that requires explanation. When an army goes quiet after months of noise, when campfires burn low, when the usual sounds of camp life disappear, it means preparation. It means tomorrow. Constantine calls his commanders together in the evening. The meeting is held in a room near the Romanus Gate. There is no formal speech because everyone knows what needs to be said. The emperor thanks his commanders for their service. He apologises for not having more resources to give them. He says that whatever happens tomorrow, they have already proven themselves. They have held far longer than anyone expected. They have given everything asked of them and more. Justiniani takes command of the Romanus Gate section, where the main assault will almost certainly fall. Other commanders spread out along the walls. Byzantine soldiers, Genoese volunteers, whoever can stand and hold a weapon is assigned a post. Every defender who can possibly fight is at his position. There are no reserves left. Everything is committed to the walls. The city empties into the Hagia Sophia for a final service. Orthodox and Catholic pray together, setting aside months of theological arguments about filioque clauses and papal authority, because none of it matters anymore. The great dome echoes with hymns in Greek and Latin. Candles fill the interior with wavering light that makes the mosaics seem to move. Saints look down from the walls with calm faces, as if violence and death are temporary concerns beneath their notice. Constantine is there, praying with his people, kneeling on stone that has been worn smooth by 1,000 years of pilgrims. Then he rises and leaves to take his place on the walls. He removes some of his imperial regalia. The heavy crown is left behind. The ornamental robes are exchanged for armour. He will fight as a soldier, not as a symbol. You stand at your post and watch the east for dawn. The stone beneath your hands is cool. The air smells of the sea and smoke and something else. Something sharp that might be fear or might be the particular smell of a city that knows it is about to change. Other defenders stand nearby, not talking, just present. There is nothing left to say that has not been said already. The assault begins in the pre-dawn darkness when the light is just strong enough to see shapes, but not strong enough to aim well. The Ottoman irregulars come first, thousands of them, wave after wave of poorly equipped men given simple orders. Go forward, carry ladders, get over the walls or lose trying. They are not expected to succeed. They are expected to exhaust the defenders, to use up arrows and bolts, to identify weak points by dying at them. They pass in enormous numbers. The ladders go up against the walls. Defenders push them away. The ladders fall backward, carrying men with them. Other ladders go up. Attackers climb frantically. Defenders throw down rocks, pour down containers of boiling water that has been heated on braziers for exactly this purpose, shoot down arrows and crossbow bolts. The attackers keep coming because they have no choice. Their own officers are behind them with orders to execute anyone who retreats. This goes on for 2 hours. Bodies pile up at the base of the walls. Some sections have mounds of dead 3 or 4 deep. The ladders are slippery with blood. Men climb over corpses to reach the next ladder. The defenders are already exhausted when the second wave comes. The second wave consists of better trained troops, provincial soldiers from Anatolia, men who actually know what they are doing. They coordinate their attacks better. They hit multiple points simultaneously. They push harder and more intelligently. The fighting becomes desperate in ways the first wave was not. Sections of wall change hands briefly. Defenders push the Ottomans back. The Ottomans surge forward again. It is chaos and violence and noise beyond anything you have experienced in your life. Then the Janissaries come, the elite corps, the best soldiers in the Ottoman army, fresh and rested while the defenders are falling over from exhaustion. They hit the Romanus Gate with overwhelming force. They come with discipline and coordination that the previous waves lacked. They work in units, they support each other, they press advantages immediately. Justiniani fights like something from legend. He is everywhere at once, organising counterattacks, directing reserves to threatened points, personally fighting in the worst of the combat. He kills several attackers himself. He inspires defenders by pure presence. This is what competence looks like. This is what leadership means. But competence has limits when facing overwhelming numbers. A crossbow bolt hits Justiniani somewhere in the chest or shoulder. The exact location is never entirely clear in the confusion. The wound is serious. He goes down. His men carry him from the walls, trying to get him to safety, trying to save him. His departure breaks something fundamental. The defenders see their commander being carried away, blood soaking through bandages, possibly dying. and something in the collective will crack. It is not a complete collapse. It is not cowardice. It is just the recognition that the situation is hopeless, and continuing to fight changes nothing. The Janissaries sense it instantly. They push harder. More ladders go up, more men climb. Defenders try to hold, but there are too many attackers and too few defenders, and everyone is beyond exhausted. A small group of Janissaries finds a small gate called the Kerkeporta near the northern end of the land walls. Someone forgot to lock it properly, or perhaps it was damaged in the bombardment and would not lock. Accounts differ. What matters is that the gate is not secured. A few dozen Janissaries get inside. It is not a huge breach. It is not a flood of attackers pouring through. It is just a few dozen men in a place they should not be. But it is enough. They open a larger gate from the inside. More Ottoman forces pour through. The defence begins to collapse, not all at once but in sections, different parts holding out for different lengths of time, some fighting until they are all dead, others surrendering when continuation becomes clearly pointless. Constantine hears that the walls are breached. Multiple messengers bring the news. The Ottomans are inside. The city is lost. Constantine removes his imperial regalia so he will not be recognised and possibly captured. He takes his sword and goes to the breach to fight. He is last seen fighting in the press of men near the Kerkeporta. Then there are no more reliable reports. It is never definitively established whether he dies fighting, is killed afterward, or manages to escape. His body is never identified with certainty. The fighting continues through the morning, but the outcome is no longer in doubt. Ottoman soldiers pour through breaches in multiple locations. They open gates from the inside, allowing more forces to flood in. The defence collapses in pieces, each section fighting its own small battle, each section eventually overwhelmed. By noon on May 29th, 1453, Constantinople has fallen. The sack begins immediately, as it traditionally does when a city is taken by storm. The first hours are violent and chaotic. Soldiers loot whatever they can find. There is violence in the streets. People hide in churches and homes, hoping to be spared, hoping the storm will pass. Mehmed enters the city in the afternoon, riding through the Carisius Gate. He rides directly to the Hagia Sophia. The great church is packed with people who fled there seeking sanctuary. Mehmed dismounts and walks inside. He looks around at the dome, at the mosaics, at the architecture that has stood for almost 1,000 years. He orders the killing to stop. He declares that the people in the churches are under his protection. He announces that the city is now his capital, and he wants it intact. The sack is effectively over by evening, at least the violent part. It has lasted perhaps 6 hours, which is remarkably short by medieval standards. Soldiers are allowed 3 days of plunder, as is traditional after a successful assault, but the violence is constrained. Property can be taken, objects can be looted, people cannot be killed without cause. There are violations of this order, because there always are, but they are punished when discovered. It is still traumatic for the population. It is still terrifying, but it is not the massacre it could have been. The city that wakes up on May 30th has a different atmosphere entirely. The same stones line the same streets, but something fundamental has changed. The flag flying from the walls is Ottoman now. The guards at the gates answer to Mehmed, not to Constantine. Constantinople has become something else, though what that something is remains unclear. You survive. This surprises you slightly. You expected to lose during the final assault. You did not. Most people survive, actually. The stories about Constantinople's fall often focus on dramatic violence and tragedy, which certainly happened, but the mundane reality is that the majority of the population lives through it. They hide during the sack, they emerge afterward. They begin figuring out how to continue existing. You're no longer a defender of Byzantium, you're now a resident of an Ottoman city. The adjustment is disorienting. The work you did for Constantine's government no longer exists, but the city still needs people who know things, who can help organise, who can serve as bridges between the Ottoman administrators and the local population. You find yourself doing similar work for different masters. Mehmed is 21 years old and has just conquered one of the most famous cities in the world. He could be forgiven for letting the victory go to his head, for treating the city as a prize to be stripped. Instead, he is remarkably practical. He needs Constantinople to function. He needs people to stay and work and keep the economy running. Empty cities do not generate tax revenue or serve as effective capitals, so he offers terms that are better than many expected. People who fled during the siege can return safely. Property rights will be generally respected with some notable exceptions. Christians and Jews can continue practicing their faiths. The Orthodox Church will be allowed to continue operating under a new patriarch appointed with Ottoman approval. There will be new taxes, but there would have been taxes under Byzantine rule too. Life can continue with adjustments. The Hagia Sophia is converted to a mosque within days. The Great Cross is removed from the dome. The mosaics depicting Christ and Christian saints are covered with plaster, not destroyed, just covered, hidden rather than obliterated. A mihrab is installed in the appropriate place to show the direction of Mecca. A minbar is constructed for the imam to deliver sermons. The great church becomes the Hagia Sophia Mosque. The structure itself remains exactly the same. The dome still soars. The light still falls through the high windows in shafts of gold and amber. The acoustics still carry sound in ways that make prayers and calls to worship seem to float. You attend the First Friday prayers out of curiosity and a kind of cautious pragmatism. The interior looks different with its Christian imagery covered, but also strangely similar. It is still a vast space designed to make humans feel small before something greater. Whether that greater thing is the Christian God or Allah seems less important than you thought it would. The prayers are in Arabic, which you do not understand, the ritual is unfamiliar. But the essential quality of the space remains unchanged. You find work doing what you did before, more or less. The new Ottoman administration needs people who know the city, who can help organize districts, who can serve as intermediaries between Ottoman officials who do not speak Greek and Greek residents who do not speak Turkish. You become useful in small ways. The days develop a routine again. The walls remain standing. They are repaired properly now, with resources the Byzantine Empire no longer had. The Ottoman Empire is wealthy and powerful in ways Byzantium was not. The broken sections are rebuilt. The towers are restored. The gates are strengthened. The fortifications endure, protecting a different empire now, but protecting nonetheless. Some things change immediately. The language of administration shifts to Ottoman Turkish. Court ceremonies follow new protocols. The palace becomes Ottoman property. Mehmed makes it clear he intends to rule from Constantinople, not just conquer it. Churches that were centres of Orthodox Christianity become mosques, or remain churches under new management with new restrictions. The demographic mix of the city begins to shift as Ottomans move in, and some Greeks leave for Italian ports or Greek islands. Other things change slowly or not at all. The markets still sell fish and bread. Artisans still work in their traditional crafts, producing silk and metalwork and ceramics. The cisterns still hold water, the harbours still accommodate ships, the sea still smells of salt. Streets have new names but run in the same directions they always have. A city is more than its government. It is the accumulation of centuries of human life, and that does not vanish overnight. The story of Constantinople's fall becomes legend almost immediately. In Western Europe, it is told as tragedy, the last remnant of Rome finally extinguished. Poets write laments, scholars mourn the lost libraries, though most of the important manuscripts were removed to Italy before the siege. It becomes a rallying cry for crusades that will never actually materialise. In the Ottoman world it is told as triumph, the young sultan achieving what his predecessors could not, fulfilling prophecies, establishing legitimacy. Songs are written, histories are compiled, Mehmed becomes known as Fatih the Conqueror. The story enters Ottoman cultural memory as a foundational moment. Both stories are true, both stories are incomplete. What actually happened is more complicated than either narrative allows. An exhausted city with too few defenders faced an enormous army with powerful new weapons. The walls that had stood for 1,000 years finally met something. They could not stop indefinitely. A dynasty ended. A new empire inherited the same stones. Life continued in altered forms. You grow old in the city now called Istanbul. The name takes decades to become official, but it is what people say. You watch the city rebuild and expand. You see the Ottoman Empire at its height, ships from 3 continents docking in the harbour, mosques rising next to churches, the city becoming wealthy and cosmopolitan in new ways. You tell stories to grandchildren about the siege, and you leave out the worst parts because children do not need nightmares. You remember the fear and the exhaustion, and the strange moments of beauty that happened even during the worst of it. The way dawn looked on May 29th, the sound of hymns echoing from the Hagia Sophia, the determined face of Constantine before the final assault. The resilience of people who kept going when continuing seemed impossible. The walls are still there when your time comes decades later. They will be there for centuries more. Parts of them are still standing in the 21st century, nearly 600 years after the siege, weathered and damaged but recognisable. The city has changed names and governments many times in its long history. It will change more times still. What endures is the place itself, the stones and the water and the endless human drama of people trying to live their lives in one of the world's great cities. Constantinople fell in 1453, but the story did not end there. Stories never really end. They just turn into different stories, new chapters in a narrative that stretches back to antiquity, and forward to wherever human cities go next. The walls remain, the water remains. The stones remember everything and nothing. History moves on, so there you have it. My tired dumplings. The fall of Constantinople, told slowly enough for sleep, but thoroughly enough to understand what actually happened. The walls are still there if you ever visit Istanbul. You can walk along them and put your hands on the same stones that felt cannon fire in 1453. History leaves traces if you know where to look. If you enjoyed this story and want more like it, consider leaving a like or subscribing. New historical bedtime stories arrive regularly, each one designed to help you drift off while learning something real about the world that came before us. Sleep well. Imagine yourself curled up in a cosy chair with a mug of something warm, because we're going to meet one of the most misunderstood figures in American history. Perhaps you and your parents hummed the Disney song about Davy Crockett, the frontier hero with the coonskin cap. Instead of starting with bear wrestling or political speeches, the true tale of David Crockett begins with a restless lad who couldn't settle into anything, and he was far more fascinating than any myth. David, sometimes known as Davy, until the politicians had their hands on him, was born in 1786 into a nomadic family in a one-room cabin in what is now eastern Tennessee. John, his father, was the type of man who would constantly look to the adjacent valley for brighter prospects. Young David likely assumed that having a permanent address was something that only other people experienced because the Crocketts packed up and moved so frequently. Now, it's easy to picture rugged outdoorsy kids growing up on the frontier, but David was really quite the eccentric. Unlike his peers, David appeared to have an aversion to sitting still, even though they were learning to plough fields and tend to livestock. School as he knew it seemed as snug as a pair of pine bark shoes, and his thoughts ran amok like a free chicken. Formal education wasn't for him after only 4 days of class. This decision would come back to haunt him years later when he struggled to sound adult in letters to his wife. At the tender age of 13, David's father, likely distraught, rented him out to a cattle driver. Envision yourself as a 13-year-old who is unexpectedly tasked with transporting hundreds of finicky cows over uncharted land. David learned that cows had zero regard for a young person's timetable or dignity as he trudged through muck for months while sleeping under the stars. However, he felt a connection to that trip. Because of his restless personality, he thrived on the wide road, where he was always moving and had to tackle difficulties as they arose. David had gained the self-assurance that comes from facing adversity head-on, and had grown 3 inches by the time he reached home. However, he still had issues with his studies. In a family where everyone could write their names, he felt like the outcast because he still couldn't read past first grade when he was 15 years old. So he struck a bargain with his dad. He'd pay off the family's obligations if he could go back to school. Imagine a classroom full of 7-year-olds, with 15-year-old David crammed in, his knees banging the small desk, trying to learn his letters at a time when other boys his age were already planning marriage and starting families. Although it must have been difficult for his pride, David persisted for a few months as he gradually acquired the fundamental abilities necessary for the complex life that lay ahead. Like many other youngsters, David found himself thrust into manhood on the frontier before he was ready. At the age of 16, he had found a job with a nearby farmer, where he could support his family and begin to shape his future. Even when things became rough, he had a way of making people laugh, and his stubborn streak would keep them going long after they gave up. He wasn't the brightest student or the toughest worker, but he had something else. In those formative years, He virtually appears as a towering, lanky boy with enormous hands and a wicked grin that seems to be perpetually hatching a plot. Parents were first frightened by his boundless energy, but they eventually came to forgive him for his charisma. Years would pass before he became the renowned frontiersman, but he had all the makings of an outlaw, an innate desire to strike off on his own, and the growing suspicion that the easy way out might not be the best choice. Delving further into our narrative, let us discuss how a young David discovered a profound truth. The ability to bring joy to another person's life is nearly as valuable as their material needs. Almost there. David was smitten with a girl from the neighbourhood named Polly Finley when he was 19 years old. Polly, the daughter of a fairly well-off farmer, had her misgivings about this clumsy young man who couldn't seem to commit to a career. She wasn't your typical frontier woman, though. By local standards, she was actually quite refined. As a charmingly awkward wooing tactic, David would attend social events in the hopes of winning her over with his impressive storytelling abilities and, more importantly, his still developing practical capabilities. The catch was that David had never mastered accurate shooting. To you this may not appear significant, but in 1805 Tennessee, a guy who failed to strike his target was as valuable as a chocolate teapot. David realised he was in over his head when Polly's father proposed they go hunting together. It was a test of David's suitability as a possible son-in-law. Thereafter, he did what any reasonable young man in love would do. He practised until his ears rang non-stop and his shoulder turned purple from overuse. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would borrow rifles, beg for ammunition, and shoot at anything that would remain still long enough. David transformed the entire county into his own private range by using objects such as tin cans, fence posts, and trees. He was able to thread a 50-yard musket ball needle by the time he wed Polly in 1806, a testament to his perseverance. I mean, not exactly, but it's near enough. Marriage was both a blessing and a curse for David. Though she brought stability, Polly also introduced expectations to his restless temperament. No one should live in a tent with a wife. It wasn't enough to just eat whatever the kids caught or foraged. They required regular meals. The age-old conundrum of how to reconcile risk-taking with one's responsibilities was before David. His response was as imaginative as usual. He would go on hunting trips for weeks at a stretch, returning with a bounty of wild turkey, bear and deer that would feed the family and be sold off. These were no ordinary camping excursions. Rather, David would go far into uncharted territory, often more than 100 miles from civilization, subsisting only on wild foods and his ever-improving marksmanship. The remarkable thing about David's hunting skills is that they came about almost unintentionally. He had no aspirations of becoming a world-renowned marksman. His only goals were to provide for his family and, on occasion, treat Polly to a store-bought dress. But David became someone special over those countless hours of tracking animals through dense forests and across rushing streams. He had an almost miraculous knack for reading the forest, foreseeing when and where animals would be and how they would act. When David returned from hunting trips with tales that were too fantastical to be true, his neighbours started to take note. Bears that he had pursued for several days prior to obtaining the ideal photograph. Using just his patience and knowledge of the deer's habits, he had successfully brought them within arm's reach. He seemed to have the power to hypnotise wild turkeys with his turkey calls. The unintended consequence of David's rising profile as a hunter, though, was that others began looking to him to fix their own issues as well. Animals in danger from a wolf pack? Dave Crockett should be summoned. Strange footprints surrounding the chicken coop? He'll take care of it. Unidentified rumbling in the forest late at night? Hopefully, my point is clear. The ability to narrate stories was what set David apart from other adept hunters. Along with the meat, he brought home exciting new experiences. Even a mundane hunting trip would seem like an epic adventure when he was in his element, what with all the close calls, flashes of genius planning, and of course the occasional somewhat idiotic move that almost cost him his life. David had a talent for making even old tales sound thrilling and new, so even though Polly would roll her eyes, she would listen intently. When David was in his mid-20s, he had settled into a routine: hunt, provide, tell stories, repeat. While he was still a young husband attempting to master the most important role of his life, he was laying the groundwork for the fame that would come later. You would think David's issues would go away if he just mastered hunting, but surprises are a part of life. David learned the hard way that not even his famed hunting abilities could ensure financial stability on the frontier as his family expanded. Polly had bestowed upon him 2 boys, John Wesley and William. Modifications that would radically alter David's life occurred in 1813. David joined the Tennessee militia as a scout during the Creek War, which broke out in Alabama, along with many other young men seeking excitement, stable employment, and an opportunity to serve their nation. Unlike in the movies, this wasn't some idyllic military expedition. David devoted most of his time to slogging through marshes, searching for Creek fighters who were more familiar with the area than he was, and discovering that military food was infinitely worse than anything he had ever prepared himself. However, David learned an important lesson during his time in the military. He was born with leadership skills. His fellow troops relied on him for guidance, confidence in his judgment in high-stakes situations, and inspiration when times seemed bleakest. As a leader, he didn't believe in barking out commands and expecting followers to follow suit. Instead, he set a good example by treating everyone with the same laid-back respect he'd learned to value in a world where acting superficially may result in death. After serving his country, David came home to discover that his fame had expanded beyond tales of hunting. He had a reputation for being calm under pressure, able to make tough calls without letting his humour get in the way, and someone who could handle himself in risky situations. These traits would be crucial for David as he approached what he would later refer to as his bear period. To make matters worse, bears in early 19th century Tennessee were enormous, common, and completely disrespectful of human property rights. When bears came into towns in search of food, they would rip apart huts and generally make life difficult for the people who had managed to establish a civilized society. When confronted with a problem bear, most people either hoped it would go away or summoned a more courageous friend or relative for assistance. When others saw obstacles, David saw opportunity. Bear hunting, he came to see, may be more than simply a hobby. It could be a full-fledged enterprise. The meat from bears was highly prized, their fat could be processed into oil for use in cooking and lighting, and their fur was constantly sought after. So when farms and municipalities needed help with a bear problem, they would call David, who became something of a specialist in the field. He was meticulous and, to be honest, slightly obsessed when it came to hunting bears. David would take on the role of a naturalist studying certain bears, observing and studying their behaviours for several days or weeks, before devising tactics that were adapted to their unique personalities. Yes, the bears' personalities, David maintained that each one was unique, with its own set of peculiarities, tastes and degrees of brainpower. The outcomes were remarkable. David killed 58 bears in one very fruitful winter. Just one season, not across a number of years. He was able to become so proficient at hunting bears that he could find, kill and prepare one in a day or less before moving on to the next. A title that David felt somewhat humiliating yet gratifying was Bear Hunter of the District, a moniker that his neighbours began to use about him. However, there were unforeseen obstacles on the path to success in the beer industry. David's hunting trips became increasingly longer and more frequent, often lasting weeks. It must have been incredibly challenging for Polly to manage their household and raise their children all by herself. The more muddy and wild-smelling David would come home after his bear exploits, the more varied feelings Polly would have. During his time spent hunting bears, David also began to rise from the status of local hero to that of legendary figure in his own right. His extraordinary success and amusing anecdotes made him a popular speaker, and people started asking him to parties only to hear about his travels. When David realised he could take his life's events and transform them into stories that could captivate an audience, he knew he had a great aptitude for performing. David never felt the need to embellish his hunting achievements, which is an intriguing aspect. It was astonishing enough that it was true. However, he did hone an ability to paint vivid pictures of everyday life, bringing drama and humour to what others might perceive as dull happenings. An ordinary bear hunt devolved into a titanic showdown between humanity and the natural world, replete with terrifying moments, brilliant moments, and, more often than not, at least one instance of David's actions that were ingenious at the moment, but almost cost him his life. As we wind down for the next chapter, it's important to discuss how, sometimes we have no choice but to start over, regardless of how prepared we are. While David was expecting to become famous in his hometown for his bear hunting exploits, he unexpectedly gained a reputation as someone who could solve problems and get things done. Because of his stellar reputation, his neighbours elected him to the position of magistrate in 1817. A magistrate was effectively a municipal judge who presided over smaller cases and disagreements. Just to refresh your memory, David's official education was limited to a few months in a one-room schoolhouse. So, when he was suddenly tasked with interpreting laws and administering justice, it was like expecting someone who had never piloted an airplane to ride horses. However, David brought his usual mix of modesty and common sense to the task. He had a really relaxed demeanour in court, fairness, practical solutions, and David's skill in mediating. Disputes amongst squabbling neighbours were more important than complicated procedures and legal precedents. David would advise the disputing farmers to go for a walk over the contested ground and try to come to an agreement when they were arguing over who owned what. David may substitute community work for a fine where the offender is unable to pay the original amount. His rulings were mostly reasonable and equitable. However, they lacked legal sophistication. Greater political prospects arose as a result of the magistrate office. No one could have been more surprised than David when he was elected to the Tennessee State Assembly in 1821. Present in the state capitol was a man whose constituency was represented by someone who continued to struggle with language and spelling. However, David's political ideology was surprisingly uncomplicated. The government had to assist common people in resolving actual issues, not add further burdens to their lives. His character was congruent with his approach to legislation. In contrast to his fellow legislators, David spoke frankly about the issues at hand, rather than delivering lengthy ceremonial speeches replete with allusions to classical figures and legalese. Regardless of party pressure, he usually voted according to his conscience, which included supporting legislation that would help low-income households purchase land and opposing policies that appeared to benefit primarily the wealthy. However, everything changed when a tragic event occurred. David was left to raise their 3 children alone after Polly passed away in 1815. A devastating loss befell him. With Polly as his rock, he was able to channel his restless spirit while keeping the peace at home. David felt completely disoriented without her, and it had nothing to do with navigating the terrain. Hunting, farming, raising children, and attending to his political responsibilities were all things that David attempted to handle on his own for a period. It was a hopeless predicament. David sought assistance after realising he couldn't give his children the attention they required due to his busy lifestyle. Elizabeth Patten was a widow with 2 children when he wed her in 1816. Elizabeth had the patience, competence and practicality to manage David's unorthodox professional trajectory. While the blended family dynamic was harmonious, David's aspirations for public office were intensifying. He became a United States Senator in 1827. David Crockett, who had spent his whole life in the woods and small frontier towns, suddenly found himself navigating the complex political landscape of the nation's capital when he was elected to the House of Representatives, which required him to leave Tennessee for extended periods of time to serve in Washington, D.C. At dinner parties, this towering, unassuming congressman would tell tales about his bear hunts and appear genuinely bewildered by the complex social conventions that dictated political life. The members of Washington society were at a loss to understand him. The folksy demeanour of David belied his acute intellect and strong ideals. His colleagues had assumed he was a naive frontiersman who was easily influenced. Land policy was the central political problem for David. Poor households were having a hard time getting farmland, he thought, while rich speculators were buying up large tracts for investment. People who had been living on and improving land without legal title, known as squatters, would be granted the right to acquire that land at reasonable prices through the law he suggested. Although David saw it as a matter of basic justice, it pitted him against influential groups that favoured the status quo. David won over voters, but alienated powerful politicians with his support for common settlers. David became more and more alienated within his own political party as he fought against certain of President Andrew Jackson's policies, especially the Indian Removal Act, which he believed to be morally reprehensible. Ironically, David actually had very complex political ideas, despite how simple they appeared to him. Democracy, he realised, entailed more than just majority rule. It also entailed defending the rights of the defenceless. He thought the government should look out for everyone's best interests, not just the wealthy and powerful. For politicians who favoured easier arrangements, they weren't novel notions, but they were uncomfortable. David came to terms with the fact that his time as a Tennessee politician was likely numbered by the early 1830s. He lost popularity due to his rejection of popular ideas and amassed an army of foes due to his unwavering adherence to his principles. Adapting to political reality or forging a new route entirely would shape the remainder of his life. As you settle in for this section of David's journey, you'll find out how, at the same time, it can be freeing and terrible to stand up for your beliefs even if it means losing everything you've worked for. David's stay in the nation's capital was as entertaining as watching a fish scale a tree. It was his job to represent his constituents, vote on legislation, and serve on committees. But he felt like he was speaking a different language when it came to the culture of political manipulation. David adamantly refused to let the political ramifications of his votes influence his decision-making, in contrast to his fellow lawmakers who established coalitions and traded votes like poker chips. When David's beliefs were in line with public opinion, this strategy was effective. Nevertheless, it proved troublesome when they were not. Most of his Tennessee constituents wanted Native American territories opened for white colonization. Therefore, they supported the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Not because he was especially progressive on racial problems by today's standards, but because David had met and respected Native Americans as individuals, he was opposed to it. He thought it was morally reprehensible to forcefully uproot entire communities from their ancient homelands. Classic David Crockett, passionate, direct, and totally at variance with political acumen. That was his opposition speech in Congress. Concerning the distinction between what is legally required and what is morally acceptable, he spoke about Cherokee families he had known, as well as government dishonesty and broken promises. Despite his colleagues' courteous listening, they ultimately voted to have him removed from office. Even while David's vote didn't sway the result, it did demonstrate that he was unreliable when it came to supporting party policies. There were covert but effective efforts by the political elite to undermine David. More trustworthy party members were given committee assignments. Important meeting invitations were misplaced. His colleagues in Congress no longer sought his advice on proposed laws. As he continued to serve as a representative for his area, David felt further and further removed from the political process. David faced political persecution in his home state of Tennessee due to his stance against Indian relocation. His detractors said he had been entangled in the corruption of Washington politics and had lost touch with his heritage, and that he cared more about Indians than his own constituency. Although David had changed while serving in Congress, it was not in the manner his detractors had envisioned, and this fact made the criticism all the more hurtful. David had grown increasingly certain that much political expertise was nothing more than a pretense to escape moral accountability, rather than being politically intelligent. He has seen co-workers vote for initiatives they were personally against just because it suited their political agenda. He was witness to the manner in which powerful people's pockets dictated laws that were ill-suited to the common welfare. Rather than turning him cynical, the experience had helped him better understand what was important to him. As usual, David remained unyielding in the face of political pressure. He did not learn to moderate his views or compromise more skillfully. Rather, he got more vocal. He started travelling around Tennessee giving talks in which he detailed his voting record, the reasons for his opposition to popular ideas, and his newfound knowledge of the inner workings of government. Though entertaining, David had a natural talent for storytelling. These remarks were political suicide. Campaigning for the 1833 election was a bloodbath. There was no shortage of ammunition for David's detractors. His stance against popular initiatives, his many trips out of Tennessee while in Congress, and his ties to controversial causes. For someone whose whole sense of self was based on serving the people, being portrayed as an alien who had become disconnected from everyday life must have been extremely hurtful. David retaliated with candour and humour, which proved ineffective against a well-organised political enemy. No matter the political fallout, he pledged to keep voting his conscience, and told voters just how he felt about a variety of subjects. It was noble, based on principles, and destined to fail. As the votes were tallied, David's congressional seat was vacated. He was out of politics and faced an uncertain future after years of public service. He was at the age of 47, which was neither too young nor too old to retire gracefully, but too old to start over comfortably. David was aware that he needed to find his life's purpose while. Elizabeth remained patient regarding their financial condition. Although David was disappointed, he was also liberated from unattainable expectations as a result of his loss. he was free from the burden of considering the potential political repercussions of his statements and the impact they could have on his career. It had been years since he could do or say anything he wanted without worrying about how it might affect his chances of winning the next election. The price he had to pay for this independence was financial instability, public disillusionment, and the realization that his time in politics was essentially over. It did, however, bring with it opportunities. Texas, that enormous western territory where independence from Mexico was being discussed, started to play on David's mind. To all appearances, it was the type of community where a guy could start over, where values might take precedence over party affiliation. As we settle in for the last stretch of David's journey, we'll witness firsthand how the conclusion of one dream may pave the way for a new and, perhaps, more significant one. David pondered his next move for months after his electoral loss. His life had been organised and directed by politics for more than 10 years, and now it was all gone. He resembled a river that had been blocked for a long time, and suddenly the barrier had broken, releasing him, but also leaving him with no idea where to go. Evidently suffering with what felt like early retirement from the only work that had ever truly suited him, Elizabeth observed, as Peter paced around their cabin, starting and then abandoning projects. David usually came up with a solution. If Tennessee wasn't interested in him, he'd look for another place that was. When Americans were looking for a location to start over, where land was inexpensive and prospects were endless, many began to hear stories of Texas. The Mexican government was actively courting American settlers by distributing large tracts of land to those families who were ready to uproot and go. Texas was the pinnacle of new beginnings for David, who had lived his whole life seeking opportunity. It wasn't just personal reasons that led David to Texas. Something major was about to happen, according to his political instincts, and he had been keeping up with the news about the escalating tensions between the Mexican government and American settlers. The settlers' dissatisfaction with Mexican policies, such as those that limited local autonomy, mandated Catholicism among settlers, and restricted immigration, was growing. Conflicts where regular people were caught between their everyday demands and faraway government policies were echoes of those that had moulded David's own political career, he saw. In late 1835, David set off for Texas on an exploratory mission. He intended to survey the area, perhaps purchase some land, and then return to Tennessee to finalize his plans to move. Nevertheless, he was also cognizant of the fact that, regardless of his intentions, he might find himself embroiled if political events in Texas were to escalate. When faced with disagreements about right and wrong, David had never been adept at maintaining objectivity. By travelling through Arkansas and into Texas with a small band of followers, David was able to learn about the local conditions and interact with American settlers on multiple occasions. What he discovered was a people who were both Mexican and American in their cultural and practical identities. They were attempting to form communities based on familiar traditions while also adjusting to new rules and expectations. Hard-working couples wanting a better life for their children, the settlers David met mirrored his neighbours in Tennessee. They want solitude to cultivate land, engage in trade, and rule themselves rationally. However, Mexican policies that appeared more intent on controlling them than helping them grow were becoming more and more frustrating for them. David came away from his talks with these families with the conviction that the settlers would require leaders with expertise in both military strategy and political reality in the event of an impending battle. The timing of David's arrival in Texas was impeccable, though he could not have predicted it. A tense situation had quickly developed between the Mexican authorities and the settlers. Dissolving the Mexican Congress and advancing for total control, General Santa Anna jeopardized the minimal autonomy that had initially attracted American immigration. The Texans, who had just begun to organize resistance, were in need of prominent political and military personalities who might provide credibility to their cause. The scenario seemed like an opportunity for David to put his political experience and knowledge to use for causes in which he truly believed. The Texas settlers weren't demanding much. They simply wanted to be able to follow their own traditions when it came to government, freely practice their religion, and have a say in matters that directly touched them. Now that he was away from home politics, David could endorse the same causes he had fought for in Congress. San Antonio was under siege when David arrived in February 1836. As General Santa Anna's Mexican armies closed in, the small garrison sought sanctuary in the Alamo, a former mission. With only 200 defenders up against thousands of Mexican forces, the situation was dire. However, David knew from his military experience that with persistence and cunning, even in the face of overwhelming odds, victory was possible. For David, staying in the Alamo wasn't a choice at all. Everything he had ever done up to this point had been leading up to this point. His years spent hunting alone in perilous wilderness, his lessons in leadership under duress from military duty, and the lessons he had learned about the value of sticking up for beliefs no matter the cost from his political career. 50 years old and still clinging to the belief that certain conflicts were worth fighting for, he had a wife and children back in Tennessee. The symbolic and military significance of David's presence at the Alamo cannot be overstated. He was willing to put his reputation on the line for Texas's independence, and he had served as a congressman in the United States. His ruling bolstered support for the Texas cause and showed that the war was about national issues of self-governance and personal freedom, rather than petty regional disputes. David had to have understood his chances of survival were limited as the Mexican army encircled the Alamo, but he was also wise enough to know that values, not survival, are often more essential, and that it's better to lose a battle than to lose a life for a greater cause. The restless youngster suddenly had something to stand for. Our lengthy evening together is coming to a close, and with it, we reach the beginning and finish of David's story. The moment when a restless politician from the frontier became an enduring emblem of American bravery and independence. From February 23rd until March 6th, 1836, the Alamo was besieged for 13 days. A former congressman seeking a new beginning, David Crockett became a symbol of common people prepared to give their all for the idea of self-determination during those 2 weeks. A complicated man who had spent 50 years trying to balance practical demands with moral beliefs, the David who fought at the Alamo was nothing like the legendary figure with the coonskin cap. Inside the Alamo, David had a dual purpose, bolstering morale and providing military support. His background as a scout in the Creek War made him an asset for planning and reconnaissance, but more significantly, his storytelling skills lifted morale in what everyone knew would be their last days. Picture this. David was keeping his fellow defenders motivated during those long hours of waiting for the last attack by telling stories about his bear hunts and political experiences. In the mayhem of the last conflict, the precise circumstances of David's demise are murky at best. A generation of Americans was inspired by his presence at the Alamo and considered his death as proof that democratic ideas were worth dying for. We also know that he died fighting and never surrendered. The defeated congressman had figured out how to cast the most consequential vote of his life. Fascinatingly, though, the real David Crockett started fading into oblivion shortly after he passed away, and that is what truly defines his legacy. Newspapers began reporting greatly embellished accounts of his frontier adventures within a few months. In a matter of years, he went from being portrayed as a mere mortal to a superhero who could drink the Mississippi River dry and beat his weight in wildcats in cheap novels. Even though the real David most likely never sported a coonskin cap, it came to symbolize him. A meticulous and principled politician became a naive frontiersman. What this change reveals about the way Americans have historically treated their heroes is significant. Our heroes should be simple, and our symbols should be obvious. The complicated real-life David Crockett, who had difficulty spelling but had strong moral convictions, was an accomplished hunter and a brilliant political thinker, and was too complicated for simplistic mythology. Because of this, he became a cartoon character in popular culture, which oversimplified him. Despite this, a crucial aspect of the historical David managed to evade the myths. Regardless of the numerous urban legends surrounding him, the fundamental truth that captivated audiences, that common people are capable of extraordinary deeds, that principles take precedence over political expediency, and that at times doing the right thing demands giving up everything, remain powerful. The impact that David had on American society did not cease with his death. A regular guy thrown into extraordinary circumstances who rises to the occasion, he became an archetype of the reluctant hero. Throughout American storytelling for over 2 centuries, characters like Jimmy Stewart from Frank Capra films and contemporary politicians who highlight their humble origins have repeated David's example of honest leadership. The way David dealt with the conflict between pragmatic politics and moral convictions is what gives his story modern relevance. Compromise is inevitable in effective leadership, but he was also aware that there are certain beliefs that must never be compromised. The ups and downs of striving for moral integrity in intricate political institutions are laid bare by his political career. The lesson we may learn from David's tragic political career is that he was never effective because he refused to compromise his ideals. That seeming failure, however, became something far more substantial when he died at the Alamo. David, by laying down his life for the independence of Texas, demonstrated that there are values higher than political power, and that true citizens of a democratic society are willing to put their personal interests on the back burner in order to uphold greater ideals. Think about David's rise from a fidgety youngster to an American icon as you drift off to sleep tonight. He was never able to settle down, become politically powerful, or amass substantial riches. The knowledge that he had spent his life in accordance with his own moral compass, that he had utilised his talents for causes he believed in, and that he had not backed down when faced with the final test was something more significant to him. Instead of being the heroic frontiersman portrayed in popular culture, the real David Crockett was a multifaceted, imperfect human being who demonstrated that regular individuals are capable of remarkable acts of moral bravery. Being heroic isn't about having it all together, it's about having the courage to fight for what you think is right, no matter the cost. His narrative serves as a reminder of this. As we wrap up our evening together, it's worth reflecting on how we all encounter situations where we have to decide between doing what's easy and what's right, or putting our own interests ahead of our moral compass. The moral decisions made by average citizens form the bedrock of our democratic and free society. As David Crockett's account hints, rest easy, and always keep in mind that being heroic does not necessitate a coonskin cap. No matter the cost, you must have the guts to follow your own moral compass. You are settling into a story from thousands of years ago, when people first began to stay in one place long enough to plant seeds and store grain. In those early villages, warmth and shelter drew not only people together, but also small animals who noticed the steady routines and learned that nearness could mean safety. This is the story of how cats made that choice, quietly and on their own terms. You wake in a settlement built along a river valley where the soil holds water and the sun warms clay walls by mid-morning. The air smells of dust and dry grass. People move through familiar patterns, carrying baskets of barley, sweeping dirt floors and stacking bundles of reeds against low stone walls. Everything happens slowly, shaped by heat and habit. Grain stores sit in ceramic jars with flat lids, stacked in shaded corners of courtyards. The jars hold enough to last through seasons when nothing grows. People check them daily, brushing away insects and tilting the lids to peer inside. The grain shifts with a soft whisper when disturbed. Mice notice this abundance. They arrive in the cool hours before dawn, slipping through gaps in woven fences, following the scent of stored seeds. Cats notice the mice. They move into the edges of the settlement without ceremony, stepping lightly along the perimeter where walls meet open ground. They do not announce themselves. They find places to rest in the shade of overhangs, behind stacks of clay bricks, and under benches where the ground stays cool. They watch the movement of people and animals with calm attention, learning the rhythm of the day. Mornings begin with the scrape of wooden tools against stone, the rustle of baskets being filled, and the low hum of voices discussing tasks. People work steadily, pausing to drink water from shallow bowls, wiping sweat from their foreheads. The settlement feels orderly and predictable. Courtyards fill with sunlight. Shadows shrink toward midday. Cats settle into spots where they can see without being seen. A ledge above a doorway, a gap between two storage jars. The top of a wall warmed by morning sun. They rest with eyes half closed and tails curled around their bodies, breathing slowly. They do not seek attention. They simply occupy space that offers both comfort and vantage. Children scatter grain for chickens in the courtyard. The birds peck and flutter, kicking up small clouds of dust. Cats watch this activity from a distance, noting the movement, the sound, and the predictable timing. They learn when the courtyard fills and when it empties. They learn which paths people take most often and which corners remain undisturbed. By midday, the heat presses down and movement slows. People retreat indoors or into the deepest shade. The settlement grows quiet. Even the chickens settle into dust baths, fluffing their feathers and closing their eyes. Cats remain still, conserving energy, letting the hours pass without effort. There is no urgency here. Time moves in long, unhurried stretches. Late afternoon brings a shift in temperature. Breezes begin to move through the spaces between buildings. People emerge to continue their work. They grind grain with heavy stones, the sound rhythmic and steady. They weave mats from reeds, their hands moving in practice patterns. They mend baskets, repair tools, and tend small fires for evening meals. Cats stretch and shift positions, following the retreating patches of sunlight. They groom themselves with careful attention, smoothing fur and cleaning paws. They yawn widely, showing sharp teeth, then settle again. Their presence becomes part of the landscape, unremarkable and accepted. Mice venture out as shadows lengthen, emboldened by the approaching dusk. They move quickly, darting from one hiding spot to another, always alert. Cats track this movement with focused stillness, bodies low, ears forward. Sometimes they move, sometimes they simply watch. The settlement provides more than enough opportunity. There is no need to rush. People notice the cats in passing, a shape on a wall, a flicker of movement in peripheral vision. No one reacts with surprise or concern. The cats are simply there, as the chickens are there, as the insects are there. They belong to the rhythm of the place without requiring acknowledgement. Evening approaches and the quality of light changes, turning golden and soft. Cooking fires begin to glow in hearths. The smell of baking bread drifts through the settlement. People gather near doorways, sitting on low stools, talking quietly as they eat. Cats remain at a distance, observing. They do not approach the fires or the food. They maintain their own routines, independent but aware. As darkness settles, the settlement grows quieter still. People move indoors, fires burn lower. The sounds of the day fade into the sounds of night. Distant animal calls, the rustle of wind through reeds, and the occasional crack of settling wood. Cats navigate this darkness with ease, their eyes catching faint light, their movements silent and assured. The daily life of the settlement continues this way, day after day, season after season. Patterns repeat. Cats learn them thoroughly. They understand when grain is poured, when courtyards are swept, when people rest, and when they work. This knowledge allows them to exist comfortably within the human world without disrupting it or being disrupted by it. The relationship begins not through intention, but through simple proximity and the gradual recognition of mutual benefit. You watch as people build and repair the structures that define their lives. Walls rise from mud bricks dried in the sun, stacked carefully and mortared with clay. Roofs are formed from wooden beams layered with reeds and packed earth. Each structure takes shape through repetition, lifting, placing, smoothing, and waiting for materials to set and harden. Cats observe this construction from nearby vantage points. They note the appearance of new walls that create shade, new overhangs that block rain, and new corners that hold warmth. As people work, cats test these spaces, stepping carefully onto fresh surfaces, sniffing at new materials and deciding which spots suit them. A beam positioned at just the right height becomes a resting place. A gap between two walls becomes a passage. The cats adapt to the changing landscape as it develops. People sweep courtyards daily using bundles of twigs tied with cord. They push dust and debris toward the edges, clearing paths and gathering areas. This sweeping creates clean, open spaces where movement is easy and visibility is clear. Cats move through these swept areas with confidence, their paws finding smooth ground, their approach unhindered by clutter. The maintenance of order serves both species without either one planning for the other. Storage areas require constant attention. Baskets need mending when reeds crack and split. Clay jars develop hairline fractures that must be sealed with fresh clay. Wooden lids warp in the heat and must be replaced. People work steadily to keep these containers functional, knowing that grain left exposed attracts more than just mice. Insects swarm, birds descend, larger animals investigate. The effort to maintain sealed storage becomes a daily priority. Cats benefit from this vigilance. Sealed storage means concentrated populations of mice and rats drawn to the few accessible points of entry. The cats learn these points. They position themselves near the bases of storage jars, near the seams of woven baskets, and near the gaps where wooden platforms meet walls. They wait with extraordinary patience, bodies still, breathing slow. When movement occurs, they respond with sudden precision. Then they settle again, waiting for the next opportunity. Pathways develop through repeated use. People walk the same routes between buildings, between work areas and water sources, and between homes and fields. Their footsteps wear the ground smooth, creating defined trails. Cats use these same paths, finding them easier to navigate than rough terrain. The shared routes become familiar to both, marked by mutual passage, though never by agreement. Repairs happen constantly. A section of wall crumbles and must be rebuilt. A roof develops a leak and requires new layers of thatch. A doorway sags and needs reinforcement. People approach these tasks methodically, gathering materials, working in the cooler hours, and testing their repairs before considering them complete. Cats adjust to the temporary disruption, moving to adjacent spaces, watching the work with calm interest, and returning once stability is restored. Courtyards become centres of activity. People gather there to work on tasks that require space, spreading grain to dry, sorting harvested crops, and preparing materials for building. The ground is packed hard from constant use. Low walls define the edges. Benches and platforms provide places to sit and rest. Cats navigate the margins of these spaces, staying clear of active work but remaining close enough to observe. Water channels require maintenance. Clay-lined trenches carry water from the river to the settlement. Sediment accumulates and must be cleared. Cracks develop and need patching. People wade into the shallow channels with tools, scraping away build-up, smoothing surfaces and ensuring steady flow. Cats watch from the banks, occasionally lapping water from the edges, taking advantage of the accessible moisture without venturing into the channels themselves. Building materials accumulate in designated areas. Stacks of reeds, piles of clay bricks, bundles of wooden poles. These collections create sheltered nooks and elevated platforms. Cats explore these spaces thoroughly, discovering which stacks are stable enough to climb, which gaps provide shelter from wind, and which heights offer the best view. The unintended architecture of stored materials becomes a landscape of opportunity. People build low walls to define property and create boundaries. These walls are not high, just enough to mark separation and provide modest privacy. Cats use the tops of these walls as highways, moving through the settlement with elevation and speed. The walls become connective tissue, linking different areas, allowing cats to travel without descending to ground level, where people and other animals move more densely. Hearths are built with care, using stones that can withstand heat, positioned to allow smoke to rise and escape through roof openings. Ashes accumulate and are removed regularly, carried away to be used in gardens or mixed with clay for building. Cats avoid active fires but appreciate the residual warmth of stones that have held heat through the day. They rest near these spots in the evening, absorbing warmth as temperatures drop. The act of maintaining shared spaces creates a rhythm that cats can anticipate. Morning sweeping, midday repairs, evening cooking. Each activity signals something about the state of the settlement, about where people will be and what they will be doing. Cats do not participate in this maintenance, but they benefit from its results. Clean paths, stable structures, concentrated resources and predictable patterns. The shared environment becomes gradually a truly shared space. You notice the way presence becomes acceptance without ever becoming partnership. People and cats occupy the same settlement, moving through the same days, yet maintaining separate rhythms that occasionally intersect without collision. A cat rests on a sun-warmed wall. A person walks past carrying a basket. Neither acknowledges the other directly. The person does not stop to observe the cat. The cat does not startle or flee. Both continue with their own concerns, their proximity unremarkable. This happens dozens of times each day, an accumulation of neutral encounters that builds familiarity through sheer repetition. Children are the first to show interest. They notice cats more readily than adults do, pointing them out, watching them groom or stretch or move along the tops of walls. Occasionally a child reaches out, attempting to touch a cat that ventures near. Most cats step away, maintaining distance, unwilling to engage. A few allow brief contact, tolerating a gentle hand before moving on. The children learn gradually which cats accept this attention and which do not. No one teaches them this. They learn through observation and minor disappointment. Adults focus on work and allow cats to exist without interference. A woman grinding grain notices a cat sleeping in the shade of her workspace. She continues grinding, the rhythmic sound unchanging. The cat continues sleeping, undisturbed by the noise. They share the space for hours without interaction. When the woman finishes and moves away, the cat remains. When the cat eventually wakes and leaves, the woman does not notice its absence. Tolerance becomes the foundation of coexistence. People tolerate cats in their storage areas because the cats reduce vermin. Cats tolerate people because the settlement provides resources and safety. Neither species seeks deeper connection. The relationship remains practical, grounded in mutual benefit that requires no affection or loyalty. Some cats become more visible than others. A particular individual might choose a favourite resting spot in a frequently travelled area, becoming a familiar sight. People begin to recognise this cat by its markings or behaviour. They do not name it or claim it, but they notice when it is present and when it is absent. This recognition is passive, a byproduct of routine rather than intention. Meals are eaten in courtyards or near doorways. People sit together, sharing food from common vessels. Small amounts fall to the ground, crumbs of bread, fragments of cooked grain, bits of dried fish. Cats observe from a distance, waiting until people disperse before approaching to investigate what remains. They eat what interests them and ignore the rest. People do not set food out deliberately for cats, but they do not prevent cats from taking what has been dropped or discarded. Seasonal changes affect both humans and cats. When rains come, people seek shelter indoors and cats find dry spaces beneath overhangs or inside partially open structures. When heat intensifies, both species move more slowly, seeking shade and resting through the hottest hours. When cooler weather arrives, both become more active, working or hunting during longer portions of the day. The shared response to environmental conditions creates parallel patterns of behaviour. Boundaries develop naturally. Cats learn which buildings are occupied and which stand empty. They avoid entering active living spaces where people sleep and gather. They prefer storage areas, workshops and courtyards where human presence is intermittent and predictable. People in turn do not attempt to control where cats go or how they spend their time. The settlement is large enough to accommodate both without crowding or conflict. Illness and injury occur among cats as they do among all animals. A cat limps from a strained paw, moving more slowly for several days before recovering. A cat develops a wound that gradually heals. People notice these conditions in passing but do not intervene. Cats manage their health, resting when needed and continuing to hunt and explore when able. There is no expectation of care and no provision of it. New cats arrive occasionally, drawn by the same resources that sustain the existing population. These newcomers navigate the social landscape of the resident cats, finding their own territories and routines. People observe this process with mild interest but do not interfere. The cat population fluctuates naturally, shaped by available resources and the carrying capacity of the settlement, rather than by human management. Some cats leave. They wander beyond the settlement's boundaries and do not return. People do not search for them or wonder where they have gone. Other cats appear to replace them, and life continues without interruption. The fluidity of the cat population mirrors the fluidity of human life in the settlement, where people also come and go, arriving from other places or departing to establish new homes. The coexistence remains unmarked by ceremony or acknowledgement. There are no rituals celebrating the presence of cats, no stories told about particular individuals, and no attempts to formalize the relationship. Cats and humans simply live near one another, sharing space and resources in ways that require minimal effort from either side. This simplicity, this lack of complication, allows the arrangement to endure without strain or expectation. You feel the weight of midday heat settling over the settlement like a thick blanket. Movement slows until it nearly stops. People retreat to the coolest spaces they can find, sitting in deep shade or lying on floors inside buildings where walls block the sun. Their breathing deepens, their eyes close. Time stretches and softens. Cats respond to the same heat with the same instinct for stillness. They find their own cool spots, beneath carts where air circulates, in the shadow of walls that face away from the sun, and on stone floors inside empty storage rooms where the temperature stays even. They curl into compact shapes or sprawl with legs extended, whatever position offers the most comfort. Their bodies relax completely, muscles loose, tails motionless. The settlement enters a state of collective pause. Even the chickens stop their constant movement, settling into hollows they have scratched in the dirt, panting softly with beaks open. Dogs sprawl in the shade, tongues lolling, sides rising and falling with each breath. The entire community of creatures acknowledges the same need for rest, the same surrender to conditions that cannot be changed or hurried. Cats sleep in short cycles, waking briefly to shift position or groom before settling again. Their sleep is light enough that they remain aware of their surroundings, ears swivelling towards sounds, eyes opening to slits when something moves nearby. They do not dream in ways that show outwardly. They simply rest, allowing their bodies to recover from the energy spent hunting and exploring during cooler hours. People wake from their own rest more gradually. They sit up slowly, rubbing their faces, drinking water from clay vessels, and preparing to resume work as the day cools. Their movements are unhurried, still heavy with the remnants of sleep. They talk quietly if they talk at all, conserving energy for the tasks ahead. Late afternoon brings a shift in energy. Shadows lengthen and the air begins to move. People emerge from buildings, stretching, gathering tools and returning to interrupted work. Cats wake too, rising from their resting places, arching their backs and extending their legs one at a time. They groom thoroughly, attending to every part of their bodies with focused care. This grooming marks the transition from rest to activity. Evening approaches and both humans and cats become more animated. People work steadily, making progress while conditions allow. Cats begin to move through their territories, checking familiar spots, watching for signs of mice or other small animals. The settlement fills with purposeful activity, each creature following its own routine. As darkness falls, patterns of rest shift again. People gather near fires for evening meals, then gradually disperse to sleeping areas. They lie down on woven mats or simple beds of gathered reeds, pulling light coverings over themselves as air cools. Their breathing slows, conversations fade, the settlement quiets. Cats remain active longer, navigating darkness with ease. They move through the settlement on silent pause, their eyes reflecting any available light. They hunt when opportunity presents itself, and rest when it does not. As the night deepens, they find warm spots to settle, near hearths where coals still hold heat, in corners of buildings where warmth collects, and next to walls that radiate the day's absorbed sun. Some cats choose to rest near sleeping humans, drawn by warmth and the sense of safety that comes from proximity to larger creatures who pose no threat. They settle at a respectful distance, maintaining their independence even as they share space. People sleep unaware of this nearness, or aware but unconcerned, accepting the cat's presence as part of the night's stillness. The rhythm of rest becomes a shared language. Both species understand the necessity of pausing, the value of conserving energy, and the importance of responding to environmental cues that signal when to move and when to be still. This understanding requires no communication. It exists in the body's wisdom, in the instinct to rest when rest is needed, and to wake when conditions improve. Mornings begin with gradual stirring. People wake to the first light, rising slowly, moving quietly so as not to disturb others who still sleep. Cats wake too, stretching elaborately, yawning, and beginning to groom before setting out to explore. The settlement transitions from night stillness to day's activity through a gentle progression that honours the need for both rest and wakefulness. Throughout seasons, the specific timing shifts, but the pattern remains. Summer days bring longer periods of midday rest and shorter, cooler periods of activity. Winter days allow more sustained work with less need for heat-driven pauses. Cats and humans adjust their rhythms accordingly, both responding to the same environmental pressures and both finding balance between effort and recuperation. Rest becomes a form of coexistence as meaningful as any other. In the shared need for stillness, in the parallel patterns of sleep and waking, humans and cats find common ground that requires no negotiation. They simply rest when rest is needed, side by side in the same settlement, under the same sun, part of the same rhythm that governs all life. You observe how nourishment shapes the daily patterns of both humans and cats. Food is not abundant, but it is reliable. The settlement stores hold grain harvested from nearby fields. People portion this grain carefully, grinding it as needed, baking it into bread, and cooking it into simple porridges. The work of preparing food happens daily, creating regular scraps and spillage. Grain scattered during processing attracts mice. They emerge at dawn and dusk, moving quickly through shadows, gathering fallen seeds, and retreating to hidden burrows between the settlement's walls. Their presence is constant, sustained by the same resources that feed the human population. The mice thrive wherever grain is stored or handled. Cats position themselves near these areas of activity. They learn the locations where grain is most often spilled, near grinding stones, around storage jars, and in corners where baskets are emptied and filled. They wait with focused patience, bodies low, eyes fixed on spaces where mice are likely to appear. Sometimes they wait for hours. Sometimes they wait through entire days. Their willingness to remain still makes their hunting possible. When a cat catches a mouse, it does so quickly. There is a brief moment of sudden movement, then stillness again. The cat carries its catch to a quiet spot, consumes it efficiently, and returns to waiting. This pattern repeats throughout the day and night, providing the cat with regular meals without requiring human intervention or provision. People prepare food outdoors when weather permits, working in courtyards where smoke from cooking fires can disperse. They gut fish caught from the river, trimming away parts they do not eat. They pluck birds, discarding feathers and offal. They shell nuts and legumes, leaving husks in piles. These byproducts accumulate in designated areas and are later carried away to be buried or burned. Before these scraps are cleared, cats investigate them. They are drawn by the smell of fish entrails and the sight of discarded meat. They approach cautiously, aware that people are nearby, ready to retreat if necessary. Most often, people ignore the cats. Sometimes a person waves a hand to shoo a cat away from fresh scraps they still intend to use. The cat moves back a short distance and waits. When the person finishes and walks away, the cat returns. Certain foods interest cats more than others. Raw fish hold strong appeal. So do the organs and bones of birds. Cats show little interest in grain or bread, though they occasionally sniff at these items before turning away. Their diet remains primarily meat, obtained through hunting or scavenging, shaped by their own preferences and instincts. Opportunity appears in cycles tied to human activity. Morning food preparation creates one set of possibilities. Evening meals create another. Seasonal harvests bring temporary abundance when grain is threshed and winnowed, sending up clouds of chaff and scattering seeds widely. Cats do not eat this grain, but they hunt the mice drawn to it, benefiting indirectly from the harvest plenty. Water is available in the settlement's channels and collection vessels. Cats drink from these sources when they are thirsty, lapping from the edges of clay bowls or from shallow portions of the water channels. People do not prevent this. Water flows steadily enough that sharing it costs nothing. Some cats prove more skilled at hunting than others. A particularly adept cat might catch several mice in a day, eating what it needs and leaving the rest. Other cats hunt less successfully, going longer between meals, appearing thin and sharp-boned. The settlement supports a population of cats roughly proportional to the available prey, with natural fluctuations that balance availability against need. Birds nest in the settlement structures, tucking nests into crevices and overhangs. These nests sometimes hold eggs or fledglings. Cats occasionally discover and raid these nests, climbing to reach them and consuming the contents quickly. People do not intervene. Birds are not domesticated or protected. Their losses to cats are simply part of the ecosystem. Cats do not beg for food. They do not approach people with expectation or demand. Their entire relationship with nourishment remains independent, based on their own efforts, and the incidental bounty created by human activity. This independence preserves the essential nature of the relationship. Cats choose to stay because staying offers advantage, not because they depend on human generosity. Lean times affect both species. When harvests fail or stores run low, people ration grain more carefully, reducing spillage and guarding resources more closely. Fewer scraps appear. Mice populations decline with less available food. Cats find hunting more difficult. Some leave the settlement to search for opportunities elsewhere. Others persist, growing thinner, moving more carefully and conserving energy. When conditions improve, the cat population gradually recovers. The food relationship remains transactional but not contractual. Humans create conditions that produce prey and occasional scraps. Cats reduce vermin and ask for nothing else. Both sides benefit from this arrangement without obligation or expectation. Food provides the practical foundation for coexistence, but it does not create dependency or sentiment. Cats remain free to leave if resources disappear. They stay because most of the time resources continue to appear with reliable regularity. You watch as the sun descends toward the horizon, painting the settlement in amber light. The heat of the day gradually releases its grip. Air begins to move more freely, carrying the scent of cooking fires and distant fields. People's movements shift from the focused intensity of afternoon work to the gentler rhythms of evening preparation. Fires are lit in hearths and outdoor pits. Women and men tend these flames, adding wood carefully, adjusting the size of the fire to match the need for cooking. Clay pots are positioned over flames, filled with grain and water, and stirred occasionally as the contents soften and warm. The smell of cooking spreads through the settlement, a familiar marker of the day's progression. Children finish their tasks and begin to gather in open areas, their energy still present but channeled now into games and conversation rather than work. Their voices carry through the settling dusk, punctuated by laughter and the sounds of running feet. They are more relaxed now, released from the discipline of contributing to the household's labour. Cats emerge from their resting places, beginning their evening routines. They move along familiar paths, checking the spots where they have found food before, investigating any changes in the settlement's landscape. Their movements are purposeful but unhurried. Evening offers optimal hunting conditions, fading light that still allows vision, cooling air that brings mice out to forage, and the distraction of human activity that makes prey less cautious. People gather near their homes as meals finish cooking. They sit on stools or on the ground, arranging themselves in loose circles or facing doorways. Food is served from communal pots, ladled into individual bowls, and eaten with fingers or simple tools. Conversations happen in low voices, punctuated by comfortable silences. The day's work is discussed, plans for tomorrow are mentioned, and news is shared about neighbours or family members in distant settlements. Cats observe these gatherings from the periphery. They rest on walls or under carts, watching the movement of people without approaching. They are not excluded, but neither are they invited. Their position remains that of witness, present but separate, sharing the space without sharing the activity. As people eat, small amounts of food inevitably fall. A child drops a piece of bread. An adult tips a bowl slightly and liquid spills. These small losses accumulate in the dust around the eating area. Cats note these occurrences, patient in their awareness that opportunity will come when people disperse. The light continues to fade, deepening from gold to rose to purple. Shadows merge and blend, losing their sharp edges. The settlement structures become silhouettes against the dimming sky. Fires grow brighter in contrast, their flames more visible as ambient light decreases. The visual world simplifies, defined now by points of warmth and light against gathering darkness. People begin to move towards sleep. They rise from their gathering places, bank fires to hold coals through the night, and carry empty vessels back into buildings. Children are called inside or guided towards sleeping areas. The sounds of the settlement change, fewer voices, more footsteps, and the rustle of mats being unrolled and blankets being arranged. Cats move into the spaces people have vacated. They investigate dropped food, consuming what appeals to them and ignoring the rest. They groom themselves in the residual warmth of the areas where people sat. They mark the evening's territory with their presence, claiming the night shift of the settlement's continuous occupation. Some people remain outside longer, sitting by dying fires, reluctant to end the day. They stare into the coals, their faces lit by the warm glow, their thoughts private and unspoken. Cats sometimes approach these solitary figures, settling nearby but not near enough for contact. The two species share the quiet in parallel, each absorbed in their own relationship with the approaching night. Stars appear overhead, first a few bright points, then countless more as darkness deepens. The sky transforms into a vast field of light, familiar to all who live without walls blocking their view. People glance upward occasionally, noting the positions of known constellations, using them to mark the season and passage of time. Cats navigate by different markers. They know the settlement by scent and touch and sound, by the memory of pathways and the location of shelter. They move confidently through darkness that would slow or stop human movement, their eyes gathering available light, their whiskers sensing obstacles, and their paws finding purchase on familiar surfaces. The settlement do not sleep all at once. It transitions gradually, with different households and individuals moving toward rest at their own pace. This staggered settling creates a long period of quiet transition, hours when some sleep while others remain wakeful, when the boundary between day and night stretches and blurs. Fires burn lower, the last voices fade, doorways darken as people move deeper into their dwellings. The settlement achieves a state of deep quiet, broken only by occasional sounds, the crack of a settling log in a banked fire, the call of a distant animal, and the soft footfalls of a cat on patrol. Evening becomes night. The day releases its hold. The settlement rests in the cool darkness, its inhabitants, human and feline, finding their own forms of rest, their own corners of peace. The bond between them remains unspoken, but it continues, woven into the fabric of daily life, as reliable as the sun setting and rising, as constant as the turning of seasons. You find yourself in the deepest part of night, when darkness is complete and the settlement rests in stillness. The moon may be present or absent, waxing or waning, its light transforming the landscape or leaving it to pure shadow. Either way, the night has its own quality, distinct from day, governed by different rules and rhythms. People sleep inside their dwellings, lying on mats or simple beds, bodies relaxed in unconsciousness. Their breathing is deep and regular. Some snore softly, others shift position occasionally, turning to find comfort, but these movements are minimal and unconscious. Sleep claims them thoroughly, providing necessary restoration after the day's exertions. Cats remain more wakeful. Their biology suits them to nocturnal activity, though they have adapted to also move during daylight hours in response to the settlement's rhythms. At night they return to more ancient patterns, becoming alert and active, using senses honed for darkness to navigate and hunt. The settlement at night is not silent, but the sounds are different. No voices, no tools striking stone, no footsteps on swept paths. Instead, there are subtler sounds. The whisper of wind through reed roofs, the rustle of small animals in grain stores, the distant call of a night bird, and the settling of mud brick walls as they release the day's heat. Cats move through this soundscape with awareness and caution. Their paws make no noise on packed earth. Their bodies slip through shadows without disturbing them. They pause frequently to listen, heads tilted, ears rotating to capture sound from different directions. They process information constantly: wind direction, temperature changes, the presence of other animals, and the state of the night around them. Some cats hunt during these hours. They position themselves near grain stores, near animal pens, near anywhere mice might venture. They wait with the same patience they show during daylight, but now enhanced by the cover of darkness that makes them nearly invisible to prey. When they move, it is with sudden explosive speed, and then an immediate return to stillness. Other cats simply patrol their territories, walking the boundaries, marking their presence through scent, and checking familiar spots for changes or intrusions. This patrolling serves no obvious purpose beyond maintenance of familiarity, but it seems to satisfy some internal need for order and control. Fires still burn in some hearths, reduced to beds of glowing coals that pulse gently with residual heat. These coals provide the only light in many buildings, a soft red glow that barely illuminates the immediate space. Cats are drawn to this warmth, settling near hearths when their activity permits, absorbing heat into their bodies and resting in brief cycles before resuming movement. The settlement's buildings create complex shadows and sheltered spaces. Cats know all of these intimately. They know which wall has a gap that allows passage from one courtyard to another. They know which roof beam provides a route above ground level. They know which corner holds warmth longest and which drains heat most quickly. Safety at night comes from awareness rather than barriers. The settlement has no walls tall enough to prevent animals from entering, and no guards posted to watch for threats. Instead, safety comes from the collective presence of humans and animals together, from the fact that the settlement is occupied and active enough to discourage larger predators from approaching. Cats contribute to this sense of occupied presence. Their movement through the night, their watchfulness, and their responses to unusual sounds or smells all create an atmosphere of vigilance. They are not protecting the settlement deliberately, but their behaviour has that effect, adding to the web of awareness that makes the space feel defended. Sometimes a cat encounters another cat during nighttime wandering. They may approach each other with caution, touching noses briefly, or they may avoid contact entirely, each giving the other space. Their interactions are quiet and brief. There is no aggression, just acknowledgement and continuation of separate paths. Dogs sometimes stir in the night, lifting their heads to investigate sounds or movements. They notice cats passing nearby. Sometimes they watch with mild interest. Sometimes they ignore the cats completely. The two species have reached an understanding. Dogs guard the settlement more actively, responding to larger threats, while cats focus on smaller concerns. Their roles complement each other without overlapping. As night progresses toward dawn, the quality of darkness begins to change. The black sky softens almost imperceptibly toward deep blue. Stars remain visible but lose some of their intensity. The air grows slightly cooler in the hour before sunrise, the temperature dropping to its lowest point. Both humans and cats respond to this cooling. People pull coverings closer in their sleep. Cats seek the warmest spots available, curling tighter to conserve heat. The transition from night to day happens gradually but inevitably. Cats sense it before people wake. Their internal rhythms are tuned to the approaching change. Some settle into final resting spots, preparing to sleep through the morning. Others remain alert, ready to continue their activity into daylight hours depending on opportunity and inclination. Night provides a different dimension to the relationship between humans and cats. While people sleep, cats remain aware, moving through the shared space with familiarity and purpose. They do not guard the humans deliberately, but their presence adds to the sense that the settlement is not abandoned, not empty, and not vulnerable. Life continues through all hours, maintained by different actors at different times, creating continuity that requires no coordination or agreement. The settlement breathes through day and night, its pulse steady, its rhythm unchanged, its coexistence as natural in darkness as in light. You witness how patterns established over days extend into weeks, months, years, and eventually generations. The relationship between humans and cats does not deepen through dramatic moments or significant events. It simply continues, reinforced by repetition, shaped by practical benefit, and sustained by the absence of conflict. Children grow up seeing cats as part of the settlement's landscape. They do not remember a time before cats were present. To them, cats simply exist as chickens exist, as the river exists, as the sun exists. They learn through observation which cats tolerate approach and which prefer distance. This knowledge becomes part of their understanding of the world, unremarkable and assumed. These children become adults who maintain the same relationship their parents had with cats. They do not formalize it or change it. They allow cats to move through storage areas. They tolerate their presence in courtyards and on walls. They benefit from reduced vermin without acknowledging debt or gratitude. The pattern perpetuates through cultural transmission that requires no instruction because it involves no active teaching, only passive modelling. Cats produce new generations within the settlement. A female cat finds a sheltered spot away from heavy traffic, behind stacked grain jars, under a rarely used cart, or in a corner of an abandoned building. She gives birth to several kittens, nursing them through their first weeks, teaching them to hunt and navigate once they can walk steadily. These kittens grow up knowing the settlement as their home territory. Some of these young cats remain in the settlement throughout their lives. Others wander away, seeking new territories, following instincts toward dispersal and exploration. The settlement's cat population remains relatively stable despite this turnover, regulated by available resources and the carrying capacity of the environment. People notice when a familiar cat disappears and a new cat appears, but they make no attempt to track or control this turnover. The specific identity of individual cats matters little. What matters is the presence of cats generally, the continuation of their role in controlling vermin, and the maintenance of the established pattern. Seasonal cycles repeat, each bringing the same challenges and opportunities. Harvest times bring abundant mice and easier hunting. Lean winter months reduce prey populations and make survival more difficult. Cats endure these fluctuations through the same adaptations that allow wild cats to persist in variable environments: efficient hunting, opportunistic feeding, and the ability to reduce activity when resources are scarce. The settlement itself changes slowly. Buildings are repaired and eventually replaced. New structures are added as the population grows or needs shift. Storage methods improve. Tools become more refined. Through all these changes, the relationship with cats remains constant. New buildings provide new perches and shelters. Improved storage still requires protection from vermin. Better tools still create scraps and spillage. The fundamental dynamic persists despite surface changes. Generations of humans pass. Old people die and are buried. Children are born and grow into adults who have children of their own. The collective memory of the settlement shifts and evolves, but certain patterns remain so consistent they become invisible, part of the assumed background of life rather than notable features requiring attention. cats live shorter lives than humans, their generations turning over more quickly. A human child might see dozens of individual cats come and go during their own lifespan. Yet despite this rapid turnover, cat behaviour remains remarkably consistent. Each new cat learns the same lessons, finds the same opportunities, and settles into the same patterns as those who came before. The relationship reproduces itself naturally without requiring teaching or enforcement. Other settlements develop similar relationships with cats. People travelling between communities observe cats living in the same way elsewhere, tolerated, useful, independent, present, but not possessed. This parallel development across different human groups suggests the arrangement serves fundamental needs for both species, needs that arise naturally wherever humans store grain and build permanent structures. The absence of formalization protects the relationship from the problems that plague more structured arrangements. There are no rules to break, no expectations to disappoint, and no obligations to resent. Cats and humans simply coexist in ways that benefit both. This flexibility allows the relationship to adapt to changing circumstances without requiring renegotiation or conscious adjustment. Stories begin to accumulate, not grand narratives but small observations passed between people. Someone mentions a cat that was particularly skilled at hunting. Another recalls a cat that preferred a specific sunny spot for years. These stories are brief and factual, told without embellishment, and forgotten as quickly as they are shared. They do not accumulate into mythology or meaning. They simply reflect the reality of shared space and accumulated observation. The settlement continues through generations, its basic character maintained even as specific details shift. Cats continue to move through its spaces, hunting its vermin, resting in its shade, and drinking from its water sources. People continue to build and repair, plant and harvest, raise children, and age into elders. The two species remain intertwined not through bonds of affection or formal agreement, but through the simple, durable logic of mutual benefit and peaceful coexistence. You see now how this relationship emerged and persisted, not through moments of decision or acts of will, but through the accumulation of small choices and repeated patterns. Cats chose to stay near humans because staying offered an advantage. Humans allowed cats to stay because their presence reduced problems. Neither species set out to create a partnership, yet a partnership formed nonetheless. One that would continue for thousands of years, changing in certain ways but remaining fundamentally unchanged in others. As evening settles over the settlement once more, fires glow in hearths, and cats settle into familiar resting places. The day ends as countless days have ended before, and as countless days will end in the future. The pattern holds, the relationship endures, the quiet companionship continues, asking nothing more than what it has always asked: proximity, tolerance, and the shared recognition that some of the best arrangements in life are those that require the least effort to maintain. You rest now in this knowledge, in the comfort of understanding how connection can exist without complication, how shared space can create shared benefit, and how the simplest relationships often prove the most enduring. The story ends here, but the pattern it describes continues, as reliable as sunrise, as constant as the turning of seasons, and as peaceful as sleep itself.